Hey, fellas.
Good evening.
Hello.
Hey.
How we doing, boys?
I'm doing great, Hunter. How are you? Looking high resolution, as always.
Hey, yo. That's what we like to hear. Camera settings were correct this time.
They all seem correct to my eyes.
Oh, wow.
How we all doing,
That's-
boys?
Is that how you pick up ladies? Like, oh, your camera settings always
No, I don't.
correct in my
No,
eyes.
let's get the woman hating started. I don't pick up any ladies.
Hey,
Many woman hating men pick up ladies, okay? If anything, there's a higher
True.
correlation there.
I think that would be pretty
Corey,
good,
I don't mind you
especially-
flirting with me.
Yeah.
Good.
I think that'd be pretty good, like in this Discord era, right? Like, oh my god, I mean, your settings, they're just like immaculate. Like, every time I see you, right?
You're
No,
so
that's actually
technically
a
proficient with your camera settings.
Baby, you looking crispy 4K. Like, that's what you should say. This is pretty good.
That's outdated. It's 8K, I think, in 2026.
It's 8K. I mean, she got to be a dime piece then. I mean, I wouldn't just say that's any girl. But yeah, just ideas, right?
It's a bad idea.
It's an idea. But yeah, we'll only be waiting for one other individual here, but
Okay, Lactoid, settle something for me. Are you married?
Oh my.
No.
Okay.
he's working on things. He might not, I'm not sure if
He's looking for his
heard
wife.
you.
Oh.
He might not have heard you. Yeah.
Okay, that's better then. Let's just leave it.
Yeah, he's going to get her right now.
Gonna
have
get
no doubt.
find the ring. that
Then
he's
I
never
would
worn.
win this discussion if he gets her, right? Like that
Mm.
would be
No, I think we'd
thinks-
all win. If we got to meet
Yes,
Lactoid's wife
like-
just right now, we'd all
Oh
be
my
winners.
God. Yeah. Lactoid, can you hear us, friend?
Nope.
Nope. Yeah. He's working on
Here
it.
come the tweezers.
Yeah.
Him and his
friend?
Testing,
$10
testing.
headset.
Testing.
Testing.
1, 2,
You can hear us
3.
now?
1, 2, 3.
One,
Right.
2, 3. Am I coming through? Am I audible?
Yep. Mm-hmm. Of course. Thank you, friend.
Were we audible
Friend,
for the last
yeah.
30 seconds?
Yeah.
Okay.
okay.
So then, what's the
No.
answer?
So
You weren't reacting very well with your face.
answer is no. Thank you.
Okay.
Can he hear us?
Yeah, he can
He
hear.
can. He's just not very
Is he
reactive.
irritable?
He's nonchalant.
Lactoid,
He's
did you have a
cool.
bad day?
Every Monday's a bit. No, I'm kidding. I'm doing all right. Doing all right. Doing all right now. Now that I'm away from
Doing.
work and I'm here on my favorite
How's
Away
the
from
show.
work?
wife?
You don't love your
Absolutely.
boss and love being at work?
I mean, I like my boss. I just don't.
Or
like
I'm
being
sure
at work.
you'll mention the firm and all that stuff, right? How much you love it, right? Yeah, that's how proud you are.
Yeah.
No
Yeah.
way.
He's
Exactly.
got tattooed somewhere.
Exactly.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey, Lactoid, have
This
you
broadcast
ever...
harass me here. Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Prime.
Lactoid, have you ever been married?
Aside from to your job.
No,
Well,
I'm skeptical of marriage. I think marriage is just from like a legal perspective risky, and I just don't know.
you're a bit of a postmodernist.
No,
you
no
know?
children.
It's too much of a Western structure.
Lactoid.
No,
really
no,
reinforces
that's not what
the
I'm talking about.
patriarchy.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I actually think that
Really?
it
That's
can weapon.
not Lactoid's opinion? All right.
No, it's been weaponized by feminists now to
I think you
oppose
you-
patriarchy.
Marriage has.
Mm.
Yeah,
you
I think so.
you
I don't
have
think
to
anyone has
propose,
ever
right? So just
insulted
don't
Lactoid
propose to a
like this
feminist.
before.
What'd you say, Ollie?
All you have to do is not propose to a feminist, right? Like you make the choice to propose.
No, right. Okay, I get that, right? But
The idea. Yeah.
all it takes is for your non-feminist wife to, start
Wait,
hanging around with the wrong kind of women.
If,
And then
if-
before
Watching
you know it-
YouTube
Wait,
videos.
I have a
right?
question.
Watch
Wait,
some
sounds
YouTube
like-
videos, going to a book club. Their best friend gets divorced, and then all of a sudden, it's men
Yeah,
are
but then
evil.
why don't,
or it's-
Go to a drag
why don't you just get a
story
mail order
hour?
bride or
She
what do they
thinks
call
she
become a
understands the
passport bro?
patriarchy.
No, the mail order brides, they're just in it for the green card, and then they're going to divorce
Yeah.
you as well.
They're not going to divorce
yeah.
you.
No, I hear
who would
you,
divorce
right?
Lactoid?
Like,
It's unheard of. I can't
So
think
you're
of
just
anybody.
not going to get married, Blacktoid?
I don't know. I would need to have a rock solid prenup, as well
Wait,
as
wait, just as a
Well,
point
the
of
better
clarification,
question is you don't want kids.
No, if if or
you're
when you
married to have kids.
propose, if or when you propose, would you
Whoa.
get down on one knee?
Yeah, would you
Probably.
submit to her in that
Probably
way?
for
Oh, no.
sure.
Oh, you're gonna
Oh,
be
what?
dominated
Hold
by
on.
your
It'd be
wife?
yeah, no, I agree.
Pure-
Pretty gay.
pure
Pretty
domination.
gay.
Wait.
I never claimed to be completely straight.
Lactoid, you'd have kids out of like you'd have like what, a contract, like co-parenting. You'd co-parent but wouldn't marry someone.
No,
Maybe.
he would have a kid and she takes care of it. Do you not get how this works? That's
I mean, I don't know that, you know, he'd be willing
I mean,
to
that sounds pretty
sire
good.
to sire a child because he'd still have to pay for it, right? That'd be the issue for
Yeah, that's
Lactoid.
true.
He's obligated to pay.
Well, he wouldn't
So,
have
that
to.
actually.
No, one would hope he
Well,
would. He doesn't actually have to.
I mean,
Yeah.
Well, I think I've said this
No,
before.
we
There's a
have
fun little
child
life hack. If you give the wrong name, you don't have to.
we have
pay.
child support laws.
exactly.
So
Also, he's a lawyer. If anyone's gonna get out of this, right, that'd be my man Lactoid. But
Like here, how many divorced men do you know where it's like they got divorced and then they lost a bunch of shit? I knew one lawyer that I used to work with. He was like on his third divorce, and he was like, yeah, I can't get divorced again. It's too expensive.
Oh,
It's
he's
like
just an
that's the
idiot.
reason.
Like.
well, I think
okay.
the divorce is expensive, as in it's cheaper to keep her, but like
or maybe
I don't think
cheaper
you
to
just
keep
lose.
her. That's
I don't think you
horrible.
lose.
That's
this,
a
like,
person that can't learn. Okay,
Yeah.
like you probably know Lacto better than I do.
They
Like, what are the
probably
divorce
shouldn't be
statistics from one marriage to the next? Do divorce rates go up or down? as you go
Yeah,
forward?
you're right that the more
his fault.
you're right that the more time somebody gets married, the more likely they are to divorce in the future. You're not wrong about that. But the overall divorce rates are still like pretty scary high.
50%.
Well, they're going
generally.
down recently, but
It's
yeah,
not
but like
50%.
that's just a
It's
person
not
that can't learn any
50%.
lessons.
Because
Okay.
marriage
Not
rate.
even
You're right. The divorce rate's been going down,
Okay.
but it's because marriage rates are going down. In
That's
fact,
true
marriage
too,
rates are
yeah.
going down faster than divorce rates are going down. So a lot of the people that would divorce, they're just not getting married.
Is anyone here divorced except for me?
Oh, it's me.
Okay, cool.
Hunter,
you've been divorced?
Divorced and remarried. Isn't that
That's crazy.
You're
the
like
same person?
23.
And you look like
Wait,
12.
he's
How the fuck did that work?
28.
Wait, divorce and remarriage to the
crazy.
same person?
I have two explanations here. First, Mormon. Second, I'm 30. So
That's crazy.
But to the same person,
That's-
Hunter,
yeah,
or
that's
to
good.
different people?
different people.
Okay,
Different
listen,
people.
hey.
There's an ex-wife floating around there. I haven't
All
talked
right,
to her.
nice.
Though.
Don't the
Fat-
Mormons
Yeah.
not agree with that?
Well, I wasn't. Yeah, we kind of left the church. It's complicated, but like the
Okay,
culture is
alright.
to marry young. I married.
Yeah.
I got married when I was. Hold on, let me think. I think it was 2019. So I was 24 when I got married
That's
the first
not
time.
that young for a
How long-
Mormon.
That's yeah,
How
yeah,
long
exactly.
did it last? Yeah. How long-
Genuinely,
Do
like
you feel comfortable saying how long it lasts?
yeah,
How long?
like
how long
6 months.
the 6 months? Wow.
6 months? Oh,
It was
okay.
crazy. I mean,
Oh.
the thing is like Mormon culture is also you move in when you get married, and very quickly I realized this won't work. Like
Was
you're
this
a
like
different.
essentially like an arranged marriage, as in like you
Nope.
had like limited interaction?
Yeah, how long did you know there?
No,
You know her
no, I had known her
beforehand.
for 2 years, I would say.
What was
We
the
had dated
quirk?
for quite a minute. I would say a raging undiagnosed mental illness that I really didn't have.
Yeah, that'll
full
do
On
it.
whose
access
part?
to.
On whose part? Wait,
And it's
Hunter.
called estrogen.
You're against the cure, Lactoid. We could just pump all the estrogen out, but you're like, no, that's HRT.
But
Ali,
yeah.
I knew a couple that were married, got divorced, got remarried together, and actually got re-divorced.
That was my parents. Bad decision. Don't do that, folks.
Mhm.
Yeah,
get divorced,
it was
just
my
be
ex's
divorced.
parents.
Yeah.
Hence why we're
Yeah.
divorced too.
yeah, like I mean, I think part of it is that some people, like, I mean, the Hunter is an example. This is more on the cultural scale, but like, even without like the Mormon upbringing, right? People
Mhm.
have a feeling that they must be partnered formally, right? And
Yeah.
so like we have to take this to the next level at some point, right? It's I get more the impulse when we're talking about children, right? Especially from women, because like, hey, I want to make sure this person's going to be in my life, you know, before I take that leap. I understand that. But even beyond that, people just like, hey, I want to be partnered in this formal way, and it doesn't really count until we make it there. And so they make these very rash decisions. I think it's awful, the idea to live not live with a person before you get married.
Yeah. Well, we had
The stats
Mormon
don't bear that
families
out,
very
though.
close. Well, yeah, I'm a weird person for sure. And we also, neither of us were really religious, but we were kind of doing a Mormon impression to our family, and we just kind of wanted to keep up the illusion. Turns out, don't do that, especially when you're staking your life with a partner and you're just like, well, let's just do this for
at least she wasn't
impression.
crazy, and you guys seemed to like mutually just okay, let's just.
No, he said she was crazy.
She was crazy, but we both realized real quick. That
But what was the divorce? What was the divorce process? When I'm saying crazy, as in like the divorce process, probably wasn't nuts for you, or was it?
No,
like,
it wasn't that bad.
Yeah,
no,
that's kind of more what
yeah,
I'm
we were
saying.
both like, let's. Well, it's complicated, but yeah,
Of course
at
it
some
is,
point,
but yeah.
I was just like, we gotta do it, and she was.
This doesn't
once
sound that
was
mentally
pretty
ill.
permanent.
Honestly,
Well, I could pick and choose.
Lactoid's looking for a
experiences.
hookup here, Hunter. Like,
Yeah.
come on, doesn't sound that
I'll
mentally
I'll
ill.
give you her contact information.
I'm good. I'm good.
Well, you don't have to tell the diagnosis if you don't want to. But
Oh, it was
like,
BPD for sure.
interesting.
Aren't they all?
Yeah, I know.
I think they all what,
Listen,
Ollie?
come on,
BPD a little bit. They're,
the crazies.
What are your
Yeah.
thoughts on that, Katie?
I
All you saying such terrible things. I don't agree with them at all.
have no thoughts about this discussion.
Lactoid is an ally.
Men will do what men will do. I just gonna wait it out. It's gonna go away if I ignore it.
Okay. All right.
What-
Well.
It's how most women feel about sex in general.
Another reason to not get married. I'm just saying.
Not the women I'm sleeping with.
Yeah.
Damn.
As far
Okay.
as you know,
For now.
lying.
Lactoid's right hand is very satisfied. Okay.
And always down.
Hey, he told
Yeah,
you that
I'm
he's
always
not married, not that he doesn't do things. You're rude. Mhm.
I missed
Corey. The thing about
She's saying I slay, is what she's saying.
Lactoid has, in fact, had sex before.
I actually held back the jokes about
Make sure it
all
didn't
the prostitutes in the area are being like fully compensated for their actions, and I didn't do it. And then you had to go and say that you slay.
Well, fun thing. I not only have I never paid a prostitute, I've never even been to a strip club in my entire life.
Me too.
I've never even paid for OnlyFans.
Me too.
Squares.
And it's not because I'm opposed to that.
the
I'm just opposed to
OnlyFans thing,
enriching
yeah.
women. That's my main gripe. So
I don't doubt that.
It's,
Oh,
No,
so
but
you go to a
like-
male. He would go to a
you
male
don't
strip
have
club. Is what he's
to-
saying.
You
He
don't
paid for
have
a male
to throw money at
OnlyFans.
the
He
strip
would go to a
club,
male strip
Lactoid.
club, and he goes to a male prostitute.
if it did something for me, I would. But I
Wait,
this is a-
Lactoid. You don't have to throw money at the strip club. You can just pay the entrance fee, which goes to the strip club owner, which is predominantly men, right? And then you're just enriching men.
I was
Also,
told
there
I
could
would
be men who
no.
make hentai, and you can watch that hentai, and then
That
it's
part.
not enriching women.
yeah,
Ooh.
it's pretty much like the entry fee goes to, I think, the owner.
I don't.
Yeah,
Look,
the owner.
I'm not paying for sex or sex related things. I'm good.
I
Loser behavior.
I would tell people
That's
yeah,
called you can't do
as
it.
a person who did go to strip clubs. Don't go to strip clubs. They were awful.
Apparently,
Like,
Corey and Ali also went to strip club.
Yeah, there are way
No,
too many. There are
I've
way
been,
too many
like,
men at
once,
strip
and
clubs
that
for
was,
you to
like,
enjoy
that
a
was it for
strip
me.
club. Too many men there. Too many men at strip clubs to enjoy the strip club. It's a
And I've
weird.
never
It's a
been
weird.
to
Yeah,
It's-
that's the problem
it's-
with strip clubs, Ali.
Well, that's the thing that-
okay,
that's-
I'm saying. Well, okay. Well, listen. Besides the trafficking and whatever, yada yada yada. But in the like, you just go and it's just a bunch of dudes and it's not really that fun.
You can't even
there's no
jerk
joy
off
there.
properly because there are other dudes there who also want to jerk off, and that's
I mean,
so
exactly.
gay.
That's exactly right. There's no
I know.
privacy, and that's really
I
the issue.
know.
Or the privacy is too expensive, right? To go to the champagne room is pricey. So
I think I'll start going when I get
Yeah.
like erectile dysfunction at whatever age. Then I'll
So
start
like in
going to
2
strip
years from
clubs.
now, when your diet
No.
catches up with you.
No, I'm drinking water. Look at this.
Oh,
Healthy.
that'll counteract all of the alcohol and all of the saturated fat, right? That's how it works.
Just it's like it all flows
Oh,
out.
wait, do oil and water mix, Lactoid?
I don't know.
You don't,
famously,
why?
famously so.
You don't know. Okay.
Mhm.
I've never
Smart
been
guy.
to a strip club. I always wanted someone to take me. I always thought it would be an experience.
Why would you want someone to take you to the strip club, Katie?
Well, I'm not gonna go alone.
Because if you go with women,
actually going with women is the best thing on earth. Like the
strippers are if you go with women, the strippers are actually probably going to want to pay attention to you.
They do. Girls are.
I will pay attention to them.
No, my guess.
And you will love your time. You will love your time. Women seriously love the strip club.
I mean, depends on which one you go to.
This is my guess. And this is based on an experience of any time I've ever been to a bar, like with a woman. Other women are far more comfortable coming up to you, talking to you, as opposed to if you just show up by yourself or show up with a group of guys.
Well, social proof. You're accepted by one woman.
Social proof. You're not a creep. Exactly.
Oh, no. Don't worry about that in the strip club, though. Like in a strip club, like they're coming to you for money, right? Like that.
No. But it does help.
No.
But I can get a better deal if I have a woman with me.
It doesn't help.
I'm not paying the discomfort tax.
They will approach you. They're fine unless you give some reason not to approach you.
What if I don't shower?
You will. So
that would be a reason.
You will. I don't know about you, but like you will get some like. It'll be more attention for less money if you have girls with you, because there will be more girls at your section. I'm telling you from experience. Maybe this is anecdotal, but the girls just end up hanging out in your section a lot longer because they are more like they're familiar with the girl, and you are just getting a more attention experience, which is what you're paying for.
I don't know. That might be a path, right?
Yep.
But like, you literally just have to be like cool, like so. And by that I mean like
or rich.
Hang with.
Yeah, so I need a woman. So you're saying I need a woman with me? That's
no. Okay, I mean, yeah, if you're not cool.
Well, for lactate, right? Probably better.
If you're just like easy to talk to, like a lot of these guys aren't easy to talk to, or annoying, right? And so like if you're just like cool, like a lot of them will just like chill with you. It's like
can you hear the stripper? Because I guess I've watched movies where there's strippers in the movies, and my movie kind of view of what a strip club is you go in, the music's very, very loud, and then there's strippers up on the pole, and you throw money at them. That's like my understanding, right? A kind of a Key and Peele-esque understanding. They talk to you. They talk to you.
Yeah, they come close.
And like have a conversation.
Individually,
That's weird. That's weird.
And you either talk to them or you just tell them you're good, and you like the next one comes by.
But like, what do you talk about? What moral insight does a stripper have?
Politics, of course. You start a panel.
No, they talk to a lot of people.
What movies have you watched?
Yeah, movies have a lot of people.
These scenes all the time where like a stripper comes to you.
I'm fully on
and
your
she
side.
talks to you as she's giving you a lap dance, and she'll stay and talk to you more if you give her money.
Hold on, wait. Lap dance, yes, I did see that one scene from The Big Short where he's talking with the stripper about like the housing market. I remember that scene. But like if you're in the club and it's loud and there's people everywhere, what kind of conversation are you having? Like, did you see the game last night? Like
it's party conversation. So it's like you have you're sitting down at a table. They can come and join you. You can presumably buy drinks or throw cash. It's just like hanging out with like girls. It's just they're giving you the type of attention that other girls won't give you.
But hold on, but I've always pretended to listen to them. So what do I do in that situation?
They're pretending to listen to you now. You talk about whatever you want.
Listen to you.
Yeah, you talk about whatever you want. You want to talk about Star Wars? They'll talk about Star Wars.
That would be kind of cool.
Yeah.
Only if they know about Star Wars, though.
Yeah. What if they don't know anything about Star Wars?
They usually do. Wait, guys. Strippers talk to like thousands of guys in their work, right?
They're guy trained. They know about Star Wars and Lord of the Rings and shit. Okay.
About everything, you can talk to them about like.
Do I have to pay them if they come talk to me?
No.
So okay.
They will stay if you pay them.
What happens is like they'll come around and some of them will like look for tips to like chill with you, but not always, right? Because like they're trying to like, especially if there multiple times, they're trying to like maintain a relationship with you, right? And so it's like, hey, they'll stop by. I'm like, hey, Prime. I'll never go back there again. But like, hey, Prime, like, what's up? Nice to see you, right? And they'll just like without asking for any money, right? And they'll
how's your day?
Yeah, like how's your day, right? Now, like what they want in the end, right? And they'll ask you, it's like, oh, well, do you want to like get a dance, right? And they're like, okay, and yeah, okay, sure.
Or Lord of the Ring lore. right? Or learn this lower facts.
If you're not
or the
for
housing
anything,
crisis.
right? Eventually they'll have to leave to go find someone who will pay, right?
I don't know if you guys know this, but there are girls in the real world who can have conversations with you.
There are.
Yeah,
and also,
but they're not guy
I know
trained.
it is confusing.
I just want to.
What is that?
They aren't
guy trained.
Yeah. To Katie's point, they aren't guy trained. Yes,
You guys,
but
this sounds so
question,
sad.
Like the music doesn't have. I mean, it depends on where you're going, right? Sometimes like it's like a club, like it's absolutely blaring, you can't hear anything. But lots of times it's like not so loud that you can't hear a fucking thing. Like,
and they have really good food a lot of the time.
Be able
like,
to communicate
phenomenal food.
Actually, because they want to have
that doesn't sound healthy.
Dog, it's a 5-star steak, shrimp, saganaki in the fucking strip club, brother.
I never went to one with like a good
phenomenal food.
Do you get it? The crab.
Never went to one with good food. That's
Also, if you go to a club to hit on someone, it's going to be loud there. Just think about it. It's like striking conversation like a bar or a club. Or
okay. I get that, but when you go to a bar and hit on a girl, like you're pretending to listen, but there is like an end potential. With a stripper, my understanding is there's not.
Yeah, there is.
Depends
most of the time you go to a strip club, there are going to be strippers who do extras, right? If that's what you're looking for, so on and so forth.
I don't want to pay for that.
There are plenty of strippers who date their customers.
Yeah,
there are plenty of strippers who date their customers. This is a very common thing.
Sex workers have boyfriends.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but not usually from their clients.
It's actually like almost. Well, it's actually exclusively from their clients.
I'm good. I'm not going to go try to date a stripper.
Hey, best summer of your life.
All they're doing is meeting.
I've already dated a nurse, which is like kind of the same thing. So
exactly the same thing.
But no,
all
like
they're doing is meeting.
Some people, some of them do, and some of them don't. Like it's not exclusively so, or no, not at all, too, right? Like it happens, obviously, right? Like
it's like
people, you'll meet in your workplace, right? Like many people meet people in their workplace, but although sometimes they don't.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. There just seems something like I've always like every sitcom has told me that like dating the stripper is always the bad idea. I think that
it is a bad idea,
and that trans people are evil, which I've
fully specifically.
Which sitcoms are you watching?
It actually is a bad idea. Hold on, strippers are the worst, and I've gone on this crusade many times before, right? Yeah. And I talked to
feminist prime over here,
and they agree with me. Strippers are the worst because like the way their incentives, right, are structured around getting as much money out of men in as short of a time. Right, like as short a time as possible. Assuming they're not going to come back or anything like that. Hey, I need to get as much money out of this guy. And
no, prime spitting.
What that encourages.
You're going in there.
Please
let him finish.
What that encourages, and who ends up succeeding at that, right? That like
manipulative people.
It chooses for a specific type of personality.
Yep.
Right. So like the best strippers are like awful.
Yep.
You want, if anything, you want a bat stripper.
No. Hold on. And for those of you who are like surprised by this makes total sense. If you look at lawyers, hold on. If you look at lawyers, it's going to control for argumentative people. When you look at cops, it's going to control for authoritative people.
Obviously.
When you look at strippers, it's going to control for manipulative people.
No, there's the other side of it where I honestly think a little bit of the opposite. Well, once again, depending on where you're at, the location, so on and so forth. I feel like they end up not caring about the money because they are making a significant amount of money depending on who you're at, and they end up being way too clingy and making up for the fact that they're like a stripper on the end of like whatever to the person, and like they're consistently trying to keep them. If they're dating a normal person, right? Like if you're dating someone within that world, then you're fine. But if you're not dating someone within that world, they're constantly trying to like.
Sex worker. I hear what you're saying. That's a sex worker thing in general. So like this is before you showed up, Ali, right? And maybe Corey and Lack Twitter remember, but like we had a woman.
Shout out, Katie.
Right? Not in this pop like I don't like what was that? But anyway, we had a woman on this panel, right, who used to come to the Reverie, who I liked a lot. She was a fantastic woman, but like she admitted to the panel way back when that she worked with sex workers. She was like the administrator, right?
I know who you're referring to.
I'm not talking about strippers. You remember her? Yeah. She was talking about escorts, right? Yeah. And like she like ran like their behind the scenes, like their ads and like did their like scheduling and stuff like that, right? Any case, so like I talked to her because she was great. She was fantastic. I loved her so much. And I made this exact same case to her, right? Like strippers are the worst, right? And she's like, yeah. I've actually, so she said to me that like she has dealt with a variety of sex workers from different backgrounds, and she says always the strippers were the most problematic, right? The most manipulative, like the least trustworthy, right? Like trying to get money out of guys the fastest. When again, according to her, like for escorts, they're trying to. It's a different mindset because one, you're in a room with a guy alone, right? Like in a strip club, you have like security and all that, right? And so you have to maintain. So you don't have to maintain the same level of like interaction. If you're in a room with a guy alone, right? Like you especially don't know, you don't have an established relationship with, right? Like you want to like approach that completely differently than the way a stripper does. And like if you are trying to get repeat customers, like it's a different ball game. And like they don't excel at that. They've been trained to do it completely differently, according to my good friend.
I think Katie agrees wholeheartedly based off.
It's very interesting that you're like, strippers are the worst. They're crazy manipulative. Also, you should go there to get a girlfriend.
On me?
Who said you
somebody
should go
else
there to
said
get a
that.
girlfriend? I said it'll be the funnest summer of your life.
You're the worst.
I said it's the funnest summer of your life. I didn't say like anything about.
They're awful. Yeah, strippers are awful. Like they're just like the worst. As a person,
Katie agrees so much. She's reliving her experience.
She's about to explode with agreement.
Oh my god, they're so bad.
Well, hold on. I want to ask Katie, genuinely, like, wouldn't it make sense that the kind of skills that allow you to excel in an industry, if you look at the people in that industry, the people that thrive, the people that survive, are more likely to display those traits? Like, you wouldn't disagree that a lawyer is probably going to be somebody who's more argumentative, a little bit more type A, a little bit more aggressive, like more.
I hear what you're saying. There are two issues with what Prime said and why I reacted the way I reacted. We were talking specifically about the context of like having a stripper girlfriend, to which Prime said strippers are the worst, and then proceeded to go on strippers are hyper manipulative tirade, which means it's not about are they good at their jobs being manipulative and about getting the most money out of someone quickly, which that's per the job, right? Like how a waiter wants to make friends as fast as possible.
Bartenders are manipulative.
To be clear, hold on. I wasn't talking about from a perspective of a person who dated a stripper. I've never dated a stripper. I'm just talking about like talking and interacting with strippers. Like they are the worst. But I wasn't about like
for
dating,
me,
to be clear.
But for me, when you started the tirade, it was specifically about we were talking about having a stripper girlfriend, and then you were like, stripper are the worst, and then the point was they are manipulative, which implies you might not have meant it, that they would be manipulative in the relationship because their job necessitates
that is what he meant.
Some level of manipulation.
No, they're going to have those skills though, right? So for example, like let me give you a brief example. Every relationship, this should come as no surprise. Every relationship I've been in, I have been extraordinarily argumentative. Okay, it's a reason why,
including your marriage, right?
Yeah, there's a reason why I'm not married.
No, but
I'm not the kind of person that's going to like take shit, and I'm going to be like very aggressive about like, no, you're wrong, and here's why. Women tend not to like that.
Exhibit A.
Is it no surprise that like if you were to take a personality test of everybody in my industry, you're going to get a large proportion of type A argumentative assholes. This is just the kind of person that is gravitated towards the legal field.
You mean psychopath?
Not necessarily a psychopath. I think a psychopath is somebody who like doesn't display empathy. With CEOs, with certain like high performance positions, you are going to see a higher proportion of psychopaths. You're also going to see a high proportion of psychopaths among prisoners, right? Because of course that behavior is more associated with crime.
Selection bias there,
right? But also with cops, like one of the things that people point to with cops is such high rates. Right. When you look at cops, it's such a high rate of domestic violence, which is true, because what is the kind of personality typically that wants to be a cop? It's the kind of personality that wants to control, that wants to dominate, right? Control social situations. And so when you take the kind of person, the kind of personality that excels as a stripper. And what your job is as a stripper, really, to Prime's point, is to get a guy to feel comfortable with you, specifically for the purpose of extracting money from him. That is your goal. That is your job. That's what you're selling. And so if that's your skill set, if that's a personality of which you thrive in, I think it makes sense that this would bleed over into their personal life too. At least it would seem intuitive that it would.
Could I jump in?
Yeah, sure.
I'm going to be on Katie's side.
And just so, guys, I put the...
You don't even know my side. I didn't finish my point.
Fair. Sorry. I'm going to be against whatever Lactoid said.
How dare you?
I love that for you. That's so good.
That's fine. You don't have to join me. That's fine.
2 seconds. One, I put the stream together link in the group chat. So if anyone wants to jump in on that, please go ahead. And then I'm gonna handle the super chat, and I'll go straight to you, Katie. All right. $20 from Doobie. I've always found lawyers to be the most problematic type of sex worker. Yeah. I think I'm not going to find any disagreement there, friend. But
I'm sure Doobie would have had a lot of insight for us on this, because I'm sure Doobie would be our master strip club sex worker guy.
No, Doobie wouldn't be. He probably wouldn't actually be. That would honestly just be me. But not Doobie. But
a little bit of me.
And if anyone's hired the most amount of lawyers, that'd probably be Doobie, right? Like if anyone here among us has dealt with lawyers the most outside of Lactoid.
So you're saying Doobie is the one who paid lawyers the most for sucking his dick?
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I'd say so. Yeah.
Lactoid?
You good? Well, I've got complete client confidentiality.
Thank you,
I don't know.
Okay.
But go ahead, Katie. Sorry.
Just to very quickly clarify, and then Hunter, you can go.
Yeah, you're good.
So there were two elements there. So my initial reaction was, as I explained, it felt like Prime was talking about that strippers were going to be manipulative in a relationship. Lecto just made a long response to that, and I will respond to that response after Hunter talks. But my second point would have been that I also did take issue with the framing in general. Of like, there's a framing here of like manipulative in the context of, oh, they're looking to extract as much money from a person, a poor unsuspecting person. They're a client.
Not poor unsuspecting.
Yes, exactly. So there's just a little bit of a loading of the terminology.
I didn't load anything, but like
that's how I feel. Those are my feelings.
But I'm just saying that I didn't say anything like that, right? Though of course I didn't even apply
I think the term. I do think the term manipulative means something. So Lactoid, Okay. I don't like the specific framing that I saw handled. Prime doesn't think he made that framing. I'm not arguing with you right now. Hunter, go.
Okay. I think I'm going to be...
$20 from Doobie. Strip clubs are unsanitary. They can be, depending on which one you go. I went to a pretty nice one, actually. It was actually pretty cool. But like others, not so much.
Yeah. Doobie, if you want to be here, then come here.
No, Doobie, if you want to be here, send me more super chats. But I'd also like to have you. But go ahead. Sorry.
I think I'm going to be on Katie's side. If you don't want me, Katie, that's okay. But
worst case, I
want you.
No big deal.
Okay, cool. Okay. Two things that I have issue with this. The first is I'll bite the bullet that it's probably likely that strippers tend to be more manipulative, but I would throw out it's also selecting for a number of other personality traits, namely personability and like ability to have, conversationable and not necessarily, it doesn't necessarily have to it doesn't really have to control for these very specific personality traits, some of which are positive traits. Also, like,
right, but that's part of being manipulative.
That's another.
Yeah.
No, not necessarily.
An impersonable person is not going to be very manipulative.
I agree, but a personable person doesn't necessarily need to be manipulative.
Not necessarily, sure.
Right? But also, they're not mutually exclusive qualities.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. All I'm saying is you can be a personable person and probably be a pretty damn good stripper and not necessarily have to be looking for money. And she's like, I don't know. I just get all this money. Like, it's not necessarily like this intention of like, here's how I can extract that money. There could be I'm just saying it can factor and control for a number of different things. Sometimes it's attractiveness that it's controlling for. There's a lot of different things that it can control for.
You're right.
And it doesn't have to be manipulative.
No, you're right. But there's a correlation, though. You would have to agree. And that's kind of what we're pointing at.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah. But it seems bad to focus in on one correlation when I'm pointing out 10 other positive correlations. It seems like you're kind of biased to make this a negative correlate or a negative correlation.
Well, but no, I am.
That title is manipulative.
No, I am, and here's why. Because I would agree with you that if you're with a certain number of industries, if you're going to date people from the industry, you're going to get people who are more personable. I think stripper is 100% going to fit this case, right? But I am personally much more scared of a manipulative person than I am attracted to a personable person.
That's fine. That's fine. But it felt like there was
the lawyer.
And this goes into the second thing that I was saying. There's a finality to the statements that we were making. Like, they are bad girlfriends. Stay away from strippers. They're like, and it felt so final and total. Strippers. And it's like,
but like,
damn, dude. I don't know.
Just like I would say the same thing. Hey, like I would warn if I had a daughter, right? Mm-hmm. I would warn her against like dating a cop. Actually, for the reasons that our friend
but they're protective though, Prime Guys.
But also that controls for protection. Yeah, sure. That's
but I would agree with that. Like, I would say that there are definitely personable cops.
It's not that like, hey, you can't find a good cop, right?
Yeah, Katie lost me.
Good guys.
Yeah,
right?
now she's gone.
But like, it's
to be careful when you address.
Or like a finance bro. Like, would I recommend my daughter date a finance bro? No, but that doesn't mean she can't find a finance bro. That might be like perfect and utter gentleman. So like my statement still stands. Yeah, actually, you should avoid strippers. I
don't disagree. I do feel like the framing of saying any sort of group is a way is probably language that I try to avoid. I'm not here to be the. I'm not here to be the.
Stop doing a little bit bullshit, right?
What?
Like, we're not talking about something immutable about these individuals. We're talking about people who have like chosen a profession, right? Or like chosen as much as anyone can do in the capitalistic world, right? But like chosen a profession, and like we're talking about specifically the people who excel at that, right? What I said before, you probably want a bad stripper, right? Someone who's actually not good at it, because
I heard you.
They don't have the personality traits that we're talking about. A person who's really good at that, right?
Or a really hot stripper.
Salesman. Yeah, or salesman, right? Like salesman's another one, right? Like people know like salesmen are like fucking psychotic.
There's
right?
That,
they like a whole list of personality.
Yeah, but
I don't even manipulation isn't even a top issue to me. I think like as someone who deals with people in the industry, it's an unfortunate reality of they see every relationship dynamic as transactional because of the sample size of the people they meet. They meet people who expect a transactional relationship from them, so it generally carries on into their personal relationships. Like I said, I have a young cousin. She's a stripper. She's not good at it, but whenever she talks about men, like her description is like, oh yeah, like if someone loves you, they give you money, and if they don't love you, they no matter what they say, like actions are one thing, money is what matters. And like she said it verbatim, and it's based off of the types of like interactions that she sees day after day after day after day. So yeah, you probably are like generally going to run it, and that's just sex workers in general, but people who like have put themselves into the industry have already created their viewpoint of the world.
I'm not sure about if it's sex workers in general. I think certain types of sex work like encourages different types of interactions because of the medium, right? I think strip club is one thing, escorting is another thing, camming is another thing, right? Like being an OnlyFans star is another thing, right? These encourage different level types of reactions, interactions. Excuse me.
Because it feels like we're hating on women. This isn't about women.
I'm not going to.
No, but I'm just saying that this has nothing to do with hating women, because the men in these industries are also very transactional and like do these types of things.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like it's not about the how or the why or the social dynamic. I'm just saying that when you look at, I don't know, Fresh and Fit or whatever podcast, the type of people who are in this ecosystem have a general view framing of the world that sees
there's a supply and demand thing where
in a more it's just supply and demand. It's a transaction. Like and that's what, and that doesn't mean they can't have relationships, but they view those relationships from that generally, again, as I said, but generally they view their relationship starting from that framework.
Let's let in Katie.
I disagree with too many people now. This is not gonna work.
Yeah.
I've lost.
It can't be me because I haven't said anything. So
Okay. Okay.
Wait, would you have to be? You have to say what you disagree with. It's not just like, oh, strippers are all actually the best friends.
To me, it was the cop thing for sure that lost Katie.
Well, so before you came in, Bam, I was going to talk about how there is an issue with the way that I saw mostly Prime frame this idea, and I was not able to expand on it, but Hunter emotionally reacted to it at the beginning. Hunter felt like something was a bit unfair said in a very generalizing way about a group, and then Prime kind of solidified that by even making like an analogy between like being a stripper and being a cop. Like that's the same level of advising your child not to date someone. And what I was kind of trying to like gesture at is that, and then it comes to what I disagree with you, Bam, as well. That's like, first of all, this cannot not be a gendered issues. Most sex workers are women. Most strippers are women. And
but so when in these industries, and I'm not talking about being on the sex work end, but even if you're like on the John end,
the customers,
they also see relationships as transactional.
I hear you, but I also deeply disagree with this narrative because I talk to many men. I talk to Lactoid, and Lactoid might think that if you're in a relationship with someone, you might owe them a certain degree of sex, and that's transactional. I think many people have many ideas of transactionality in relationships. That's very common. I think we hyper focus on these things when there's certain stigma involved, specifically with sex workers. What I wanted to posit
let Katie get in.
What I wanted to, we can get to it, but there was something that I wanted to clarify first before we kind of dove off the deep end there. So when we talk about strippers or the best type of strippers that are manipulative, I would think that, and Lactoid kind of asked me about this. So like he said, wouldn't you say that someone that works a certain profession, they have a certain amount of selective qualities for that?
They tend to.
Sure. So aside from the fact that that doesn't have to translate in their relationships, but putting that aside, we're talking about people in general right now, not how that is as a stripper girlfriend.
Not the whatever. Exceptions.
My question is this different for you guys, the guys who said, yes, strippers would probably be more manipulative than the average other workers? Does this work with all service providers who rely on tips, who rely on these type of brief interactions? If yes, then I understand, but this is not as strippers are the most manipulative. It's just service workers that depend on tips. If it's a no, then there's a reason to know.
Yeah, I'm saying no, and there is a reason
because it's in a sexual relationship dynamic. Like that's it's the like you're about to say it's because the realm that they work in is in
it's also emotional
flirting as like
like
that's the job. But I wouldn't say this is the only, I wouldn't say strippers are the only job.
I have a different answer.
The only job that would create bad
I first have to
like dynamics for unhealthy relationships.
Before you answer, Prime, I don't understand the distinction that either of you is making in terms of like, so would you say that other service providers who rely on tips are manipulative to any degree? Would you frame them as having manipulative traits? Bam and Lactoid, yes or no?
Yeah, maybe some, but it's the manipulation's occurring on a level that is less concerning for a relationship. Because what a stripper is trying to do is to get you to fall for her. She's trying to get you to both physically and emotionally see her as interesting. She
Actually,
wants
probably
you. Not. No, I think she is. I think that I think that
to cultivate a genuine connection to potentially get
she
someone
wants you to think.
She wants to trick you into that.
It's not genuine. It's not genuine to her.
Well, not trick you, but like that is the most
game they're playing. Yes, that is the game. The most consistent customer is the kind of customer that thinks that the stripper's into them, wants to keep going.
Like this could be a passive. Like I could argue the exact same thing about cashier workers Or some are just personable people. Why not?
The goal of a cashier is not sexual in the same way. It's not romantic in the same way.
I understand.
Cashiers
but
aren't trying to cultivate a
Let
relationship.
me get
Sorry,
tips.
I don't know how people can't follow this.
Look, why I said before. Let me clarify. Why I said before, and this applies to bartenders, cashiers, all these people. I think that the manipulation sort of begins and ends at, yes, they're going to maybe like be happy and push through negative emotions and try to make a person feel welcome. I think that to the extent that is manipulative, I would expect that these kind of service workers probably have higher abilities and traits in that particular kind. I think a stripper is a whole different animal, right? This is somebody whose goal is to manipulate you, not just by making you feel welcome, not just by making it feel like they're serving you things like on time in a good fashion manner. It's they want you to fall for them. That's their goal.
Okay. So my counter arguments to you guys is that, first of all, that viewpoint that you have, Lactoid, and also Bam also made this distinction that like strippers involved in the sexual realm. This is part of exactly why sex workers have such a hard time, because clients and people who think about sex workers don't think about them as providing a service. They think this is sexual. They think when a stripper does her job,
and therefore a relationship
is turned
possible,
on or not turned on or something like that. And then they attribute it as manipulative because they attribute a much more emotional and whatever the fuck.
Because relationships are sexual.
Because that's what they want. I was about to say, like, they don't say like, hey, do you want to stick your penis in a vagina? Like, and like they robotic. It's, hey baby, you're so cute, it's so big, blah blah blah. Like all these things, it's a part of the product. And this isn't a made up thing.
It's a part of a product that you're buying. You're paying for that product. You're not paying for her to say, you want to put penis in vagina? You wouldn't pay for that. That's the point.
Well, I mean, you would.
Some
actually, that's a separate. That's a separate category.
I mean, some people would, but they like some people could go out, like they're going to go, like they get offered that without having to do anything. But they do to maximize their profit. They do. They flirt with you. They want to create a connection.
Yeah, that's their job.
And like I said, that's why I extended it. Like I feel like strippers is
their job is to like lie to you about the thing. What are you talking about? Like,
well, they're not lying. That's what you're paying for. You're paying for the experience.
Lie to you about the thing.
Like if you get an escort, right? The point of the escort isn't just sex. The point of the escort is like to take you out for the night, so on and so forth. Like
no, that's wrong too.
So like when you go to a strip club,
what is the deceit?
About that too.
When you go to a strip club,
you're wrong.
What do you mean?
For escorts, it can be to like go out on a date, or it can be literally just sex, right? Like those two things.
I mean,
exist,
escort is kind of specific, I would say.
No, it's not.
But like when you're going to the strip club,
it's not.
When you're going to the strip club,
you're like incorrect. Hold on, but you're incorrect. You're saying incorrect things here. It like they say escort is a euphemism, right, for prostitution. Right, that's just a euphemism for that. Now, it can involve like going out on dates, right, and like interacting with them, but it doesn't have to. It can.
It's actually a very important legal loophole, Prime.
The escort.
You're paying them for their time, not for the sex.
The escorts are typically girls you go on dates with. Prostitutes are typically once again in the term.
Okay. You
typically fuck escorts. You typically fuck escorts.
You do, yes. I'm not saying you don't.
Yeah, this is an imaginary disambiguation you're making here in your mind, right? Some people do this, but like literally, these people are the same. You can hire them. You can hire one for anything.
I understand that.
You could hire a hooker to go on a date with you.
But once again, when you're going to a strip club, there is no like deceit there. You don't like unless you're going and you fall in love with the stripper. You got tricked. Like you're naive. That's all
what they're trying to do. That's what they're trying to do.
Hold on, wait. Don't listen. That's the naive person that goes to the strip club once, twice, whatever it may be. But like the average strip club goer is not like going there like, oh, she's in love with me. No, they understand what it is. They understand that you're paying for time. They understand that you're paying for the attention. So on and so forth. So there isn't like really deception.
Talking.
But I think that's like in the purest version of the world. But like, what do we consider? No. What do we consider sugar daddy relationships? Like on the thing that's like this isn't a business transaction. It's not like a hard we've signed a contract, but it's like it
is a business transaction.
Baby girl. I'm saying that like when that's why I was expanded out to like sex workers' goal. One of their big term goals is like, find a sugar daddy or multiple sugar daddies. And and that thing is what they're having is they're not having a business transaction. They're having.
I mean, they kind of are.
No, they are.
They have a relationship.
He's paying for the girlfriend experience. He knows it's like when someone's tricking on a girl. Like they know exactly what they're doing. They're they're buying her things for the attention and the experience that comes with that. It's like it is. Well, I mean, fake love. They know it's fake though. They know that they're paying for it.
But I don't think that's like written out in the. That's what I'm saying.
It's not written out, but that's kind of that's an orally discussed agreement, right?
What was the term you just used?
Sugar daddy.
Sugar daddy. Yeah, sugar daddy. Yeah. Sugar daddy, like the sugar daddy, sugar baby relationship. I think, and I've said this for years. I've said this for years. I've talked many times, right? I think it's actually one of the more honest relationships within the context of sex work. Actually, it's just they're being like, this is what we want. Like I will provide this for that, right? They may or may not write it down, but I am providing this for that, right?
Here is rent. Give me attention.
Yeah.
Give me nudes. Give me this.
Like I wanted to go to Katie, but before then, Corey had a question for Lactoid. I want to make sure.
Go ahead, Corey.
Well, I had multiple questions, but regardless, I believe you explicitly mentioned like this. I think you casually mentioned strippers are trained to do this. I asked them like, well, who trains them, or like. Yeah, where's this?
Other strippers?
Normally older strippers. People.
I'm about to say, there's usually.
Wait.
Strippers do have pimps as well.
Ali, wait. Okay. So, because like at least for me, there's a little bit of a contradiction, but I could also overlap. Like, so is it the training or the personality aspect, or is it like both? One feeds into the other.
Yeah, I think it's both. I think what it is the kind of personality. Hold on, the kind of personality. I think it's the kind of personality that goes into this and does well is going to be the kind of person that is just probably has some kind of natural penchant for, like Hunter said, being personable, but also being manipulative to some extent. I think that they're going to be financially rewarded for being manipulative and thus make more money and be more likely to stay in the industry. And other successful strippers that they're going to be around who are going to be more manipulative on average are going to train other strippers of here's what you're supposed to do, here's the things to say in order to get guys to give you money. So yeah, I do think that they are trained.
Easily both.
They're trained by both the market rewarding them and other strippers
and experiences.
Well, yeah, there's typically a house mother and most strip clubs. They just like
I still wanted to engage with
strippers have managers too, like pimps.
Okay,
I don't know about that.
So for you, Lactoid, can you distill what is the manipulation aspect to it for you? As in, like, is it really like because these strippers are like sending the implicit message that this whatever their client has a potential for a relationship, an actual meaningful relationship with this person?
Yeah, it's to get somebody to fall for you. It's in the same way.
Wait. Okay, when you say fall, as in you mean like fall in love, or like what?
Potentially
be clear.
Fall in love with them. Believe that they have some kind of shot. For whatever extent that like a siren on some rocks might lure the sailors over.
Okay, so you think they're doing that by just through speaking and let's say stripping actions, assuming we're under the overall umbrella of stripping, and you think that can lead to love? That
can absolutely lead to somebody falling in love with somebody. Yes.
And who
infatuation.
Okay, so is love and infatuation different for you, or is that the same thing?
I think in this sense, when I'm talking about falling in love, like falling for somebody, I'm not talking about the kind. Hold on.
Infatuation is what you mean, really.
Yeah, I'm not talking about like the kind of like the kind of love that you show your grandma or something, like that kind of deep thing. I'm talking about the sort of like
friendly, like a platonic love,
like when you fall in love with somebody. Okay.
Whoa. Okay, you think a stripper wants a client obsessed with them? Do you think that's what there's? You think
to some extent,
obsessed might be the wrong word.
You see the disagreement in real time. Do you think I'm ignorant on escorts?
They want them to do what you want me to do.
Do you think an escort operates in the same way of like I want a client that's obsessed with me?
No, they don't.
Not obsessed, but if I call you,
like I said at the start, because they're going to be in a room alone with a man. They don't want that kind of behavior. Like they need an emotional.
Yes.
Prime. We're trying to like explain connotations here. So to some extent, yes, a stripper does want a guy to be obsessed with her. But normally the word obsessed here is the word that people use when it's gone too far. When somebody has gotten to the point where they're so into them and they start exhibiting behavior that the person, like the stripper in this case, feels threatens them. Then they'll start using terms like obsessed. But in the practical term of or what obsessed actually means, they do want somebody obsessed with them. Yes.
Okay, sure. I'll even take that. Okay, but I'm curious if this like goes both ways, because it seems like the overarching message, but I could be misunderstanding, is like, let's say, don't date a stripper, or strippers, not good for a relationship. Does that go both ways? As in like, should the advice also be like, you should not date any man that regularly visits a strip club?
Yeah, you probably should.
No.
Yes.
Like
regular.
I disagree with that. No, I disagree with that.
A man who spends. No, a man who spends daily, like it's like
no. Okay, well, I will clarify. Let's say once a month.
Still, yes.
Why yes?
Does
because the type of guy that's frequenting a strip club, which means he's a regular at a strip club. Strippers know him. He's spending it's kind of like a gambler, right? It's a habit you're not going to change. It's money that you're spending that should be better spent on like either your family.
He's easily emotionally manipulated. Why wouldn't you want to date somebody like that?
Right, easily manipulated, and also look where he's spending his money and time. Right, that doesn't really scream like loyal person. So, like, no, I wouldn't recommend someone date someone who frequents strip clubs.
Yeah, what do you mean by loyal person?
Why are you at the strip club? What's the point of being at the strip club? What's the point of being at the strip club and giving money to strippers and like for their attention and time? And
bachelor party is one thing, but it's like, oh yeah, on Fridays in my relationship, every week I go see Carlin.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Like, I think within a relationship, you eventually will be like, oh, that's kind of a red flag.
No, but look at the color. But no,
if you're it's not. It's not. You're in the strip club all the time. Then I might agree with you.
Yes. I'll leave.
Would you tell someone? Would you refrain from dating someone who frequents strip clubs? And me and Bam.
No, but the assumption is they're going to stop after you start dating them. Like, it's not so comparable.
That wasn't the assumption. Was the assumption that the stripper? Wait. Was the assumption that the stripper was going to stop stripping for you?
Yes. No. That you stop going to the strip club once you get the relationship. Of course, yeah. The person who keeps going to the strip club after you're in the relationship, it's a whole different dynamic now. We're analyzing personality types.
No. Wait. If you date a stripper, right, and she quits stripping for you, that's a different conversation as well.
Ooh, yeah.
I mean, no, stop. No, it's not a different conversation. No, it's not. No, it's not. Stop saying wait. It's not a different conversation.
It's not. Wait. The original question is, or the original statement is, dating a stripper is bad because of these personality traits or this training, yada yada, because of the expectations.
Even if she quits.
Sure. Even if she quit.
Yes.
Sure.
Yes.
But then I would say that the guy who used to frequent strip clubs has a certain personality type that isn't really going to change just because he stopped going to the strip club. He's going to try to look for it in other means.
No, stop.
This is a habitual thing.
That is the point that needs to be engaged with, and that's why I said we're looking at personality traits here, as opposed to just saying, look, this is like the one side. Then we're going to have to say yes to the other side. You have to look at what each role that's being played, what personality traits that controls for. The stripper controls for the manipulative person. I would agree with you that somebody who goes to strip clubs probably controls for somebody who might be more easily manipulated. That could be true. And so then the question is, well, do you want to date somebody who's a manipulator or somebody who can be manipulated? Generally, I think it'd be better. Generally, I think it'd be better to date somebody who's manipulated.
Yeah.
As opposed to being a manipulator.
You think that as a woman, except for the fact that this person was this person was going to the strip club for sexual gratification and pleasure. That's what the idea is. So like the idea that they have a habit, right? They're not just gonna stop this proclivity, right? It's either gonna be porn or it's gonna be OnlyFans, or it's gonna be something that like makes up for this, like this thing that they're switch out.
Like
or your partner's body.
That's not usually how it goes.
That's what they're going to the strip club for, the naked body, as opposed to the stripper who's going there to get money.
Look at the naked body. You're going for the experience, the attention, the treatment. There's a whole
attention and naked people. Yes.
No. It's a different type of attention and treatment.
There's a lot of fully closed strip clubs.
Well, they're not.
It's a different experience, and it's not just a naked body, right? Like a stripper, an escort, or whatever. It is a different experience than like your partner.
Okay, but the experience that we're talking, the experience we're talking. I'm not saying it's just the naked body, but I'm saying it's also the kind of things that we were talking about the strippers do in order to manipulate people out of their money, which is a sense of emotional connection, the idea that you're infatuated with somebody, that they're infatuated with you, and yes, Their physical body is part of it. You're never going to convince me otherwise on that. That's the whole fucking selling point of a strip club to begin with.
Them being
it's when it comes to the kind of person who goes to strip clubs, my guess is
the atmosphere.
This is somebody.
Something that's just wrong.
Or maybe I've never been. So maybe I'm just wrong. Let me spread my disinformation. If I would have guessed the kind of person that goes to a strip club in the type of way that you're describing, right, where they're going habitually as opposed to just like with a bachelor party or whatever, I'm expecting that this person is somebody who enjoys what they perceive as affection. They are enjoying what they perceive as a woman having interest in them, giving them attention.
Yes, that's it.
And they are perceiving and they are enjoying, I guess, a naked woman because they're probably a straight man. You look at boobas. It's nice.
You get to do things without inhibition. You get to do things without. You kind of just get to be a fuckhead. You get to be a douchebag, right? In a way where
Not
you just get to lower. Yes, you do. You get to lower your inhibitions. You do. What do you mean? If you go to a strip club and a girl walks up to you, if you go to a strip club and a girl walks up to you and you don't want to talk to this girl, you just pass her the fuck over. You would not be able to do that in real life. You're swiping. That's what is happening at strip clubs.
If a girl
You're being extra selective
right, man,
because you're the king.
Like, hey, I don't want to be around. You can do that.
That's the dynamic being played. Is that you're a king?
You don't have to be respectful. You can say move,
control.
Yeah, I mean,
you're the king in the strip club. That's the dynamic being played.
Like there's a. I mean, my problem specifically is what you said, like being uninhibited. You can't be uninhibited. They literally have rules.
You get to have. I'm sure there's limits.
Yes, obviously, Prime, but it's a different. But it's a.
So it's inhibition.
But it's not. It's way more than.
But it's not the same inhibitions that you have with like your partner or like in a bar or something. That's what I'm saying.
You have different levels of freedom. Understood.
But that's what I'm. That's kind of what we're saying. I'm saying that level of freedom.
That's a bad word to use here.
What?
Actually, no, you can't be uninhibited.
Brother, listen, I don't know what strip clubs you go to. I know there are certain strip clubs where you can't touch the girls, yada yada. I'm from Detroit, where you can go to the strip club, you can slap the girl's ass for $1.
I know,
they're all over you, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
So you're going to jail in a lot of places if you try that shit.
There's very few things you can't do at the strip clubs that I've been to.
Things you can't do.
I understand.
In the back room, you pay $75 to go to the private room.
Brother, I get that there's
no, actually, I can't. Like they have because they're worried about like being shut down for prostitution. They have like cameras in them, people watching within those.
Who is? Yeah, what? I don't know what strip clubs you go to. Or PG-13 strip clubs you go to? Strip clubs I've been to? No, you can go fuck in the back room.
Ollie's going to the seediest fucking side of the road.
The seediest once again, bro. Filet mignon on deck. Anyways, the point is, there are less inhibitions at the strip club. Maybe not 100%. I've never said there was 100%. But when you're going there, it's a different atmosphere, different experience. You're not just going and paying because a naked person's giving you attention, right? You could just go to get a prostitute for that. But it is a whole atmosphere. There's a reason why there are people frequent strip clubs. There's a reason why people befriend strippers, right? Not every time you go to a strip club, the guy's just obsessed with seeing a naked. There are people who hang out with the strippers. There are people who hang out with the bottle girls. There are clubs where there's a strip club in the club. It's just a thing. Like people do this. It's a type of environment that you're going to experience. It's a type of playground you're going in. The type of person that frequents that type like arena isn't just gonna stop and just be in their relationship and fuck their wife. Like that's not really how that goes.
I mean, they could, but it should be a red flag. Like the whole question was like, should it be something that comes up like, oh yeah, I'm talking to this guy. He goes to the strip club every week.
I'll defer to your expertise.
Should I see that as a red flag? Yeah, you probably should. Like I'm about to say, because yes, there are absolutely men that come there. They get obsessed with the one girl and they get manipulated. And they wanna just make her. They want to dance with her all night. But there's another guy who doesn't give a F what girls working that day. And she, like I said, they will, like, I done seen my homeboy slap a stripper in the face with a stack of 20s, and she took it because it was money. and it is a place where it's like, oh wow, I get to
do that.
Yeah, like she's here for it. She loves it. But they're also like, again, because I know
how hard did he smack her?
Hard enough.
I'd also like to be smacked in the face of Apollo 20s if I get to have it afterwards. I'll take it.
All right, Doogie, you're up.
But I'm also in Atlanta, which has like restaurants and strip club. People go just for
my god.
Atlanta, but there's no fucking around.
Yeah, that's what I want in my food, a boner. Yeah.
Dog, the food is amazing at certain strip clubs. If you go to the right, if you go to a city with strip club culture, the food is fucking amazing. You just have to go to a city where the culture is, where strip clubs are part of the culture.
Let's go to
Atlanta, Detroit, like Miami. You go to these places where strip clubs are like ingrained in the culture, and it's like the food is good.
Yeah.
The last thing I'll say before Katie jumps in, because I want the last thing I want to say before Katie jumps back in is like strippers do. Now again, they meet guys, they take their money, whatever. But once they figure out they have a good spender and they figure out they're like, oh, okay, I can reel this guy in, they will give their number out to him, and they will text that guy. Like they're like, it's kind of slow tonight. Hey John,
like, oh my
God, come see me.
Yeah,
come play. Yeah, come see me tonight. Come
play.
And it's not just it's not 100%. Just from a perspective of like, hey, I'm doing bad. I need to make money. No, they're saying they're offering.
Come hang
like
out.
They're doing a game of cat and mouse.
Wait, well, bartenders do this too. Bartenders will 100% text their people like, come see me tonight, post on their Instagram stories like, hey, I'm working tonight to kind of drive up, which is
100%.
That's part of the
marketing.
There's a lot of costs,
but it's very
Bottle girls in New York literally operate in the same manner where it's
they
like
got a whole Instagram empire.
They're literally texting, I miss you.
They're literally waitresses they're bottle service girls, and they will get guys' numbers. They have their regulars. They have people that blah 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 text them, come on, and so on and so forth. Like, yeah, this is a whole like.
No, this is not this form of sex work, and this is like okay. This goes into my you guys have heard my theory on this, right? Or my expansive definition on sex work. And like my friend Lactwood has argued with me about this in the past, I believe, right? But like it's
I don't
just
remember, but probably.
Okay.
It's romantic coercion.
That's probably true.
Yeah. But like basically that like sex work a more expansive definition it would simply be like anything on which you're using your whatever traits you have, right?
Sex appeal.
To stimulate some sort of sexual response for the purposes of some level of remuneration, right? No matter what that might be, right? That could be money, but it could also be like housing, services, like whatever the case may be.
It's like five.
You can really go to town with this, but right. So I didn't get to answer that question about the one that Katie asked about like is this exclusive personality trait to sex strippers? I'd say no, right?
Definitely.
The thing I was going to bring up. Sorry. Well, I mean, I don't know. However, Katie phrased, I'm not sure if how she said that. But anyway, I'd say no. I'd say like you could find this in other professions, right? I would say bartending would be one of them. I think there is a lot of I'll just say this, right? Like, and I'll just talk about women for now, but like, I think maybe someone can make the case for this for some men as well, but I don't know. But for a lot of women, there's a lot of presentation that happens within that space to like, like up your tips, right? Even if there's nothing else, just upping your tips. Hey, what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna wear a low cut top, right? My tips go up in that sense. When we're talking about these like bar girls that bottle girls that our friend Ali was talking about, right? Yeah, like they're doing from what I can see with bottle girls, they do everything a stripper does except for the stripping. Yep. Like it's like that's like the whole job is everything they do except for the stripping. They want to form those relationships. They want to extract money. They want to find the big spenders, right? Like it works the same way. And so like what our friend Bam said is true, right? Like if you are a repeat customer and they think like, well, you're not like insane or anything like that, right? I'll give you my number or a burner number, right? Like a second phone or something, right? And I'll hit you up. Hey, I'm having a slow night tonight. Come and hang out with me. These are exactly the type of things that happen, right? So yeah, this is all on a scale. Now, I think to be clear, bartending is not the same as like fucking stripping, right? Obviously, right? Like everything's on a spectrum, obviously.
Katie,
but these things are involved.
I feel like Katie, you're I know that we're talking about like the woman's end of the work. The guys that these girls are dealing with are the shadiest type of individuals, typically, right? The frequenters of the strip clubs, typically. Yes, it is a lot of drug dealers. It is a lot of guys who are getting their money illicitly that are at the strip club throwing their money.
Ali,
like,
if this entire panel agreed with you on that, we would be having a different conversation. First of all, they don't agree with you on that. Even if they all did, I
think Bam agrees with me, and I think it's because I don't know where Prime's at, but like the strip club culture that I'm used to,
the people throwing the money are probably the drug dealers, but the people that go there,
their money illicitly. These aren't these are the scammers and the drug dealers. These aren't like the 9-to-5ers.
No,
whatever.
Hon, 9-to-5ers show up at strip clubs too.
Like frequently, they're probably most of the clientele.
There's people who can afford it, right? But people,
it's probably blue collar construction workers.
You just have to have, you have to have an elevated income, one way or the other, right? Period, right? More than like your average grunt, obviously, right? But that can be from any walk of life, right? So like I think there could be a lot of those types who show up, obviously, right? I think there's no reason to think that they wouldn't, right?
But like that's where they would hang out. That is the playground.
Some of them, like, yes. I mean, but like I
depends on the strip club. There's upscale strip clubs, but I've been in some hole in the walls.
Sure. I mean, hole in the wall, I guess. I don't know.
Too, and they're not fun, right? And maybe there's more of those guys
like,
there.
You go in there, and
they come from a wide walk of life. And just to assume that like they're like a drug dealer because of tossing money, that's crazy. Or
that's crazy. That's almost like assuming that a stripper is manipulative because she's a
No, now we're talking insane stuff.
It's crazy to assume that the guy in the strip club with the
chains hold on. Like, Katie, I wouldn't assume that a stripper is manipulative. I wouldn't do that.
Good ones.
Hold on. No, Katie, I wouldn't do that. And this is where you're getting lost in this conversation. No, Katie, I wouldn't say that. I would, just like I said about cops, right? I wouldn't assume any random cop happens to be like a racist or some like control
probability those there.
Like that. I wouldn't assume anything about Lactoid. If I didn't know anything about Lactoid, if I just found out he was a lawyer, I wouldn't assume anything about him. But I would say that the type of people survive in that business, right, controls for a certain personality type. That doesn't mean that a successful stripper cannot be like the greatest sweetheart in the world, right? No, I wouldn't assume. That would be a stupid thing to do, right? And at least I can't speak for the rest of them, but that's not what I'm engaging in. Please actually engage with what I'm saying.
Well, to be fair, a lot of you are saying a lot of things, and I've been mostly letting you talk, so with all due respect. So I think we all know the prompt that we were supposed to talk about tonight, which in brief was supposed to be about, wow, there's a lot of rape and sexual assault. What do you think needs to change for like things to be taken more seriously in the justice system? And I think this conversation is a really good example of one of the things that would need to change. Like there were so many unsubstantiated like myths that are like either misogynistic or misguided or that lean into like super rape culture ideas. And then would not surprise me when someone is part of jury or then becomes a lawyer and has ideas like Lactoids about strippers, then that's going to not work out well for victims of sexual violence, whether they are sex workers or not sex workers. And a lot of sex workers are victims of sexual violence. So there is just so much that I don't even know what to. I do resent this framing that you guys have developed, that this conversation is simply about personality types. And this conversation has now broadened itself from strippers to sex workers in general. There is a lot more than personality type that goes into going into sex work for like the vast majority of sex workers. And so it would be very foolish to sorry?
Poverty would be the biggest predictor of entering into.
Yeah, I agree. And I don't think poverty is a good personality type indicator.
No, but why did you accept the generality there? But you couldn't accept any other. You acknowledge that like there's probably
I accepted many the way that it did. Sorry. Yeah, continue.
No, I'm just saying, like you acknowledge that, like there probably are people who are fine, well off, or even fine financially that do end up entering sex work just because they enjoy it. But you're okay with accepting, like, even I didn't produce any statistic or data, but you agree that it probably is a generality that, like, yeah, people who have trouble with money, who end up in financial woes, tend to become like a potentially turn towards sex work.
To be fair, if you study this issue to any extent, then it would be very easy to come onto data that talks about the correlation between poverty and the prevalence of sex work in certain areas and certain demographics.
Sure,
so
but would you?
I don't just believe you because you said it.
but if you didn't do that, you wouldn't believe me. If you hadn't done research, you would say you wouldn't. You don't think that there's like any other way to like generally get a feel for it?
No, I think you can get a feel for it, but there's a difference between getting a feel for something and then speculating on it in a way and then enforcing a lot of those getting a feel to a lot of like much more broader reaching ideas. So like you can sit in a friend group or in a Twitch panel and talk about how manipulative, if all strippers took a personality test, how manipulative would they end up being compared to the average population? And you can have that.
I actually haven't used that word in this conversation, I don't think. I understand.
That's fine. There's a lot of people
mine's been they see people transactional, but even if you did use manipulative, I'm curious. Do you think that the strippers would disagree with you?
Before you do that, hold on, stop it. Before you do that, like Katie had like a whole bunch of stuff before she tangents like with you here.
You're right.
To get all that out.
Yeah, get your stuff out. I'll cut you off.
Yeah, of the things you have on your chest.
There was a lot of stuff, and at some point I stopped listening. But what I will say is that I also found it interesting that that I haven't felt. I feel like the contrast is really what we talked about. So first of all, Prime, I deeply disagree with your definition of sex work. I think that literally makes most people sex workers to one degree or another.
A lot of people are involved in sex work. Yeah, that's a very expansive definition.
Do you consider yourself a sex worker?
No, but I don't do anything. That involves sexual titillation. But if you unless someone sexually titillated, then will give me money.
You don't know what your audience is doing.
I will do it. Right? If you want me to lift my, I'll do it. But like, I don't.
Okay.
My job
so I deeply
and to be clear, also it's intentional, right? It's not unintentional. So like, if a person like is walking around, it just happens to be attractive, and someone wants to like give them like a 20, right? That's not sex work.
Okay. So I disagree with your definition, but I also understand that that's your personal definition, and that's not like something that I am now obligated to.
No, absolutely.
Yeah. So I think that if we use more conventional definitions of sex work versus other work, it's very clear that the standard that Lactoid and BAM have tried to enforce kind of fails under scrutiny. And a lot of the arguments for it basically rely on this sort of like given of innocence to clients, as in they don't actually have a brain or agency or ability to understand anything. When we were talking about it, I was thinking about something like Hugh Hefner and his girlfriend and his girlfriends, and how people would argue if they're having like a real relationship. Mind you, these women were having sex with him. They were living with him. Some of them were married to him. But everybody knows what that was. And some of them were actually in love with him too. Some of them were actually in love with him. And that's kind of the crazy thing where, like, you know, there was always discussions with Hugh Hefner about who's manipulating who here. And like, because some of the girls are in love, sometimes like, what? Oh, he's being manipulated by these young women. So yeah, I think there's still something that is not being demonstrated here, because I would say Lactoid and BAM, for example, Twitch is about there's an incentive to develop as much as possible a parasocial relationship that gets people to donate to you. And I see with what you say, Lactoid, is that the distinction that you make is that that's not sex and therefore it's categorically different. But I think that the viewing that sex work is like, if you go to a prostitute and you view it as sex and not as you getting a service, as in like getting a massage, getting a prostate exam, getting a pedicure, getting your eyebrows taken care of, that's on you. That's
can I respond to this real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Totally true with the streamers. I'm pretty sure that streamers are probably disproportionately compared to the general population going to be people who are not all of them, but disproportionately, going to be manipulative in some ways.
Sure, but when I asked you the question about whether we would call all service providers that depend on tip and income in that way manipulative, you said yes. No, there's a distinction with strippers.
No. I said yes. I said yes as well.
We said yes, but not on the same scale, I guess.
Right, because when I'm dating, like when you're talking about dating somebody, emotional and mixed with sexual manipulation is more concerning for me. Because we're talking about the field of relationship, which is emotional and sexual.
Because there's crossed wires. I'm not talking about dating. I'm talking about just assessing the profession of strippers versus Twitch streamers. Do you think they are equally manipulative? Not talking about who's going to be your girlfriend.
Well, when you're saying equally, like it's loading the question, because I'm saying that strippers are manipulative.
See a distinction?
Yeah, there is a distinction. Strippers are manipulative specifically within certain realms. They are manipulative when it comes to like emotional kind of pull factor, trying to get you to become infatuated with them, and there's a sexual element to that as well, right? They are that is where they thrive in being manipulative.
I disagree.
You don't think that you don't think effective strippers are?
Do you think strippers would disagree?
I think that it depends on the stripper. A lot of
they'll go bankrupt.
I will tell you, Bam.
Strippers aren't a monolith.
I will tell you, Bam, this is something that we haven't addressed that is really important. I'm not here to say that that some strippers don't engage manipulatively, because a lot of strippers will come and tell you, I'm here to get as much money as I can, and I don't give a fuck about these guys. And if I have to make every one of them think I'm going to be their next waifu, then I'll do that. I'm here for the money. Right? And I think they are entitled to do that. I think it is the client's responsibility to understand that that is the service they are paying for, and that they probably should not access certain service if they don't have that understanding.
That's separate from the point, though. That could be that's separate from the point, though. That could be the case, but we're still talking about what this kind of person is. You could say, yes, the manipulated was an adult, and the manipulated should have a responsibility. Sure, this is true. This is true across the board, right?
Actually, so that's why I said we haven't started talking about this yet.
Have you heard of the lover boy method for human traffickers?
Would you hold that any other relationship between an adult?
Well, hold on. Well, that's what I'm trying to bring up right now. So, have you heard of what the lover boy method is for human traffickers?
Andrew Tate.
What the lover boy method is, it's a well recognized. It's a manipulation trait that human traffickers often will use, in which they will love bomb a woman, usually get her to become infatuated with him, and then slowly start to cut off connections that she has to her family and friends until he is like almost solely, like she sees him solely as like her social, the center, right? He is the and then now that he has her entirely under his control, he'll then traffic her out usually in order to make money. They're adults, they shouldn't fall for that. Nobody, she should know that she shouldn't cut off her friends and family.
What I said from this is bizarre, but very telling.
Why did she cut off her friends and family?
Yeah,
isn't she an adult? Why couldn't she see this coming?
But wait, I think I'm not 100% familiar with the lover boy method, but there should, in my mind, if I'm understanding it correctly, there's a disanalogy there.
Okay, what's the disanalogy?
It's not a service.
Yes, it's deeply.
Is there money involved in lover boy method? As in, is from the get-go, interaction number 1 or 2? Is there money exchanged?
The temporal time, like the actual moment the money is exchanged, the motivation is money. In both situations, whether the money happens at the beginning or the end is irrelevant to the comparison.
Do you think strippers would be as successful if clients paid, months afterwards?
It depends how much, potentially.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
I mean, like, look, the breakdown is simple.
I don't even want to go on.
Maybe Katie's identified something else, but like my initial breakdown here is that like it's not a service, like that you're walking into the mindset that like this is the type of behavior that's going to be there, right? Like if you're approached by a person who like outside in the wild, right, and they're like acting like they love you, right, and like they're dating you, and like it's like a relationship according to you, right? That's a different mindset. That maybe leaves you more vulnerable to attack than coming into a strip club where all these other things are listed and known. And
I guess where I'm going with this is I'm trying to.
Let me ask, because it's the same thing. I just want to say, like, because I'm clearing up what you before you move on. I just want to clear up this point before they say that they don't know what you're talking about. If let's say there's change scenario. Let's say a girl meets a man on a young girl, even meets some older man on a sugar daddy, sugar baby website, and they begin talking through that website, and he tells her she loves her so much, so on and so forth. Does she have the same obligation too? Because it makes me think of, I don't know if anybody's seen the movie Anora, won Best Picture last year. Last year, won Best Picture, and it's describing a relationship that actually started in the strip club with a stripper, and she met a young guy. He actually ended up being really rich, and they hooked up a few times. It was very transactional, and then he was like, "Let's just get married. Why not?" And he's like, "I can stay in America." Yeah. So then they got married. And she got super invested. And his parents came and said that, like, no, you're not marrying the stripper. You're going back, because he was from Russia. He said, you're going back to Russia. And then she was like, we're supposed to be married. And he looked, he's like, come on now. You knew what this was. And everyone feels like devastated. It's like, what do you mean? Like, I don't know. I think that she had.
I think the fact that all analogies to explain why what strippers do is manipulative have to rely on so much extra context and other situations that don't relate to it. And that should tell you something.
Well, no, I was talking about a stripper situation.
If you're talking about a stripper situation that is not in the strip club, where a stripper is actively working, then that is obviously extra context.
So if the stripper gets the guy's number and texts him outside of her working hours, does that mean that she's now manipulated?
Wait, hold up, wait.
She could be. She has a much higher likelihood. I don't know the interaction.
She individually. You have to talk about the individual when you're talking about Katie, because you can't generalize. Because but that's the problem here, Katie, is that, like, we're not going to sit here and talk about individual strippers or experiences.
I'm not talking
Katie
about
can generalize. Katie can generalize.
Well, she does.
Sorry,
what percentage of strippers do you think do that? Give out their number to
Lactoid,
clients?
are you muted on purpose?
I'm not. Thank you, Bam. The actual disagreement that we're fighting over right now, Bam, is really the question of what is the level of expectation going into the strip club, and what is the level of, like, reasonability of expectation. That appears to be what the discussion is now. Because the reason I brought the Loverboy method here is because that I would agree that it is missing, I guess, that element, potentially, not necessarily, but potentially. But the reason I use that example is because I think that plenty of women getting into those situations probably, like, there's warning signs. They probably, like, should see that they should see that shit, and they are adults and they should figure it out. But when it comes to infatuation and emotional manipulation, it can be really difficult, even for a fully functional, fully cognizant adult, to be able to navigate the situation and be able to really understand what's going on.
No.
And so you're right. Like, is ultimately every adult responsible to some extent for, like, well, why did you do this? Well, to some extent, it feels as though you're saying, well, it's a strip club. What else did you expect? Are you not saying that?
That is what I'm saying, but I'm not saying it as in you are an adult, therefore anything that anyone does to you is fine because you should have seen it coming. Like, in no way is your analogy of the lover boy thing relevant.
Strip club is an active decision you're making.
Not because I'm saying that's like, these stupid girls, they should have realized. That is not like that. Anyone can fall into manipulation. It's much more easier to be trafficked in certain situations than others. There's all these things. When I said that this entire discussion revolves around this inability of some people of this panel to understand that their responsibility lies with the client and how the client understands the agreement versus some moral or ethical failing on the side of a service provider, that doing what they do is literally per their work agreement. That is what they are paid to do. That is their job. Their job is to make you feel special. Is it their job to then later take your number, like you take them on a date and then tell you that they're going to marry you if you give them $500? That is not their job. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about what
no one's talking
you
about
pay
that.
them to do at their job site.
No, I'm talking about that.
That's not where we're talking about.
But what? No, I need to, because when we talk in percentage, we can like the reason I'll ask and I'll ask two questions. Don't leave you quiet. Number one, what percentage of strippers do you believe end up taking clients' numbers or giving numbers to clients? What do you think that is it something 2% of strippers do, or like
Wait,
90%?
I never said that taking a client's number is necessarily a bad thing. That is
no, I'm taking.
right?
I was trying to be short to build in the rest of it. Taking a client's number to tell them to come in to create some type of parasocial.
Let's say that they do it as much as they can. Okay, just for the sake
I'm saying
of
so if 100% of strippers did that, do you
at least 70 to 90?
Yeah, I think it's very common. I think so. And number.
So let's say a lot.
Yeah, and if a lot of people are doing a thing that you said you defined as manipulative, even though I haven't even used that word, I just used transactional.
I never did that.
So you said taking the client's number, taking them on the dates, telling them you love you. You said you consider that to be manipulative. You said you weren't talking about that because that is manipulative, right?
Bam. There's a difference between taking a client's number and telling him, come hang out with me in my job place where you can pay me more money to give you strip.
No. What about I miss you? I love you so much.
Yeah, that's a completely different scenario.
Okay, what percentage of strippers do you think do that? That was my first question.
Let's say a lot.
Then that would matter. It would change the dynamic of the conversation. If this was 70 to 90. If most did that, then it would be problematic.
What matters to me is how many Twitch streamers do that, and how many waitresses do it, and how many bartenders do it. That is what I'm comparing it to.
Yeah, I think first of all, I think actually most.
I've never had a bartender text me, "I miss you." This has never happened in my entire.
Have you ever flirted with a
bartender?
Not an
important enough client. Lactoid.
Yeah. Hold on. Why bring up flirting? What's the relevant to do with bartender?
Are you a big enough spender at the bar?
What does it have to do with bartender?
Hold on. I have conversations with bartenders. I hang out at bars. I've had bartenders. I know what you're talking about. I've seen bartenders post things on Instagram. Hey, come out. We got some good deals and drinks or whatever the fuck. Come chat or whatever. But I've never had a bartender, even ones that I know, even ones that I've hung out with, texted me personally something along the lines of, "I miss you."
I'm sorry you had that experience. Can we move on to the point?
No, I haven't had that experience.
But the second question I
know.
have is the second and the answer, this isn't even to toss you up, because I imagine most strippers, most people in sex work aren't statisticians, and haven't done research on this. But if you ask the average stripper, who do you think so far in this conversation they would agree with more based on their experiences? They would say that oh yeah, most strip clubs are full of welcoming, loving, open people, or would they say I don't even trust a lot of these girls in here. They'll steal from you.
None of that has nothing to do with the point that I'm making in any way.
Exactly. So but you can still answer it then. It doesn't have to be relevant. It's just a question
I think strippers generally and sex workers would say that they hate everyone around them all the time because they're all demons. Okay, now what? Can we talk about the actual
I think
point?
I think that matters. I think if everyone in the industry, if you ask industry experts on hey, do you feel like your industry has a lot of manipulation? They saying yes, they have a lot of manipulation would matter. Versus when a conversation is Katie saying that no, they're all wrong. I think that it just has to be a fact.
I didn't say that they're wrong. I'm saying that the argument is being separated from other forms of manipulation, and I've yet to be demonstrated why that has to be that way. I'm sorry, you don't know what I'm saying. I literally can't help you.
It's because I feel like I'm asking a question and I'm asking them perfect. Do you think the strippers will say their industry is uniquely predatory? They would say more so than other industries they've been in.
Probably predatory for sure.
Predatory, manipulative, the people around them have personality defects, high risk of violence. The clientels are dangerous. The other strippers,
antisocial behavior.
I would say that I think that most strippers would say uniquely so. Even when there's other industries that also have these things, I think most people in the industry would agree with what everyone else in the conversation. Yes, I am mixing a lot because all of those things are correct. Manipulation would always be, but I think they would be more manipulative than other industries. I think most strippers will say that.
Okay.
and I think that matters.
Go ahead. Finish up what you're gonna want to say, Katie, and then I want other people to respond. I have things to say to Katie later on, but I want Katie to be able to get her thoughts out.
I got my thoughts out.
Oh, okay. Does Lactoid or someone want to respond?
Well, maybe want to go ahead, Lactoid.
Speak up, Corey.
So at least I think we can maybe use different context, or like maybe use something in different resolution. As in, like, for example, are physicians manipulative? What do I mean by that? Of like, do you think
wanting to give this example the entire time, and I'm like, they're not gonna.
How many patients? And I'm sure it even happens with, like, how many patients, let's say, invite their doctors to their weddings. Okay, where many patients will think that their doctor are their friends. I'm sure. I'm absolutely sure it happens that some women invite their OBGYNs, okay, to their weddings.
I say less than 5%.
Yeah, I would agree, less than 5%. But does that mean that it's manipulative? Because
my doctor be texting me, hey, I haven't seen you in a while. Come get a new rectal exam.
Yes, boy, like our psych. I've had personal numbers to physicians, but does that mean we're friends? As in, should I interpret it that way? Because you can laugh all you want, but we'll go
the dumbest thing. Sorry, go ahead.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
I don't think you understand.
I'm going to mute myself because I'm just going to be making a lot of noise.
No.
Go ahead.
No, you can continue making noise. It's fine. But like, as in, like, if someone invites their doctor to their wedding, under the assumption, okay, that they're friends, and the doctor refuses under the assumption that we're not friends, we have a strictly professional relationship. Should the person be insulted by that? As in, how did this person ever come to the conclusion that their doctor is friend? Because people do invite me. Yes, that happened. Yes, exactly. As in,
well, look, I'll answer this seriously if I could.
Go ahead, answer seriously.
Yeah. If the doctor, if by what you mean by, like, having good bedside manner is like a form of manipulation.
No, I mean, like, even doctors have given. I've had personal numbers to physicians myself. My doctor has given me his personal number. I'm like, hey, I understand that you need extra care. So here's my personal number. If I'm not reachable, should I interpret that? That means we're friends?
I think the goal. I think
giving numbers as well.
But I think the goal there is to, like, provide you with extra care if you need it. In this case, medical care, as opposed to what I think the stripper's intent is.
To get extra service.
As opposed to what I think the stripper's intent is, which is to get you to fall for them.
Get you back in the club.
Yeah, to get money out of you because you love them.
You can cash out.
This is why I brought up the lover. Like, look, part of what we're trying to do here is we're trying to look at, like, when we're making comparisons, and I agree that to make comparisons you have to obviously pick different things, otherwise it wouldn't be a comparison, you'd just be restating your own thing twice. When you're making comparisons, you have to, like, look at what the actual root of the issue is. So if we're talking, I've already admitted multiple times, if we're talking about bartenders, we're talking about waitresses, we're talking about any kind of front-facing industry, people who are manipulative are probably going to do better in those industries too, right? The question is, to what scale, to what degree, to what type? If we're talking about a doctor giving you their number, by the way, I think this is, like, probably one of the lowest examples I can think of. Like, I would think a cashier would be more manipulative in this case than a doctor. We're talking about the doctor giving you their number. I think a reasonable guess with the vast majority of the time that happens, it's because they're like, hey, if you have a problem and you need a quick medical answer for your health and well-being, give me a call, right? That's the intent of the doctor.
Do they get paid for that?
I think with the intent
Lactoid, does that mean that their
people, they get paid.
Continues?
Yes,
okay.
Correct. They get paid. They get paid for making sure to answer your medical. Yeah, for giving you medical answers. That's true. I'm not saying that it's for the benefit of their heart. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that
there's a purpose. They're trying to keep you the client.
What's the purpose of the stripper? Hold on, Prime, hold on.
Fucking client.
To do what? What's being sold to them? Is it medical care, or is it medical care, or is it the illusion? Is it the falling for somebody? Is that what's being sold, or is it medical care?
I already took issue with the falling. That terminology, falling. I don't think that's the stripper's intention or goal.
Infatuation, whatever.
Either infatuation.
That's what that. Like, I'm trying to, like. It's so hard because, like, very qualitatively,
Corey,
it should be easy what I'm saying here, like falling for somebody.
Let me help you out. Let me help you out. Okay, so a doctor gives you their number and a stripper gives you a number. What happens if you flirt with each of those? Are they the same reaction?
You could get the same outcome. Who knows?
Maybe.
Possibly. I mean, if it's a nurse, you probably could get the same reaction.
Have the same reaction.
I don't think you understand the point being made.
Crazy.
It's really
they're different, but they're different in a critical way, Katie. I understand that, like, you think the difference that we're elucidating is like a difference without a distinction, or a distinction without a difference. You think that we're highlighting something that actually isn't relevant to your point. But what we're saying is, no, the difference that we're highlighting is actually relevant to the point. The difference that we're highlighting is the whole thing that we're talking about, which is the type of manipulation here that's happening. Is it's not like bedside manner for a purpose of providing medical care. It is like stripper bedside manner for the purpose of getting you to get infatuated with them.
I agree with you.
No,
the difference that you are fixated on is so relevant to the conversation because it illustrates how this society is incapable of seeing sex work as actual service work, and therefore it's part of the major reason why we don't have a safe sex society and why sex workers are sexually harmed much more often. Why, and it's very related to the topic that we were going to talk about. The inability to see sex work as service giving is, profound.
Do you think that doctors are sometimes hurt too, or does rate of something happening, is that relevant?
Okay.
What?
I think this, like,
I don't know
that sex workers or doctors are hurt more often in their line of duty.
In what way?
In like injured, attacked.
Injured?
Yeah, who like threatened to violence.
Does rape count?
Yeah.
Then sex workers.
Okay. And do you think that that's relevant?
No.
You don't think it's relevant how often the likelihood of something happening based on the industry? Because you look at me like I was dumb.
Bam? Relevant to what?
Relevant to the conversation. If you're talking about, when you talk about danger, you thought it was irrelevant that I brought up the rate of something happening, like the likelihood of someone being in this industry. So you're like, oh yeah, maybe most, but that doesn't matter, because it doesn't matter if something happens more or less if it can happen in multiple industries. Like you act like the degree of something wasn't a relevant factor. And I'm asking.
No, I acted like there are many types of service works that all have different levels of things. But the issue is that you guys pretend like sex work isn't service work.
Okay, so I'm going to just jump in here because
the service being what?
Literally, no one says.
Isn't that what Prime was saying? Prime was saying service work is sex work.
I'm going to just jump in, okay? Right? Because
I apologize. I have to clarify. You guys think you understand what service work is. I apologize that you don't. But yes, you think that.
Sure.
That's fine.
Yeah, sure. So, I'm not going to speak for Lactoid or BAM, right? They are capable of doing that. Did Katie walk away? Then maybe I'll wait.
I think she has her headphones in though.
I don't think so.
No, I think he took them off. But but yeah, I just
slighted.
If you just say keep your thought when she comes back, so you can tell her about herself.
Yeah.
I posted a girl in the chat that isn't a sex worker at all. I think she's highly manipulative, but I also think that it's like kind of what people go for, huh?
Sorry, in my definition, she would be a sex worker. But you
wait. Do you guys think scammers are providing a service by scamming? Is that a curiosity?
They give you the illusion that they are, right. So like they tell you, if you give me $50 or access to your bank account, I will input $10,000 into your bank account, and then they just get into your bank account, scam the account, and then you get gypped. Yeah, they're providing a service.
Question.
I don't know. I think the difference is they're not doing the thing that you. They're not doing the thing that you asked for. If you came,
they're not meeting your expectation, right?
Yeah.
And the expectation is what? Based on what?
Well, a dance at the
based on what they say.
The lie that they give you. It's based on the scam.
So, all right, I'm going to jump in then. All right, so back to it. Yeah, any which way. I can't speak for the rest of these guys, but I constantly talk about how sex work is work. Well, when it comes up, always talk about it, I guess. Sex workers work and a service job, right? There's not, but again, maybe that's not directed at me. That could be directed at other people. So I guess I shouldn't jump on that point, right? Maybe other people gave an inclination that maybe they don't feel the same way. So that's I'll leave that alone, right? But
no,
in case anyone,
shouldn't. It's also to you.
Oh, okay. Well, great. Well, sex workers obviously work, right? And you've heard me talk about that plenty of times before. And
Sure.
like I've discussed this over and over again in defense of sex workers. So obviously that's the case, right? And so implying otherwise, right? When I've shown a clear understanding of what that is, right? Defended the concept against other people who honestly don't think that, right? Who have different opinions. That shows like whatever, right? Like willful ignorance of my position. So I'll leave that there.
Your position about what? I'm talking about the fact that you, as far as I know, your positions that you are pro sex work and understand what sex work is, and that you understand it to be service. And yet in this panel, you have consistently made mockery and reacted to things in a way that makes me doubt if you actually understand what's service giving in the context of sex work is. And maybe I was wrong to think that way, but I didn't say that you didn't say that sex work is work. I said that treating it as service giving is something that this panel is struggling with.
And which that's good because it takes me to my next point, right? What is the service being offered? Right. And this is what a big problem. I think Lacto was trying identifying this as well. Right. And that like you are loading the question as to like what the service is, what is actually happening when these interactions. Right. You are loading into that. Right. And then saying like we are not meeting some hidden expectation here. Actually, we have to look at it and define it. What's actually happening? If let's say we had a contract here for a stripper, right? They signed up for a club or whatever, right? And like they signed a contract, okay? What would be in that contract? What would we see? We would see, hey, you gotta like dance on the pole, right? Hey, nudity's gonna be involved. Here's how the tips will be split, right? And you have to be personable to the clients. And nowhere in that contract would it say manipulation involved. Manipulate the fuck out of them. Get as much money as you can. That would not be part of the service.
Hey,
right?
would part of the contract part of the contract be make me feel good?
No.
Okay, you're right. Then I apologize. I misunderstood why people go to strip clubs for.
Hold on. You think
there's people who make you feel bad.
Clause with the contract. You'll tell me. Sorry, Kate. Maybe I'm misunderstanding you. Tell me right out the clause. What would the clause be in the contract there? Right, that would especially in America where like prostitution is illegal. Tell me what would that clause look like?
Okay, first of all, I don't mind doing the especially in America thing, but the especially in America thing just came up. So okay, whatever. Most of what we're talking about is illegal in America in that context. So I don't even know what to tell you. That's silly to me. Can you explain to me what the especially in America is supposed to? What am I supposed to take account for in that?
Okay, sorry, hold on. Ignore that question. Ignore that for now, right? Okay. If that's a problem for you, tell me what this clause is. This make me feel good clause. What would that be?
For example, I think that most people that go to a strip club, clients would not want to be ignored by the entire staff, right? So talk to me would be one of them. Don't be rude to me. Be nice to me.
Katie, yes. Katie, before you jumped in, right? What did I say? What was the last thing I said on that list? What was the last thing I said? What do you think that might include that, Katie? Right? That's exactly what I mean by be personable. Could that be a possibility?
Please stop talking to me like this.
No, I'm not going to do that because this is how I'm interacting with in the debate. You know that all about me. You've watched me do it. This is how I'm going to do this when I'm being contentious. So, Katie,
you can be contentious.
Would it be possible that I meant within being personable, right? Is being treating the client kindly, right? Engaging with them. Could that be?
I apologize. I'm going to go into my debate mode too then. Yes, it would be possible. But here's the dumb thing that you said afterwards. You said that in that contract, it said no manipulating. And here's the funny thing: being personable sometimes means saying nice things that you might not believe in, which some whiny dudes might think is manipulative.
Okay, no, that's fair. No, that's fair. That like with any that goes with what our friend Lactoid said previously. That like in a front-facing position, right? There's going to be a level of like quote unquote manipulation, right? Everything. Actually, you know what? This works perfectly for me because everything was in the spectrum, as always, right? As Prime always says. And so, yeah, I think I'll take your point that like at some point, personable like slips into a manipulative, right? That a person could you can make an argument for that. That's fine, right? But like that's what it would be. It would be at the most personable, and most people's understanding of what personable would be does not include manipulation, right? Like if this contract was being like challenged in court, right? Like they wouldn't point to that clause and say like, well, obviously you were told to be manipulative, because that's not what that says.
So usually manipulative, we don't have objective qualities of that. So it is highly subjective. So is personable. And so it happens that what the version of being personable is, for example, we would probably all agree on this, that being personable in this setting is very different than being personable in a strip club. Therefore, the expectations about clients and service providers might be very different about what's personable versus what's manipulative. Now, if you want to take that contract to court, you can. But the point that I have been trying to make throughout this panel, that what you call manipulative, I call within the realms of the job. And you keep mocking that like that's not a subjective
it's a dumbass
thing.
idea.
Wait, that's not a dumb idea. Wait, that's not a dumb idea.
Guys, no.
That's not a dumb idea at all.
Nope, I'll do it myself.
Well, I'm disagreeing with you.
Myself. Thank you. I mean, I know.
Okay.
I'll do it myself. Thank you. Yes, within different places, like being spaces, being personable means something different. Agreed, right? The reason why I'm bringing this up, right, is like within that contract wouldn't be like give your number out to the individual, the client, right? Like you are not required within a contract to do that, right? The service that's being provided is a hospitality service, essentially, right? And that like you have to be personable, you have to be approachable, you have to create a good atmosphere within the environment. Now, that of course, what a good atmosphere is in a strip club is different from like a hotel worker, right? Understood. So I can go with you that far. But then when Lactoid and Bam, right, are talking about like these like other interactions that seem extremely common practices within the industry, right? It seems like you're doing, and maybe I'm wrong, okay? And so if you say otherwise, then I'll deal with that. But it seems like what you're doing is like you're excluding these other pieces, right? That like, hey, like giving a guy your number, right, and then flirting with him, and then implying that maybe something more can happen is simply, right, a list of requirements for stripping.
Part of the job.
And that like, well, yeah, like as part of the job. Like, are you saying that is the service being provided?
Prime disagrees with you, Ali.
I'm saying that's part of the service being provided. Yes, like not in contract.
But then Prime is asking me.
That's an unspoken. That's an unspoken like it's part of the unspoken contract, right? Because within the law confines of the law, like escorting out of the strip club is not a thing. Girls getting your numbers and doing that is not so. It can't be within your contract. But that's 100% the expectation of the stripper is to do that with the clients of their work provider.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Okay,
no,
can we stop doing this thing of like arguing about reality when clearly this is a geographic and like very specific from place to place? This is what I'm going to say. You guys keep acting like there's universal rules.
We've been talking about America.
We've been talking about America. Okay. I'll give you an example.
Have you not been talking about America the entire time?
But even then, statewide is different, I believe.
But
America is not a uniform. Not all strippers.
Okay. Okay. So you'll tell me the places where, like, they don't manipulate, or they do manipulate, or where it's in contract or not, right? Like, we're talking.
This is a struggle. I'm going to give an example now. So, in restaurants in America, depending on which restaurant it is, you might be a waitress in all of them. But what it requires part of being a waitress in each restaurant in America might be slightly different. If you're in a high-class place as a waitress, you might be required to do X, Y, and Z. And if it's a different place with very different requirements, there'll be different things. So it's possible that in some places, strip clubs have specific rules from their employer. Hey, you're not allowed to do this after work with clients, and that is wrong. So in that case, that would be manipulative. In other places, it is completely common practice, and a woman might not even continue the job if she's not allowed to do that. Meaning, it's not manipulation, it's part of the fucking job. That's why she got into it.
Okay, so back to it then. So I'm sorry, no, Ali, please, you're distracting. Okay. Please, I said I'm going to do it myself. Please, no more. Thank you. No more interjections. Thank you. You're distracting from this. Alrighty, we're on a tangent. All right, back to it. So when we're talking about like what are these expectations? What yes, from different places you can have different maybe unwritten rules, right? And different explicit rules. All that's accounted for. But first of all, we're doing it in the context of America, okay? That's what we've always been talking to. Like, no one here, as far as like maybe someone can correct me, right, has been to a European strip club, right? We haven't been done any of that, including me. I haven't done that, okay? So obviously, let's not be surprised when we're talking about America. We're talking about America. That's the focus of this conversation. Okay, so we can push that aside. When we are saying that an individual, right, is like leading a person down a road, specifically a lie, understanding that this like the other individual within this relationship, being the client stripper relationship, I guess, they're misleading them, right? That is not one thing written within the job as part of the service. The service is providing nudity, right, and a personal environment. The thing that I'm trying to get to, right, is that like that's not there, but the incentives are. This is about incentives. I started off the conversation talking about incentives, right? What are the incentives within that workplace? It doesn't have to be written down, right? It doesn't have to be within a contract. It doesn't have to be said, right? But depending on the setup, depending on the relationships and expectations, right? What are the incentives that drive people? So, it's funny that our friend Corey brought up like doctors, right? Because just before he brought that up, I wrote down in my notes, right? Doctors as well, but for a different reason. So doctors are there to heal, right? Like within their contract, they're supposed to heal or something along those lines, I guess. I don't know, whatever. Maybe Lactoid could tell me what's in the doctor's contract, but something along the lines of, we're going to be healing here, right? Doctors have a whole list of responsibilities, right? But when incentives were aligned, doctors were doing the opposite when they were pill pushing. They're like within, again, talking about America, can't speak to other countries, but there's a period in America specifically where all the incentives aligned for doctors to push oxytocin, right? Even understanding that it was going to kill their
Oxycontin,
patients. Oxycontin, excuse me, thank you.
Pushing oxytocin actually might be a good thing.
That might be fun.
That's what the strippers do. Yeah.
That's what the strippers do, right? But Oxycontin, thank you, excuse me. They were pushing Oxycontin. That's because the incentives of their industry and other industries that came together, right? Came together in a way that like made that make sense to them. Now, would all doctors be pill pushers under those circumstances? No, they weren't. Plenty of them didn't get involved in that, right? Plenty of them questioned that. Plenty of them understood, like, hey, maybe we're just putting too much of these things out, right? But the incentives drove people to do that. And that's what we're discussing, or why I'm discussing. I can't say about anyone else. We're talking about incentives. Incentives can drive behavior. And people who excel within a certain environment with certain incentives, right? That is the thing that controls for personality types. You brought this up previously, talking about poverty, right? Like, oh, well, you haven't accounted for the fact that poverty is of all this. Everyone, Lactoid Bam, right? You would all agree that poverty, like, is a big contributor as to who ends up in sex work oftentimes.
Yeah, of course.
Right? Great, Bam.
He says yes.
Okay, he wasn't listening. Never mind. You weren't listening. It's okay. I
was trying to stay out of you and Katie's convo. I'm sorry.
Well, yeah. In any case,
that's what you said. You literally said stay out of you and Katie's
convo. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, not listen, but that's fine. Okay. Bam. Like, would you say that poverty is a big factor in driving people to sex work?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. You all acknowledge that.
Of course.
I actually wouldn't say it's 90%. One, sex worker, even if we're using like the regular people's definition of sex worker, it's actually quite expansive, and people go in there for all kinds of reasons, not necessarily poverty, right? But I think it's a major factor of nonetheless, right? But that's not, we already had that to account. That's already within our algorithm here. The thing that we're talking about was the ones who necessarily excel when we're talking about controlling for something, right? People who excel in that environment are the ones who display certain personality types. That's different for different types of sex work. I would definitely say that. Maybe other people wouldn't agree with me on this one, but that's very different from one type to another. But that's because the incentives are different, is what I was saying. And I guess I'm almost done. If you want to jump in, I'll let you. I have a few more things on my list here. Oh, yeah. The exchanging.
Jump in before or after?
I meant like if you want to jump in now, if you wanted to. But
I mean, most of the things you said are not in contradiction with the thing I said. Part of the issue with panels is that points get lost, things get
what
tangled.
the actual argument is.
And that's okay. I am not in an objection with most of the things that you said. Wires get crossed.
Okay,
that's not really. I heard you. Most of what you said, I don't disagree with. It doesn't have to do with the points that were important for me. You have different points, and so that's all there is.
Because I believe Katie was addressing the point of like the argument of stripping being uniquely bad or manipulative. But I could be mistaken about that.
Yeah. And the incentives drive the manipulation. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's uniquely manipulative, right? Because of those incentives. That's where I'm going with that, right?
Strippers versus stripping are two separate arguments.
One does the other.
Yeah.
I think my big word this whole time, even though I don't disagree with manipulative, my big word this whole time has been transactional. I think it creates a dynamic to where people become very transactional, not just at work.
I have disagreements with that. Life. I actually have disagreements with your transactional. That's why I'm not using that word.
What's your disagreement?
But we can talk. No, I'm sorry. You can't just. We're already over time with this thing, right? So like I do want to get through this, right? I want to make my points. I want Katie to be able to respond, and so we can start wrapping this thing up.
But Ali needs to argue.
We're gonna move on. Exchanging the phone numbers from a stripper has certain implications, right? And I had already touched on this, right? Obviously, exchanging the phone number with a doctor or for many other professions, right, doesn't come with those implications. And so, like to pretend that like this is at all like equatable, right? It's like the implication, and simply because the implications is the thing that we're talking about, right? Because they may not tell you straight off the bat, hey, like if I'll take your number because I'm willing to fuck you, right? They you get their number and people have the implication, oh, I'm getting closer to this individual, right? They'll even present it to you as if you are special. Oh, I didn't give this number to anyone else. Yeah. But like this is for you. This is the thing that happens, right? But that's part of the manipulation. Right, and that's the thing I'm guessing. So I'm saying yes. I'm not sure what the differences that my friend Corey's trying to make between stripping and strippers. Whatever. I'll just use strippers for now to avoid any confusion. But for strippers, yes, the job, or maybe I'll use stripping. Maybe the profession, right? The job incentivizes manipulation, right? And the people who excel in that, like, tend to be good manipulation. Tend to be, of course, because I wouldn't judge any particular individual. And then,
yeah, just to quickly respond, and then anyone else can go. Yeah, I think that I hear you, and I think that it really depends on the context that you meet this conversation with. So the point that was really important for me to try to elucidate in this shit show particularly was that I felt that there was an overemphasis on what I believe is naivety related to the service provided, that gets put on as manipulative behavior by the provider rather than a misunderstanding of the client, what they're actually consuming. And we can disagree on that, but that was the point that I was trying to say. And so to try to build a bridge, Prime, between what you say and between what I'm trying to say is that in the same way that you might view that as manipulative, it is possible that in certain places or contexts, giving out your number and saying, hey, it's just for you, is part of the show, is part of the performance, is part of the service giving. And therefore, it is the client's responsibility and lack of ability to understand that this is not a manipulation. They're not being harmed. They are receiving the service for which they have put themselves in their acquisition of.
They're participating.
Well, they could be getting harmed.
Okay,
you can do the service and still be getting harmed.
If it within the text, right? They're saying, hey, like
there is no text.
Text. You got the number, and so you can text within.
Okay. I thought you were talking about the text as like the contract. Okay, sorry.
No.
The problem is that we don't have an official contract, right? So everything is highly subjective. That's the issue. Because some strip clubs have rules. You're not allowed to go with your clients. You're not allowed to invite them over. You're not allowed to give a number.
And
some strip clubs have those rules. The girls just do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would
have those rules.
I would, but I would say most. Okay, I'm not gonna. The point is, like, the strip clubs are trying to avoid in America, and this is why I brought up America previously, right?
Okay.
Like when I say specifically inside of America, I meant like because we have anti-prostitution laws that like they can't be seen. This is very important to them. They can't be seen encouraging prostitution. Now, I haven't been to the ones that my friend Ali has been to, right? This is where we had a little friction earlier, right? Ali says, like, in some strip clubs, like, you can straight up fuck in the back, right? Yeah. I have not been to a strip club like that, right? Or if I have, I haven't been to the back.
Yeah,
right?
you just
yeah. No, I have been. So I actually have been to strip clubs and
Colombia. I know that
Colombia. And the Colombia ones, those
Prime loves the Colombian stripper.
The Colombia was amazing, like unbelievable. But they do fucking there. That does happen there. But again, I'm talking about America, to be clear, right? In America,
so you're saying that because in America there are laws about anti-prostitution, that the context of giving someone your number means that you're suggesting something outside of the work perimeter.
Yeah, they manipulated into thinking that you actually got the number.
No, hold on, sorry. No. It could, right? But like I'm saying, within those conversations, okay. Sorry, the thing that I was trying to get to is that within those conversations, all kinds of things can happen. Now, it could be like just like the bar girl thing that a friend Ali brought up previously. When they're like, "Hey, like I'll be like working at this time, like just come hang with me, come chill with me, right?" It could just be that, right? Or it could be, "Hey, like I'd love to go out with you, but then I'm not actually going to go out with you, like on a date, real date, but then I'm not going to actually do that." Yeah. They are manipulating you for the purposes of getting you to come back to the bar, right? Like, on a certain day, we'll make it happen. Oh no, my schedule changed. That sucks. Okay, yeah. But if you still want to hang out today, right? Why don't you come back and hang out with me, right?
Yeah,
like,
that is
would that be manipulation to you?
Of course, yes.
Okay, great, right? So there might be a disconnect here because, like I said, you haven't interacted with strippers and you haven't gone to maybe you haven't interacted with strippers. I shouldn't say that, but you haven't gone to a strip club, right? So I'll leave that alone.
I didn't get any phone numbers.
and you haven't got any phone numbers spare, right? And so like you may not have very low experience. So when I'm talking about manipulation, there might be a disconnect between you and me as to what that actually looks like between the client and the stripper. I'm saying when I'm talking about that, I'm saying they're making a bunch of promises that like they're not going to keep, right? That like they are specifically stringing you along, not simply as like, hey, I'm providing you with a fantasy, right? That's something different. Providing you with a fantasy means like, oh, look at you. You're a big man here, right? Look at all these women on you, right? You like throw a bunch of money, right? Look how popular you are with women, right?
I have a question.
That's the fantasy. One second. I'm almost done. That's the fantasy that's being provided, right? But I'm talking about specifically saying, hey, I will do these things, right? And I have no plans on doing these things. I am lying to you. That's just one example. It comes in many different forms, but this is the type of manipulation that actually can take place. Go ahead.
Sure. So let's say you didn't get any phone number. It's your first time at the strip club. Someone comes over to you, start talking. The night goes on, few lap dances. She's on your lap. Everything's good. You guys are talking. You did your Star Wars bullshit. And then she says, it would be so cool if I could date someone like you. Do you think that's manipulation, or do you think that's part of the job?
That's a good question. I think.
Is that fantasy building, or is that lying? Because so let me be clear. The fact that you don't know, for me, in this conversation, when you say they're the most manipulative, and I'm saying, hey, it's part of the job. For me, that is very clearly part of the job, and you don't have to agree with me. But you explain to me what you mean when you say manipulative, and I'm explaining to you what I'm hearing during this conversation when we're talking about manipulative, right?
So I think what I'll say is that, hey, this is all part of the spectrum, right? Like between being kind to a person, right, being polite to them, and then being manipulative, can all be within the same spectrum. And so like I would have to examine that situation. I think that's on the line, right? If she's like, if within the larger the context of their discussion, right, she this equals, hey, I'm talking about, I'd really like to date you. Maybe she was talking about her boyfriend this entire time, right? And it's like, oh, I'm complaining about my boyfriend, and my boyfriend's so horrible, and whatever, right? And you're so nice, and you're so great, and you've got more money. My boyfriend is a broke bitch, right? And then she says, it would be so nice if I could date a person like you. With not having the intention of doing that, yeah, that could be manipulation. But in another context, maybe it's not, right? It's like, oh, I think you're cool, right? Yeah, it'd be great if I could find a guy like you, you know? That might be not be manipulation. So
all
might be just having conversation.
All I'm gonna say is the fact that at the end of this, I gotta, it depends on the context in this. That is like what I've been trying to stave off this conversation, that I'm hearing manipulation and stuff like that, and we don't actually know what we're talking about. For me, it should be very clear that the example that I've provided, it's not a question mark. That's clearly part of the job. And a man who's confused about that should probably not go to a strip club in the first place.
Yeah,
like he doesn't understand what he's buying.
Hold on.
That's 100%.
Okay, no, fuck that. That's the dumbest thing. That's so fucking dumb.
It really
Wait, can I ask?
First, it really isn't. No, Corey, if anyone I want to talk.
There is no test as to what kind of man can or cannot show up into the strip club. That's not part of it.
There should be.
The point,
there definitely should.
But there is
IQ test, right?
There's definitely people who should play and shouldn't play the game. 100%.
We're talking about America. We're talking about America, Katie, right? So? Not your fantasy land, right? As to what
she doesn't mean legally.
That you don't seem.
So?
Ali, please.
Okay.
This is not your fantasy land as to like what happens within a strip club. You don't have any idea, right? You're like, oh, well, you just should know. Again, you're putting the responsibility on the person who gets scammed. This is what our friend Lacto was trying to say before. You're putting the responsibility on the person who gets scammed rather than the scammer. We both understand that there could be implications that would be sent within the context. You're saying, hey, a set of words only could possibly mean one thing, right? And
no,
if you
that's
would
not
think
what was
something
said.
else, well, that's
not what was said.
Yeah, I know you didn't want to. Yeah, I don't want to say it, but like, that's the implication, right? The implication is that, hey, obviously,
the fact that you're having this meltdown and still doing the scam versus scammer thing shows that you have understood nothing. It's really sad.
Come on, Katie, that's not going to work for me.
So sad.
Katie, that's not going to work with me. You can keep trying to say distract by saying, "Oh, you're melting down" or whatever, right?
What?
No, we understand. Hold on, we understand on these panels. We get heated. We talk, right? This is not a meltdown. I'm just having a conversation.
Okay, this very subtle understanding of yours of scammer and scammer
maybe in this case,
very sad. Okay, you're
case,
not
right?
melting down.
Maybe in this case,
you are going up in the sky. You're not melting down. You're going
up. Which way, right? So stop trying to distract. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. I'm going to keep going.
I'm not distracting you. It's
great.
just
yes,
sad
you are. You are desperately trying to. You're desperately trying to distract. So you're saying.
You go immediately to the same rhetoric that we've been arguing about.
Okay, Katie. Repeat it again. Tell me what did I miss about that? Right when you said that the implications of your words, right, are clear, and there's only one. Sorry, well, you didn't say specifically there's only one way, but you said like it must be part of the job and nothing else, right? What was the implication? I misunderstood that. Tell me.
Okay, do you remember the part when I gave a scenario, and then you said, "I don't know, it depends. It's context dependent." Blah 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 blah, and then you added a bunch of information. I said, "Hey, in my scenario that I gave initially, if a guy doesn't understand that that's part of the job criteria, they should not be stepping in a strip club in the first place. They fundamentally don't understand what it is, the service that they're buying." That is what I said. And then you immediately started getting upset and talking about a guy being scammed instead of blaming the scammer, which is exactly why I've been reacting this entire panel like strippers are scammers because they're doing their fucking jobs, because guys are confused about what stripping is.
So you gave a bullshit hypothetical that was useless. Sorry, Katie. So I was just trying to fix up this hypothetical that's not. Hey, like within that the hypothetical, you're saying they're talking, right? There is more than one. There's more than one line being said here. Okay, well then what are those other lines, Casey? Sorry, I said Casey. I don't know why I said that. I'm sorry. Apology, Katie.
It's my stripper name.
What are those other lines, right? So I said, hey, okay, well, like. This is the scenario you've given me, but you've let a lot of empty space, and that empty space matters. They're having conversations back and forth, Katie. What those conversations mean? So I gave you two different examples,
scammer,
right?
Scammer.
Sorry, why are you interjecting that here? I don't understand. So I gave you two different examples, right? Mm-hmm. Of saying, hey, like within this conversation, there could be just being a personal, or they could have loaded the situation. Depends on which one, right? How is that not a fair understanding of and way of interacting with your scenario?
That you said was stupid and pointless?
Yeah, the one that didn't provide enough information to actually interact with it. How is that not fair? Saying, okay, well, I'll fill in the rest of the space. Because, Katie, you didn't do that. So I don't know. You're saying there's just an implication of these few words, but there's more interaction on top of that, unless I'm wrong. Were there no other interactions? Was it just those words said?
No. There was talking.
Okay. But we don't know what happened in that other. We
can't trust that words. Scammer bitch. You don't know what she's gonna say.
Yeah. Okay. So like Katie no longer wants to interact with this conversation, so she's distracting. It happens.
Well, I will, or Ali will.
Yes. Corey and Ali
that's
will.
Okay. Yeah. So Katie has given up. She's lost. But
I was so lost
in this within the context of this. This is what matters, right? Like these are the things that we're talking about. These are complex interactions people are having, right? If the main pushback from how this started, and it started with my words, right? I said that strippers are manipulative, right? If the main pushback is simply that that is too broad of a statement, and that not every stripper is manipulative, well, then I would agree, right? I was being hyperbolic within my statement, or sorry, not even hyperbolic. Simply not being nuanced, right? I just made a statement and then was going to elaborate from there. But still, that's the thing that many people reacted to. Okay, right? But what I will say, like I'll restate of my words, right? And that like the incentives of stripping, at least within the strip clubs, the incentives of stripping lead people to manipulation, right? I've yet to see an argument that says otherwise, right? The incentives that we're talking about. What are the incentives? If you can prove to me, or if you can make a case that the incentives aren't there to do that, well, then I'd love to engage with that. But if you can't make that case, right, and no one here has yet, right? If you can't make that case, then you can't push against the thing that I'm putting out there, my argument. But if I'll give Corey and I'll leave if they want to say something to me, then great.
I'll let Ali go first because he had a lot to say, I think.
Yeah. So the point of the strip club isn't to see naked girls. That's the marketing scheme. It's that's to bring you in. The girls on stage that you throw money at, like that's like the minuscule point of the strip club. The entire point is the atmosphere and the experience that you're getting from the girls. So like if someone pays on OnlyFans for the girlfriend experience, right? They're getting the girlfriend experience. If they think that the girl is in love with them, if they fall in love with the girl, they become infatuated with the girl. That's it is on them. You're paying for a certain experience, just like when you're going to a strip club, right? When the stripper gives you her number, just like when the waitress gives you her number or a bartender gives you her number, you didn't score the girl. She doesn't like you. It's not. This is all in a way to get money out of you. That's the whole point of what you're doing. So there are people who do get like manipulated, who do fall in love with the strippers, who fall trapped to the people. Those are people who really, yes, you're allowed to go to the strip club and do whatever you want, but you're clearly not experienced enough to play the game that you're playing. For the rest of the people who get the stripper's number and the stripper texts them and she says that she missed them, they understand that like there's a relationship dynamic going on where it's like, she wants me to come give her money and they're willing to be participants in this dynamic. That's the whole point of going to the strip club is I have money, you want money. I'm going to trade money for attention, and it's not even extraction, which is why Bam's saying it's more transactional than it is manipulative. You should understand that when you're engaging in this
what
type
about
of
those texts that I said previously?
The I miss you texts and so on and so forth.
No, not the miss you texts. No.
Which one
not those texts, right?
Which one?
I'm saying, hey, I'm going to date you, right? I'd like to extend our relationship.
Yeah, that happens sometimes. Sometimes. Now, I'm sorry if sure, yes,
okay,
but
great.
I'm sorry, but like if you're the type of person to fall for that kind of shit, it's not going to be exclusive to strippers, right? It's going to be a lot of waitresses that doesn't matter. I know it doesn't matter.
But as long as you understand that, like, hey, the point is that's manipulative behavior, right?
It's also transactional.
We can understand that, but be manipulated in other contexts. That's fair.
Yeah, but to be fair, that person is like. If you're falling for that kind of trap, I feel like it's a small type of person that's actually falling for the fact that they think that the stripper is falling for them. However, most people know that this is a transactional relationship.
I can work with this. Ali, yeah. Right? Okay. So we know that, hey, when we're dealing with live service games, right? That like have microtransactions, that, hey, you should probably control your spending here, right? That like you shouldn't dump a bunch of money into this thing, right?
Yeah.
But however, there are people within that environment who are called whales, right? Who spend a fuck ton of money there. Right now, you can say most people don't do this, and you shouldn't actually interact with this, and you are a sucker to necessarily dump a bunch of money. But if we said, which is the true thing, that like the very business of live service games requires whales, that the business cannot survive without those whales who are making those bad decisions that we all can recognize we shouldn't be making, right? Who have been possibly, maybe I'm going to use this word, manipulated maybe into making those transactions, right? You would say, though, you would understand that, hey, that might be part of the game, that like if their business model relies on it, like that might be a manipulative business. Would that be, put stripping aside, would live service be manipulative if most of their money came from whales?
Would it be manipulative if most of their money came from whales?
Yeah, if most of their money came from the people.
If it relies on the whales, yeah, sure. But then I would also say that, like, then these people have, clearly these whales have like some type of addiction.
Agreed.
Right? Correct.
We have to talk about that, but that part's not important. The point is that we have a business relying on people being manipulated. Correct? Okay, great. Now, if it was the case, and I don't have evidence of this, right? I don't have like stats, unfortunately. Okay, right? But if it was the case that like the men that we were describing, right, are stripper whales, right? That they are spending, they're spending an inordinate amount. That's what it is, right? Like
if it were the case, yes,
you're spending an inordinate amount of money, right? And the vast majority of your money, right, of the industry comes from those men, right? Hey, would it be manipulative right?
Yes.
Okay, great. That's the only point that I was making.
Right? Now, but like my argument is that the vast majority of it doesn't come from whales and stripping, right? And that like if you're it's a different thing, right? Because there is a plurality of people who are going to the strip club, and most people don't get the stripper's number, and most people aren't engaged in the back.
But most people don't spend all that much, correct?
Yeah. And I'd say the people who
are going to spend that much are the ones who've been manipulated, right?
No,
correct?
No. No, I'd argue the people that are spending the most at strip clubs are the people that are most likely to engage in that type of culture, which I was originally saying would be like the drug dealers or the people making money nefarious.
I'll give you that. No, there are other whales who may not be manipulated. I'll give you that. Actually, there are two types of whales. No, that's fair. All right, let's go to Corey. What do you have to say?
Well, I think ultimately we're talking about, at what point do, professional boundaries get blurred or crossed? And I think even maybe Katie would agree that probably stripping should have more explicit professional boundaries outlined. But I'm curious if just tweaking the context changes things for you, Prime. Let's say, for example, let's say a person, they hire a stripper. And when I say hire a stripper, as in they hire a stripper to come to their home and give a performance to a lap dance. And then the stripper gives lap dance, and they say all of the things that, if I recall you saying, they say, you're better than my boyfriend. You seem like a great person to date. All of the whatever, fill in whatever blank more or less that you want. And then it's over. And then the client who hired the stripper asks for the stripper's number, and they say no. Should the client be disappointed?
They imply that they wanted. Was there an actual real implication? Sorry, I'm loading it. I don't want to load it here. So maybe I've missed a piece of this. I want to make sure I have it right. So what did they say to them? Sorry, could you just
you could give the examples of things that, if you recall what you said, of you seem like much better than my boyfriend. You seem like you'd be a great person to date. Things of that nature.
I guess. No. I think I would treat that like any other interact with that situation.
But why? So then, but in the context of a strip club, is that different now?
I mean, I'm sorry. This thing, I'm not sure what to do here. Like when we're talking about like being disappointed, I don't know what to do with this. Within this context, right? What I feel like that's disappointment is being loaded with some sort of implication, like how they should feel. I don't know how a person should feel, right? They wanted something and then they didn't get it. Like in most cases, yes, you would be disappointed because you wanted something and then you didn't get it. So I don't know. Yeah.
No. Because if a patient asks a doctor for their number, should they feel disappointed? I'll reframe it. Is it reasonable for a patient to feel disappointed if they ask for the personal number of their doctor and they don't get it?
I don't think it's reasonable to ask for the number, but
okay.
No. But if they wanted the number and then you don't get it, it's reasonable to feel disappointed.
I would disagree, actually. But so then, and that tracks also with the strippings of someone hired a stripper, come to the home, give a lap dance, and it's reasonable for that, and they say all the things that you said that strippers sometimes say. Is it reasonable for the person to ask for the number, and is it reasonable for them to feel disappointed?
It's reasonable for them to ask for the number, absolutely, because they gave you reasons to think that they wanted to date you, right? And then it's reasonable to be disappointed.
Well, yeah. and you so if I'm tracking, and you think it's reasonable for a patient to ask for the personal number for a doctor?
No.
But why is it not reasonable?
Because there was no, at least what I'm assuming, what you're loading into this, and not without actually saying, what you're trying to load into this is that the doctor didn't give you any reason to believe that. They didn't flirt with you. If the doctor said the exact same words, then it would have been reasonable.
That's what I'm trying to drill down on, because it's Like
if they say the exact same words, it's reasonable for them to ask the number. Absolutely.
Okay, as in you think you okay. So I'm curious how Katie answers. As in, like, if someone hires a stripper to come to their home and give them a lap dance, and they say all the things that we just went through, you think it's reasonable for the person to ask the stripper for their personal number?
I don't think Katie knows you're talking to her.
I asked both Prime and Katie.
If it's reasonable to ask for a stripper's personal number?
Well, if she says that she wants to date you during her services. Like if she's like, wow, I really like you. I want to date somebody like you.
If it's reasonable, you can give it to her. If you think she's calling you back, then that's on you. Like,
wait a minute, but sometimes they do. Again, it's general. There actually are strippers that end up dating clients.
Yes, and the entire conflict of this is about who bears the responsibility that sometimes guys think that they do, right? That's been the entire conflict. I know that they do. You know, women get accused of this stuff without being strippers as well. So this is not a new discussion. This is not a stripper-related problem. So the discussion isn't about, does a guy think that you let him on? Yeah, they do it whether you're a stripper or not.
Because and this is probably where maybe the disconnect is. As in, like, in my scenario that I just outlined, I don't think it's reasonable for a guy to ask for a stripper's number. Just as I don't think it's reasonable for a patient to ask for their doctor's personal number.
Wait, why wouldn't he be able to ask?
The doctor says, I want to date you, and then you don't think it's reasonable to ask for their number. You think they say the words, I want to date you. You think, oh, this is not a signal.
Yeah, because actually, yes, because like I would hope, although obviously there's a whole spectrum of types of patients. Okay. But I see your hand, Lactoid. But that's where it's like where it's different is like, unfortunately, the reality is like the professional boundaries of doctor-patient relationships are more explicitly outlined, and that's where the problem is. As opposed to I would say, and I think probably Katie's making this point of like a person, let's say in the context that I outlined, if they hire a stripper to come to their home and give them the lap dance, they are hiring a performance, and if they don't recognize that it's all a performance, that's on the client. Yes, and that includes the lines of like, I want to date you. You seem like a good person to date. That is a performance.
Wait a minute. What if she says, I'll sleep with you if you give me $1,000, and then you pay her, and then she says, you thought I was going to sleep with you?
Well, that's where I think why Katie agreed of like the professional boundaries of stripping should be explicitly outlined.
I don't think Katie.
I would agree. You should do that. I
think Katie said it doesn't matter. She doesn't care if it's explicitly outlined.
I don't think that's what she said at all.
Who? What? Why? If you make a verbal contract, and if someone breaks that verbal contract, then that's first like potentially illegal, but also like that's a verbal contract. Whatever.
I would agree that we should have things more explicit. If that's the point that either you want to make, then I would perfectly agree. It should be absolutely explicit. Then everyone should follow the terms of that contract. That contract doesn't exist. We understand this. Let's go to Lactoid.
So,
and then me.
Okay. To be clear, I did want to try to move on to the other topic a long time ago. I did.
Yeah, we're done with that now.
But go ahead, Lactoid.
We're too far in deep now. Yeah.
I want Hunter to be able to
deep into the sex work.
Balls deep, one might say. So, what Katie just said a little bit earlier, she said, in the conversation here is really like who's responsible for this. To be clear, my initial opinion, and really the opinion that I've held the whole time, is as to who's responsible. To me, that's actually not kind of what I was trying to get at. I've talked a lot about casinos, I believe, on this panel before. One of the things that casinos will do, there's a book actually, I forget who wrote it, but there's a book that a lot of casinos will use as a template for their casinos. And if you ever go into a casino, just take notice of some of the things that these casinos will do that's kind of almost standard across the whole industry. They will intentionally omit windows because they don't want people who are in there to see the passage of time. They will omit clocks because they don't want people looking at clocks and seeing how much time has passed. They will play repetitive music on a loop because they don't want people realizing, well, I've been here for like 8 songs already. I've been here a long time. And the reason they're doing this is because they want somebody to sit there for as long as possible, because statistically speaking, the longer they can get somebody to sit in a place, the more money they can make. That is the whole business model. That is the whole business model of a casino. Get people in, get them to sit down and gamble as long as humanly possible, and then make as much money off them as possible, even if it fucks them, and then they leave. That is the whole point. I've called this industry manipulative, and I think it is. Do I think that the adults who walk in, obviously, they've heard the stats, probably. They've been, told, probably. People have been warned, probably, going into this. And yet, people go in and sit down, and a large percentage of them, up to 40%, according to some studies, fall into the trap anyway. They go in and they sit down and they become hooked, and they start becoming problem gamblers. You're right. As an adult, ultimately, I would agree that they're responsible for those decisions that they make. That doesn't, in my mind, make me think any greater of the casino industry. I still think it's a seedy industry, a manipulative industry that is making money off of maybe not like overtly tricking people in any kind of fraud sense, but by tricking people in the sense of creating an expectation and then baiting and switching that expectation in order to get people to spend money. Right. But I think that strip clubs and strippers are almost the same. Maybe not to the same, like in all the details, there's going to be some difference. But any advice that I would give to somebody as it came to a casino, despite the fact I've never gambled in a casino, any advice that I would give to somebody at a casino would be the same advice that I would give to anybody going to a strip club, even though I've never been to a strip club, which is,
shouldn't it be don't go there?
Which is ultimate. I guess the first thing would be don't go there. But the second thing would be, if you go there, always remember, nobody there is your friend. They're trying to get money out of you. That is all they want. And distill that and really get that into their heads. If you care about somebody, make them know that for a fact, because it is a manipulative industry.
You're going to war, brother.
You're going to war.
But you got to tell those strippers.
So the last thing I'll finish up with, which is, and then the kind of people that that really excel in the gambling industry, casino industry, strip clubs, drug dealing, like these kind of industries, tend to be the kind of people that I would warn people against.
So, okay, before Katie responds, I just want to say something to Hunter. Hunter, you were
hello.
Hunter friend, you were lured here on the promise of talking about Boy Scouts. In case you don't know, our friend Hunter is an Eagle Scout, and he was going to use some of his knowledge here. Here's the thing, right? Clearly, the crowd wants to finish talking about this. I wanted to move on to the other topic. I want to make that very clear.
We can move
on. No, it's too late. We're not going to be able to do the topic much justice. Okay, right. So Hunter, I'm going to do it next week. Okay, we're going to do that topic next week. I'm going to hit you up. If you want to leave now, it's perfect.
Yeah, I might take off. I just don't have a lot of
strip club experience.
Yeah, you're
they teach stripping in the Scouts. That's what
you're a wonderful, healthy individual who hasn't been involved in these places, right? And so you don't have you're too much of a Mormon to have been involved in all of this, and I appreciate you. But yeah, I don't want you to waste any more of your time here. I do apologize for that.
And I was considering leaving a while ago. I've honestly just been working on personal projects over here and kind of.
Okay, yeah.
Did you get a lot of presidential letters as an Eagle Scout?
Huh?
Did you get?
I didn't get a letter. No, I didn't.
Oh man!
But yeah, we'll talk about it last time. We'll talk about it next week. I do appreciate it, and I will take off. But thanks for having me. And it's
Hunter.
No worries. I get sometimes shit happens, and we talk about shit. And I think usually I'm engaged. This is just something I just don't have a lot of.
That's fair.
About,
have a good one, friend.
All right, peace out. Love you guys.
Well.
Bye.
Okay, go ahead, Katie.
Yeah, I think I don't. Buck, I wanted to say I don't disagree with you at all, but it's not true, Lecter. So I agree and big agree with most of what you said. So I do think that the stripping industry is both exploitative, manipulative, criminally oriented, and so on and so forth. So when we were talking about businesses, and Prime brought this up earlier, with the win thing with the whales, whales. Yeah, but what was it was a type of gambling or microtransactions?
Live service games with microtransactions inside.
Yes. So I do agree that I do agree that the industries, and I kind of wish that I was a radical feminist, because what I would argue now would be that actually the clients are the perpetrators and the strippers are the ones who are being harmed. I wish I had the arguments, but I am not, so I'll stick to myself for this. I agree that the industries are exploitative. Unfortunately, most of this night, you guys were concerned about the character study of strippers, not the character studies of the industry, not the character study of the workers in the casino, not the workers managing the casinos, not the workers writing the books for the casinos, but the character study and how manipulative some casino workers are in a time where, unlike casino workers, there's a lot of stigma and a lot of difficulties that come with certain types of sex works. And so the implications are much more severe. So I don't disagree that stripping has incentives for manipulations, that the industry is I
said stripping and strippers are different.
But what I found really interesting, Lactoid, is that you said that, and then immediately when you transferred to stripping, so you were talking about the gambling industry. They're like, the gambling industry, blah, 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 blah. And then, and also, so strippers are also manipulative. So instead of going to the stripping industry, you immediately made it about like the workers again, and not even the high-ranking workers, the one doing the like organizing, but like the surface level workers in a way.
Well, no, that wasn't that wasn't all I said. There was a third thing. There was a third thing I listed.
Yes, there was another thing.
Drug dealers.
Yes, I also found that super offensive.
Well, so no, but
because you believe.
I understand the point you're making. I would say that with casino workers, if the casino worker gets a cut of the gambling, if they're well, they get tips, but it's different, right? But it's not, because if you have somebody working like a casino game, if their income was based off of keeping people at the table, if that's what actually their income was based off of keeping people at the table or bringing in people specifically to their table, then I would agree you'd probably see all the same personality traits in that person as you would with a stripper. I just don't think it's nowhere to the same degree. They get paid a base wage. They sit at a table.
Base wage, but also if you're someone who just never has people at their table, it's probably due to your personality, right? If you're not an engaging card host, so on and so forth.
No,
right? I would imagine that like there are preferred people that you go to and play with, and all these things.
No, the distinction is that
it's not the same thing, but yeah.
Well, the reason why it's not the same thing though is because the table host, the thing that they're selling is the game. So the game is going to sell itself in a large majority of cases. The people going into the casino, the stripper is not she is not selling something else other than herself. She is selling her personality. She is selling her.
She's not selling her personality. That's
no. What is she selling?
She's selling
she's selling a persona. She's selling a persona.
It's a facade.
Sure. I guess a fraudulent personality.
I'd say that's arguable.
What's she selling? What do you think she? What is she selling otherwise?
Okay, can I just quickly?
She's not selling a casino game.
Just to quickly summarize,
when someone hires a stripper to their home, what do they get? Do they get the person? That's when they. Go ahead, Katie.
No, so just to wrap up the point, Lactoid. So when you said drug dealers, I thought you meant like the drug industry again. So what I heard was casino industry, strippers, drug industry, but you meant drug dealers.
Street level dealers who are often manipulated themselves to some degree, but their task is to get people hooked and get people manipulated and reach out to people and sell to them. Yes.
Sure. Okay.
Well, I mean, hold on. Even the drug industry, both of those works, right? The drug, like I said previously, the OxyContin situation, right? There was reasons to manipulate the end consumer and to set the stage for that to happen, right? Like for most, I think for most drugs, they aren't like addictive, so like it's not even part of it. But the point is to get more people to buy the drug, one or the other, right? Like,
but Prime, she's trying to compare it to people, though. That's the thing. So like,
right.
So like Purdue reps might be a better
I would also say, because again, everything is a freaking spectrum, right? Like, if you can understand that, it makes the world so much easier, right? Is that like because I understand. I think Katie's point was like salient, right? That you talked about an industry, and then moving on to strippers, you're talking about an individual, right? I would say, and it's fair that our initial comments did not include this, and that's fair to a fair critique of us, Katie, right, and Corey, because you said that as well. But like, I would say that a manipulative industry, within that manipulative industry, people who can manipulate tend to do well within that industry. Right, so like
that's fine, but that was never my contention.
I've got the perfect example. I just thought of one. The perfect example. Have you guys ever seen Louis Theroux, the BBC documentarian? Okay, so he does a bit about casinos, and he goes and interviews whales, and actually like spends time with them going through
underwater.
What casinos will do. This is something they actually do, which is to me felt so fucking scummy, and it made me actually angry. What they'll do is, if a casino knows a whale is coming, they will assign a
person, or
a helper, an adjutant, a friend.
Concierge.
They will assign somebody whose entire job it is to follow this person around and to be their friend and to get them to spend as much time and money as possible at the casino. And they interviewed this guy, and this guy's whole job was literally this, basically.
But whales know this, though.
But they all fucking fell for it. They all fell for it.
Well, no,
they did.
Fall for it.
They came there with
listen.
Aren't these wealthy whales super intelligent?
The entire goal of their entire job is to meet with the person, befriend the person, spend as much time with the person, and get them to stay.
Give them free shit.
The person might be
happening. You don't think these guys are happening?
The person might be like cerebrally aware that this is happening in the same way that a drug addict might know, like, it's probably not a good idea for like me to take the next hit or whatever the fuck. But like, there's still some other driver that's compelling them to do this, and the casino knows this because this is why they hire these people, specifically to emotionally manipulate these people.
Is much more manipulative than the concept of a strip club, because that's what you're going to the strip club for. That's what you're paying for. That casino stripper.
You're going to the casino to gamble.
Not just gamble, though. You're not just going to the casino to gamble.
Not to win money.
These whales are going to the casino to gamble.
There's a prospect of winning money at the casino, though, right?
That's what gambling is. Yes.
Yeah, I know,
but that's not the reason to go to the casino, though.
Yeah.
You go to the
people trade stocks. People day trade who like making money.
No, not these people. No, these are the whales. These are the gambling whales.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that they don't go to.
Nobody goes to the casino to trade stocks. What?
No. To make money.
I'm saying that like, you're making it about the money. You go to the casino for the casino experience, the same way you go to
for the game. Yeah.
No. I understand. Like, oftentimes like the thrill is what they're hooked on, and that there's like a thing in their brain which is like a broken reward circuit. I get it. I understand that.
It's not even just a game. Like,
this is why
they're not gambling. The casino just won't let you stay in there if you're not spending money. But like, people enjoy being in the casino.
A strip club's probably not going to let you just sit there. A strip club's probably not going to let you sit there and spend no money at all.
Same thing. I agree. That's why I'm adding to the comparison. I'm like, you're making a disagreement. Like Katie's.
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe.
Because Katie's point was Katie was saying that, like, oh, well, you come to the strip club. This is part of the service. Like, so it's not manipulation. But I'm saying, like, well, no. Like,
that was my point.
People come to the casino not just for the, like, what you call it. They come for everything else too.
Okay, I didn't. Fair enough. Maybe I'm
part of it. Yeah.
Sure. Maybe I misunderstood. Fair enough. Yeah. But like, I am drawing a comparison between these two situations. The person comes to the casino for the gambling. The person goes to the strip club, I guess, initially or whatever, I'm going to drink and see some titties or whatever. But then there's this other element, which is that these industries know that one of the ways they can keep you is by doing other shit, which is getting in your head, right? This is what they're trying to do. The casinos do this.
You always frame it this way about the strip club. And the strip club is not just about looking at titties and drinking. It's about getting that personal attention from the stripper. If you do not acknowledge that that's part of the service, then you are not engaging honestly with what the service is. And this is the problem.
Is the marketing to get you.
Stop. I get it. And the casino part of the business is sending this fucking hack that follows you around and convinces you that he's your friend. That is also critical to the casino business.
Do you notice that he only does
wait,
like whales, right? Wait. I know. Wait.
And they would assign this to everybody.
Oh my god, gambling whales, people that are spending and a lot of money at strip clubs also tend to make, at casinos also tend to make a lot of money as well.
Not
right?
necessarily.
There's right now there's literally professional gamblers right now, whether they're sponsored by stake or whatever it may be. There are people who are going to get paid to gamble right now, right? And so like
no, that's a misunderstanding of the gambling market.
These aren't the people.
Like lots of people who don't make a lot of money are spending way more than they should and going back. That's the business of gambling, right?
Yeah, gambling will depends on losers. Actually,
also those people that are sponsored. Also, those people that are sponsored by stake, they're in on it, right? They're not actually gamblers.
I know.
Yeah. They're part of the advertising. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. They're getting paid. They're not.
I'm saying the whales that are coming in repetitively. It's not like a one-time thing where they come in because they don't know who to send, right? It's a whale that's where they're getting a personal concierge is a repeat customer. There's someone who frequents to the point where, so that's what I'm saying. That's not a manipulation thing. At a certain point, if you're a whale at a oh my god, okay.
Ali, what I'm trying to tell you
is if you're a whale at a casino, you're not being manipulated into being a whale. You are there to lose all your money at the casino.
Yes. Let's roll this. Why would they assign somebody then to you if the goal isn't to get you to like emotionally manipulate you to get you to stay and gamble? Why would the casino bother?
It's customer service to make you feel special. A lot of the times the whales get a lot of comps, right? They get comps to whether it be the rooms, whether it be for food, whether it be for whatever.
All of that is to get you to stay.
Special treatment to make you feel like a VIP. Yes.
But all of that is to get you to stay. But I'm telling you, if you watch the documentary, this guy that follows you around, he's not just a butler. Like the gambler himself referred to him as like, well, I would call him like my associate. He's like a friend. He's like my what's the word?
Comrade.
Comrade, like some kind of like he's my friend. They specifically said the word friend multiple times. When the guy got off the bus, the whale got off the bus, the paid hack got up to him, gave him a big hug and was like, "How you doing, buddy? It's so nice to see you. I'm so glad let's catch up. We haven't talked in so long." Right? And what's the point of this? The point of this is not to like provide this guy a class A customer service where the drinks come on time.
Build familiarity.
It's to get this person to like him. It's to get this person to associate. Well, when I go to this casino, my friend is there, and he's only there if I'm at this casino.
I get treated better when I spend money here versus when I go to this other place and spend money. It's so it can be a repeater.
Like I'm losing. Like I lost $20,000, but I still feel good about the time I had.
Yeah, like I still got taken care of by the casino.
Yeah.
Because
their goal, like, because casinos, like what you were saying earlier, which is kind of off topic, but I just want to talk about it because it's interesting. Casinos operate on the margins, like nothing's actually 50-50. They went on like small percentages. Like the best game you can play, well, 3 best games you can play in the casino are roulette, blackjack, or it's a
baccarat.
Chinese baccarat. Yeah.
Roulette only because it takes so much time to play.
But you think of roulette and you think like, oh, okay, it's red or black, it's 50-50. But there's usually always at least one green that throws, and that's where the casino wins on. They went on the like 2% difference. Like you don't have a 50-50 shot, you have a 48 shot. And then they went on all those 2%. So because you don't actually, no matter what you pick, you have less than a 50% chance. You're most likely going to lose in all the games.
I want to make sure, Katie, you kept saying that like that Lactoid and I like aren't addressing anything you're disagreeing with, right? Like, and I've been trying to find the disagreement here, but it seems like I keep failing, and our friend Lactoid seems to have been failing as well, right? So like for both of us, you can go from one first to the other, right? What is the thing that you're disagreeing with that we keep missing?
I don't think you keep missing. I think there's a lot of topics that come up at the same time. So I think everyone's trying to address a lot of things at the same time. Like I said, you can say that it's a joke. You can say that it's funny. You can say that's what you do. Your title doesn't say stripping is the most manipulative industry in the world, which I would also disagree with. But that's not remotely what it says. This entire discussion started from you saying, making a character study of a specific type of worker in a specific type of industry. And a lot of resources in this conversation went to demonstrating that the people working in this industry are somehow more, not uniquely, but more
disproportionately
in weight manipulative to other things. And that was fine if you wanted to use the word manipulative. But when I presented other things that have both the incentive and similar structures to that, the distinction seemed to be about the discussion that they are supplying something emotional and sexual, and that somehow differentiates them from other things that I found are comparable but would also have to be called manipulative. That was my main disagreement, because I'm mostly reacting to the fact that many sex workers in many fields are already pretty stigmatized in many ways. And I don't think calling strippers the worst, most manipulative type of sex workers is good feminism.
Yeah, so, but you just hear defend women.
Katie, specifically when I was, so I had a different take than our friend Lactoid and Bam, right?
Agreed.
I said like those other places like were being manipulative, right? Like like those other examples were. So like I don't think it's just because of them having the title of a stripper, right, or anything like that. Like
yes. Do you think that us as Twitch content creators are the most manipulative out of all media people or something?
I would scale this right on a spectrum, right? There is a level of manipulation, and I would say like strippers manipulate more, but I would say there, because everything is a spectrum. It's always so simple for me.
Yeah.
Right?
So then we went on a detailed conversation about what the word manipulate means for either of us. We came to a general understanding that it's mostly subjective, and we can throw endless contextual hypotheticals and we would all have varying different answers to it. So that was it for me. I think the word manipulative packs a lot of unnecessary loadedness to an already demographic that gets more shit than they deserve. That's what you want to do. I can't argue with that if that's what the panel chooses to do. I can only argue that it's loaded, as I have. That is very upsetting to some people. And I've also then argued that there are certain understandings. What frustrates me is that you guys, Ali does this too, but also Lactoid. You guys think that when I say a guy shouldn't go to a strip club if they don't understand that this is the service, you make it about like a personal responsibility thing of like, yeah, if you're getting manipulated, you're a sucker, dude. And that's because, yes, you did make this argument before.
Okay.
Well, that's what it sounded like to me.
Wait,
finish your thought.
Continue. I jumped
in.
It
be?
But it's not like a personal responsibility for me. And Lactoid kind of called it out. It's about the fact that the entire framing conversation, when we're talking about manipulative, when you earlier had your non-meltdown and talked about scammer versus scammed and stuff like that, I'm saying when you acquire a certain service, you should generally know what it entails to engage in that level of service. And if you don't, that does not make your service provider a scammer. Does that mean that you can't be scammed? No, that's not what that means. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, and my problem with that is that, again, this is why I went through great pains to like let you know what I was talking about when I was talking about manipulation, right? And I feel like there might have been a disconnect there. I'm talking about people actually manipulating you, like saying that I will do a thing, I will provide you something I am not going to provide you with. That's what I'm saying. A person's being
manipulated. Now, but you call that manipulation, and I argue that within the confines of the job, some of those things are part of the job. That has always been the disagreement.
I gave you specific examples. So the specific example, like, and I'll ask you again, because I thought you agreed with me. You said you agree with this previously.
I agreed with that specific one. I just said we can run hypotheticals all day. That doesn't solve anything.
But I'm not.
I don't care.
Sorry, hold on. Like this is the whole ball game that I'm talking about there, Katie, right? You're like, oh, but I'm talking about something. This is the thing that you're saying like when I talk about manipulation, I'm saying engaging in this type of behavior.
Prime, you can't say ball game when you literally had a non-meltdown when I gave a slightly bad hypothetical.
Saying meltdown, okay, right? This is how we engage on the panel. It happens all the time. This is we have elevated emotion. So you keep trying to like belittle my words, right? By saying like. Yeah, okay, funny. By saying about them, like knock that off. Let's just try to engage with each other, right? And understand we're on a panel where we do these things. So, Katie, well, actually, finish your point. I'll wait.
I made my point. There was a disagreement because we gave slightly different hypothetical. One of them was perfect and had a ballpark in it, and mine was absolutely useless. That is all there is. So your ballpark thing is bullshit because it doesn't mean anything.
It seems like, Katie, the thing you don't want to like deal with is the manipulation. You're like, okay, well, like we have this job, right? And this job involves all kinds of things, right? All kinds of performances, all kinds of nonsense, right? And then I give you an example of manipulation. Oh, okay, wait a minute. This is something that happens in that. And you're like, oh, okay, yes, I acknowledge that happens, right? But that's a separate thing. Right. And in the end, all the other things that look a lot like this and sound a lot like this, right? But like fall within the spectrum of just being personable. That's the job. That's stripping, right? But not this other part.
You literally freaked out.
Again, doing it again, freak out.
Because I said that they talked. Because I said that they talked and talked and talked and did not fill in the gaps. You cannot make this argument that I'm unwilling to engage when you literally had the calmest ever reaction to me saying talked instead of elaborating the specifics. I am not the one who has an issue with the ballpark. You are the one who reacted very calmly when I say talked, and that was me leaving out context. Okay?
Katie, I just think
Katie, sorry, fun. Katie, then fill it in for me then. Katie, right now, I say talked, right? And you're saying, hey, that's unfair. You weren't leaving out context, right? So then, what was there that I missed?
I'm saying that we cannot resolve whatever disagreement there is because working hypotheticals doesn't work. I'm saying there's a level of subjectivity to the concept of manipulation that you determine as a factual thing, which always leads to that often can lead to disagreement. All I'm asking is for a little bit of humility, but that upsets you.
Yeah, whatever. Okay, again, you're trying to belittle. Stop it. You're trying to belittle my words again, saying upset and then freak out and then blow up or whatever, right? I'm not going to
because I acknowledge that you have emotions. Yes, that's very belittling.
Don't worry, I won't be distracted. I can't be distracted that way. But Katie, right?
Stay focused, Prime.
Yeah, sure, whatever. Mission. Katie, please, like actually try to engage.
I am engaging. You're just upset when I talk. Sorry, not upset. Again, you're very
I know. Trying. Yeah, don't worry, it won't work. But Katie. So, like, Katie.
Yes.
Let's try this. Is there any? Was it incorrect to say there? Do you agree that some manipulation happens within the industry? Let's try that at all.
Manipulation happens within the industry? Yeah, the industry is inherently manipulative. It relies on giving service that is fantasy building.
That is a performance. A performance.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, sure. No, that's fine. That's fine.
When you go to a movie, in a way, it is very manipulative.
Okay.
No.
Okay. All right. So then, hold on. So,
no.
All right.
Oh my God.
Okay. Whatever. That's fine. He's a movie guy, so he's gonna have a big problem with that.
Yeah, movies don't manipulate you. That's true.
Sure. But we're getting distracted with that. Hey, then you agreed also that, like, within a manipulative industry, right, that the people who will rise within that do the best are people who manipulate, correct?
I think that's an assertion you guys made.
Do you agree with it? Yeah.
I don't have a data to agree with it, but it's plausible.
Okay. Well, do you think it's likely to be the case, not without having any data.
I think it's likely, but I also have alternative like theories. But again, without data, it would be kind of difficult to be sure. But yeah,
like okay,
I feel like the only way that we can resolve this is if I said strippers are manipulative, and that's all you've ever wanted from me.
And bad people. I want that.
Yeah, and bad people. And it's
that's
like,
what I want.
I've already
that's
explained why the framing is the issue.
And all strippers are women.
Yeah.
Therefore.
No, I just feel like it.
But we already acknowledged.
Follow the tree.
I already acknowledged at previous, and maybe we've already like squashed this, right? Because I already acknowledged before that. Oh, okay. Well, my framing was incomplete, right? My framing, as you know, you pointed out the title, right? Or talking about the individual rather than the industry, right? Rather than having a larger discussion about like, you know, the industry creates incentives, and within those incentives, right, then that environment, a certain type of person rises up.
Oh,
I
have a way to build a bridge. Okay. So I'm not a stripper, and I haven't worked in any type of stripping related job because my boyfriend doesn't pay me for that, right? And so it's possible that there's a lot of manipulation that strippers do within the field. But then the type of manipulation that you talked about is manipulating clients into thinking certain things. That's my issue. I'm not claiming that no manipulation in any way happens. I don't know about that. My issue is with the framing of manipulating clients with giving service that the clients are paying for, right? That has always been the discussion.
Okay, sorry, but then I'm a little confused. Are you saying that doesn't happen, that they don't like, or it's
very likely to happen. It's very likely that it happens. Okay. It's very likely that it happens, but it's also very likely that a lot of the times things are attributed as manipulation and put on the service provider rather than an inability or lack of knowledge of the side of the service of the client to understand what they are buying.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So you're saying, it sounds like what you're saying is a lot of people are.
Can I give an example before you try to? It's kind of like if I went to buy drugs and like I can buy weed and you can sell me like weed with heroin in it and I don't know, and that's pretty bad. Or I could buy weed from you and you sell me weed, but I don't know that weed would get me high. I just thought it would let me like sleep easier at night, right? One of them is like bad and for obvious reasons, and some of them is I don't understand what I'm purchasing. And so I'm upset.
Yes. So, hon, but like, it seems like what we're dancing with is the line between fantasy, once again, and manipulation, right? Like you're saying, well, yes, they are selling you a fantasy, right? And I agree, they're selling you a fantasy. I'm saying that at some point with certain actions, they go beyond that, right? You're acknowledging those things happen. You said those things are even likely to happen. And then I'm saying, hey, because those things are likely to happen, that's why I call this place manipulative. But then it seems like you keep pulling us back to the fantasy realm. Like, oh, well, within the fantasy realm, you should know that this is not real. And then like, this is just a performance, right? But I keep saying, all right, that's acknowledged. But I'm talking about these sets of behaviors that are outside of that fantasy realm. Yeah.
So it's very possible that us being on a panel, when we're reacting to all different people, it's very likely that Lactoid's idea of what strippers provide to you is quite different than yours or what Ali's. For example, you and Ali still cannot decide if a stripper giving you her number is outside of her job, right? So when the entire panel talks about strippers being manipulative, there are very different opinions on the threshold of what manipulation means. And so I have to react to that, even if I can't always remember who was the last guy who said something stupid, right?
Okay. All right. Well, then, okay. So then have we, I see you, Bam. I'll go to you next. And anyone else want to jump in? Bam, Ali, Corey? Okay. Bam, Ali, Corey. Okay. Oh, yeah, sure. Okay. Well, then have we then come to a consensus? What you're saying is that, all right, you've been reacting to a lot of other different parts of this, right? The thing that I was reacting to is what you stated, right? The thing that you stated at the very start was my initial statement, right? And that you had a problem with that framing, right? It seems like we're going down a whole list of things where like we're agreeing that like manipulation does happen, but there's also a legitimate fantasy building that happens within this profession, right? And that is incumbent upon the individual to understand that there's a bit of a fan. Like if you go to a theater, right? They're like if the people on the stage, like they're not actually pirates, they're just doing a pirate show, right? You shouldn't expect
they're not actually murdering that woman. You shouldn't go there and try to save her.
100%, right?
Except it's a vampire theater, right?
Yeah, right. But like, hey, like if they, someone took a gun and shot someone in the crowd, right? And they started bleeding. Like that could be part of the performance, but it wouldn't be wrong for people to assume maybe this is not part of the performance, right?
Yes, it's bleeding. That gray line where people are like, is this or is this not? I'm not quite sure what's going on. And then everyone's waiting to see what's the responses.
Yeah, right? Everything happens within the spectrum. Okay, great. So we can understand there's a fantasy realm, and I acknowledge there is. And then some people, even within what we can both agree, whatever that is, right? We don't have to spend our time on this. We both be within legitimate fantasy. There are people who still make that the incorrect mistake, right? Who still think, oh, this woman is really into me, right? Well, why would a woman take off her clothes in front of me if she's not into me, right? People can make that mistake, right? And that would be wrong. Okay. And then we acknowledge that like there's another level of manipulation, that there are incentives to push people to that they don't always take, right? They don't always act on these incentives, but there are incentives for manipulation in the way that I described previously, right? That some people get involved in, and we both understand that is pernicious, right?
Sure.
That's pernicious behavior, yeah. And then from
pernicious
there, right?
Is a strong word, but yes, I understand.
Okay, we can use some other word that you like better, right? But I was trying to use something different. But anyway,
it's absolutely manipulative. Right?
Absolutely manipulative, right? And like this would be why I said, even though you may still disagree with this, why I said that the business is manipulative, because that's what I was reacting to, and not the legitimate fantasy building that you seem to be discussing previously.
Okay.
Correct?
Sure.
Okay. Seems like we've maybe built the consensus. All right, we'll go to Bam, Corey, then or Ali, or is it Bam, Ali, Corey? Which one?
Yeah,
I think it was Bam
first. This is sort of, I don't even want to have a conversation more. I want to have just a meta conversation, and I'm curious if this is true, Katie. And this is just like a personal belief, and you can tell me, and I'll be forced to believe you, or maybe I won't. Maybe I won't believe you. Who knows? Do you believe that the specifics and nuance of this conversation is coming into place due to your particular politic? Do you believe that it's like, oh, okay, we said something, gave a generality that can be somewhat crass, and we related to women in a negative way that creates negative externalities, which made it to where even if you can understand some generality that we're talking about, you find it
yeah,
you think
it will
create
more. I've also
problems.
been very open about that from the beginning. A lot of what I do on these panels is that sometimes these panels, and this is why I don't like them very much. And Prime knows, we've discussed this in private many times. I laugh at Prime that there seems to be a love in these types of Twitch and YouTube panels to say things that are obvious and easy. And for me, sometimes the things that are obvious and easy are framed in a way that I think is very detrimental. And so I end up arguing with the framing when everybody wants to talk about the very obvious thing that is obviously just true. And I'm like, in this framing, I find it harmful.
Well, no, I know that, but I'm saying like more particular, like specifically because it relates to women. And he feels like it's detrimental to women.
This is of course is a gendered issue, right?
Well, yeah, but I'm saying I think that you like. Do you feel like you give extra emphasis to the conversation because of that? Like, because my politic would force me to do the same. Like, if we like, I don't like if the conversation. This is what I believe would happen. I believe if the conversation was like because I think apparently I missed it. But apparently started out related to cops. Like, I think the conversation was like, oh yeah, like dating cops can be pretty, like increases your odds for
no, none of that happened.
Oh, okay. Well, if someone said that, like, oh yeah, you gotta watch out dating cops, like, because they beat their wives. Like, is there nuance? Can you have this depth of conversation with it? Yes. Would I do? I think you would have let that conversation slide more because it fits more with your politics. The same way, if someone in this conversation wanted to say, like, in general, wanted to say, yeah, black people are criminals. Like, there's a statistic that I could point to.
Or men are more violent.
Yeah, they would let people slide, but my particular politic would let me say, like, no, I'm not going to let that one slide. We're going to have to talk about the nuances of it because I have my biases. So I'm curious, is that what this is? Is that, do you think that there was a level of that? Do you think that this involved women?
This is multiple things to do with my politics. The main thing, though, is, and I said this earlier, the prompt for this panel was supposed to be different. My main issue is not even that we're falling into the misogynistic trope of calling predominantly female sex workers manipulative, right? Although it is, and that it does move me there. But predominantly, because some of the things that I heard, I think are so fundamental to the issues that we were going to discuss in the original prompt. Now, whoever is watching doesn't know what the original prompt was, but it had to do with sexual crimes and the justice system. And I keep thinking, if these dudes were in a jury, or if some of these dudes were in a jury to determine a sexual assault case, I wouldn't want to be that woman, right? If these are the type of ideas they have, then I wouldn't be surprised if the rapist goes free, right? And that might sound scary or unfair, but that is why I am motivated, right? Mm-hmm. Does that answer your question?
Kinda. I'm just saying, like, if it was a different conversation, like, do you think it, even if it was based around similar context, but like we change actors, like we said, I don't know, conservative men are manipulative or whatever, do you think that you would have, like, no, let's have the conversation on nuance, or do you think that you'd been like, like, this doesn't bother me as much, I'll just let that one go? Like, so I acknowledge I have biases. There's conversations that I will I will let slide and I won't let slide.
I would think it's stupid. I wouldn't have much to say about it, but I also wouldn't know what the framing would be. But Prime has many times would make the title like, are conservatives the most evil people to ever exist? And then he and I would just joke around, right? But conservatives are not in the same level of vulnerability as like strippers. So,
what about conservative
my priorities are different.
Right. Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, sure. Create some vulnerable group that you don't have a political alignment with. I don't know. Who would that be?
I would hope none, but maybe men are very vulnerable to their egos getting hurt. Does that count?
Maybe. How dare you, Katie?
Maybe
down right now.
Yeah, I don't know if men.
What'd you say about me?
Men who virgin men are.
She said men.
Are mistreated by women or something like that. Like, I just feel like I can see in that situation, your politic is going to lead you to creating a defense for the women. Justified, obviously, like, because I think that any conversation you jump into, you can always have a nuance. And like I said, I think we all just pick and choose.
First of all, let's just say yes, because I'm sure we can find a topic where my politics are going to. But I also hope that, like, if you're going to take the virgin thing, virgin men are treated like shit by everyone, okay? Both by women, but unfortunately, I think they're treated more badly by men. But that's not me defending women. That's just me looking at reality, in my opinion.
Women. But that's okay, too.
Depends. We can have that conversation, too, one day. But let's just say, for the sake of whatever, I'm sure my biases would come at some point, and I wouldn't fend for someone that I don't think fending. And I could be wrong. Maybe they do need defending, and I didn't do it. And that's fucked up.
I'm done now, because I had this argument with Lactoid before. It's a human thing, but like we have conversations, and I can tell when Lactoid sits back. It almost like Scott Jennings does it too, when he knows he's in a bad position on CNN. Like, he'll sit back, but then when it comes to something like Trump defense or against the Democrats,
he has a point on.
He has a point now. Like, and that's all I was pointing to. I was wondering if we could, like, all recognize when that happens, because everyone does it.
I think we all have biases towards what we're passionate about.
Some people don't pretend. Some people think they're objective, though.
Yeah, some people don't know.
I would feel this. Yeah.
I don't think I'm objective. I'm here to advance what I think is correct. But also,
yes, Lactoid, very
100%. When have I not admitted it was a point that I'm weak on? Of course, I'll admit it.
at least 2 or 3 times.
That's every point, though. You'll be doing that all the time.
Why I'm making a stance. So I've said that clearly, and I do all the time. So don't worry. I don't think I'm objective.
All right,
okay, let's go. I'm not sure which one is next. Ali, of course.
I think Ali was next.
Look, I admit men are more violent than women. Look at that. That goes against the right-wing perspective.
You don't have to admit that. It's just true.
So when you were saying
objectively, it's true. Yeah.
Statistically,
Sorry,
yeah.
Ali.
Katie, when you were saying we disagreed on the, what was it like, the men's personal accountability for being manipulated? Like so if I go to Hooters, right? You know what Hooters is, right? Like what the idea? Yeah. But like, so the whole point of the restaurant is like girls having their boobs and they flirt with you and so on and so forth. And then like I asked the waitress for like her number, and she gives me her number because she's flirting with me. She doesn't want to lose a tip, so on and so forth. And then I believe that like, oh look, I got the hot waitress's number. Like I'm the fucking man. Yada 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 yada. Is that not like my fault for getting like falling for the trap, even though it's her job to do that?
Well, what do you mean by fault? So here's
like
the
I'm the
Here's
bozo.
the difference.
I'm the bozo who believed that she gave me her number because
for example, and this is why I make a distinction that I don't stand with you on that. Is that like what Lactoid said, like the lovers thing, or some people are stupid or gullible, or some people have mental disabilities or whatever. Yeah. Some people are just very lonely at night. That doesn't mean that I want them to be harmed by other people. So when you say, yeah, of course. But then when you ask me, is it their fault? It's very hard for me to come and say someone chose to hurt you, and it's your fault that you got hurt. So when you say,
so I don't think they chose to hurt them. I think if you're going to like specific type of like atmospheres and arenas, right? If you're going to a club, if you're going to a bar, if you're going to a strip club, right? And then you're hitting on like the waitress or you're hitting on the stripper, and then like it's part of, or the bottle girl, and it's part of that like that job.
Waitress. What the fuck?
Huh?
Yeah, it's on the waitress.
It's a lot of people hit on the waitress.
A lot of people
hit on waitresses and think that the waitress is into them because she's being super nice to them, or she's being a little bit flirty with them. Ask a waitress how many times a day a guy leaves his number like on the receipt.
Oh my god!
Thinking like, what's it called? So I'm saying like if you're going and participating like if you're going to Hooters and that's where you frequent is Hooters, like you're going there for a specific reason. You're going there because
here's the thing. I hear you.
So then, like,
here's the thing: when we're talking, the world is full of exploitative arenas, right? Mm-hmm. Like Hooters. I'm not saying that the woman who works in Hooters is exploiting the clients. Yeah, she could be, but I'm not saying that's her job. But I'm saying that just because this world is full of very exploitative, predatory industries and practices, I wouldn't say it's someone's fault for being predated upon. That doesn't mean it's not a very unfortunate situation that took place, right?
She's just following orders.
The reason
the bartender
why
cut a drinker off.
The reason why I made the distinction earlier when I said, hey, you shouldn't go to a strip club if you don't understand the agreement was specifically because this is what me and Prime sorted out in a bit ago. If you're going to think that you were manipulated and call your stripper like a scammer because she did her job, then you don't know what you're engaging. She made you fall
for her, according to
that's what I'm saying though. If you shouldn't you don't go if you don't know how to play the game. If you're gonna fall for the trap, which is her doing her job, then you shouldn't be participating in that culture.
So
I think a bartender that doesn't cut off a patron eventually takes some responsibility. Like sure, I think don't they even have legal obligations at a certain point?
Some of them do in some states.
Yeah. Like if a cam, I'm taking from stripper to like a cam girl. If she sees a guy donating like thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars, like she doesn't know what he has, but like should she eventually say like, hey, you might need to chill out tonight?
No.
I'm gonna, if I could real quick, I'm gonna read the definition of falling for, and it fits even better than I thought.
Okay, but then can I answer Ali?
Where are you getting this from?
Yeah,
what's the source? What's the source?
This is the AI overview of Google. Okay, it's pulling
The
from
best
Cambridge.
source.
Yes.
Okay, so this is what it states.
What did you search? What did you search? What's the prompt?
Definition of quote falling for end quote. Here's what they responded.
Stupid.
Falling for is an English phrasal verb that typically means developing strong romantic feelings for somebody. It can also refer to being tricked, duped, or deceived by a false story or scam. Fits. It fits.
It's funny that you
They are
think
falling for them.
Yeah,
they are
that's
falling for them.
That speaks more about you than it does.
They are falling for these
argument.
strippers.
Your reading comprehension is.
They are falling for these strippers
Mhm.
in both ways.
Knowledge of the English language is like, and I'm not a native speaker. It's funny.
Yeah, so it's more likely that I'm correct then.
No, you would think that, wouldn't you?
Statistically speaking, it is.
Yes, statistically speaking, and yet individuals are not statistics. So I hear you. Oh my God, can you say the last thing you said? Because I have something to say to it. Do you remember what it was?
I was saying that.
Yeah, this might be an autism thing for me. I remember now. You say if you can't play the game, then don't game, right?
You shouldn't play the game if you don't know if you're not ready for it. Don't play.
So for me, because I very strictly see it as a service provider, when you frame it as a game, it again implies that the service provider is trying to take advantage of you or win over you rather than supply the service. So this might be my autism thing.
So like when I say don't play the game, as in like if you're gonna go to a place like Hooters and then you have the idea that like the waitress is into you, you shouldn't be going to a place like Hooters because like you're falling way too deep into the delusion, right? Whereas like the average person should be able to go to Hooters and understand that this waitress isn't into me.
I agree with you, but then if you ask me, is this person's fault for having this? I would be like, I don't know. They're vulnerable. Okay, people can control how they feel.
Unfortunately, I do feel like people who are addicted to like strip clubs or gambling addicts, I there's a little judgment I have for them slightly.
Yeah, and
it's something that like you have to be willing. Like I feel like it's something that like is like. It's a
blaming the victim.
A little bit. It's such an active choice to engage in and to continue to indulge in.
I do think it's blaming the victim when we're talking about predatory industries that are inherently predatory and they're designed to be that way. So for me, that's absolutely. I just don't think that the service providers need to be demonized because someone got the short end of a stick of a predatory business. But
what makes the industry? What makes the industry predatory?
Which industry?
What makes a industry?
Okay, so the advertising. I think advertising makes something predatory. I don't think casinos are as predatory as like these online gambling apps. I think these online gambling apps need to be fucking banned. They're like shoved down people's throat. Every ad that I see on any social media, like every third, not even every ad is a fucking gambling ad.
I got you. I don't want to get distracted by this. Sorry, but go ahead. What would make Katie? What would convince you that stripping would be predatory?
Stripping the industry?
Yeah, the industry.
Well, I already think it's predatory.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I missed that part. Okay, then never mind. Then let's go to.
Okay, let me be clear. Maybe predatory is the word. I support sex work, but it is undeniable that any form of sex work, mostly women are selling themselves to one degree or another, emotional, physical, or sometimes both, for the sake of consumption. And I don't think that's good for men, that they exist in a world where that's consumption that they can have.
Oh, let me start
in the manner that it exists.
We didn't. So I didn't understand. I didn't state how it was predatory. You think, like, I know you definitely think it's predatory, like for the women. But I mean, like, can it be predatory towards?
But it can be.
Okay, sure. Do you think it's predatory towards the men? Is that what I was trying to say? But you not have understood that.
I think it's no. I guess I would say I think it's predatory towards women, but not in terms of the service providers necessarily. It absolutely can be and often is, but it's more that the fact that mostly men are being taught that they're able to consume women in that way has implication on society in a whole and how they see women as a whole, right?
So you think a manipulative industry that you've acknowledged of like it's a manipulative industry before, like is not predatory? Like again, manipulating men. That's not also a predatory. I would say those things are not the exact same thing, but like the Venn diagram that like has a lot of overlap.
Wait, what do you mean by manipulating men?
Everything that I've said previously.
Well, because for me, there's a difference. You can sell an experience, like you go to a movie or you go to a theater show, right?
We've acknowledged that part, though. But I'm talking about like the things I defined as
manipulative. I understand that you acknowledge that part, but I need to make sure, right?
Okay, sure.
So do I think it's? I don't know. Bam, are you sending things in the? I keep hearing messages.
Yeah, he's sending.
It's usually you. Okay.
Yeah, he's spamming.
I'm going insane. Okay.
He's manipulating us.
I don't think I think that something like strip clubs, for example, do require vulnerable people to make them function. And I think that can be both predatory and manipulative, right?
Okay, great. Yeah.
I think if most men who frequent strip clubs were in a better place in life, they would probably not frequent them. So I do think they're being predated upon in that sense.
I 100% agree with you. We're in total alignment there. Let's go to our friend Corey. I have also a question I want to ask the Lactoid, hopefully before we end. Yeah.
Okay, maybe just to clarify something or Prime, going back to my original example of a person hires a stripper to come to their home. Okay. And
I also have a question for you, Bam, too, before you leave. I know you want to leave soon, but sorry, go ahead. Continue. I'm sorry, Corey.
And yeah, they hire a stripper to come to their home to give them, a lap dance, performance, all that stuff. but then I'm going to modify it of like this person, okay, for whatever reason, this stripper, okay, they maintain a website, okay, and like on the website, right on the front page, when you go to hire them, it's like, in big bold letters, I have they have an explicit, policy of not dating their clients or customers. If in that scenario, the stripper gives the performance, the lap dance, all that stuff, and they say, okay, all the things that we said before, of like you seem like you'd be a great boyfriend, you seem like a great person to date. Do you think that stripper is being manipulative?
Sorry. And I might have missed it because I was typing something. What was the difference between what you said previously and this? What was the difference between these two hypotheticals?
There was no website before with
what
the disclaimer.
Website?
Okay, so
I'm sorry, I missed that. I do apologize.
That's okay. So in my original example, okay, as in the original, going back whatever, an hour, as in a person hires a stripper to come to their home, give a performance and a lap dance. And they say all the things that we went through before of like, you seem like you'd be a great boyfriend. You seem like you'd be a great person to date. All, those stuff. And it seems like in that context, or rather, and I asked the follow-up question of like, do you think it's reasonable for the person who hired the stripper to have the expectation that the stripper would date them? And it seems like your answer was yes, if I understood that correctly.
Yeah. If they gave that implication, then yeah.
Okay. Now, my new scenario, all the same things, but this person.
The thing I specifically said was like there is reasonable for them to ask for their number, right? To shoot their shot there, but like not necessarily anything else, right?
Do you think it's reasonable?
I want to load off anything else.
Okay, but do you think it's reasonable that that person should expect or have a greater than 50% chance of success that they would get the number?
No, I would. No, I mean, no.
But why?
I would. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
but why not then? Because
because there could be a possibility for manipulation there. Yeah.
Okay, so as in like you seem to understand that it's built in, that it's performance.
I do understand. I've been saying multiple times there's performance, right? But like performance doesn't necessarily. So, hon, I think again, like under the guise of performance, a lot of things just keeps sneaking in, right? It's not part of the performance.
I think I'm giving like the most detailed example than anybody, especially that you have given.
My friend, I'm not trying to attack you here. Right?
I understand.
I'm saying that like a lot of things are being snuck in under the guise of performance, right? Like it's not part of the performance, right? To say I'm going to date you. That's not a thing part of the performance. Like giving the person application, or the not even the explicit reason to say that I'm going to be your boyfriend or your girlfriend when I'm not going to be your girlfriend. That's not part of it. There's lots of other things that are part of it. That's not part of it.
Okay,
right?
I don't. Go continue if you want more to say.
No. Go ahead.
So to clarify, as in, are you saying that a stripper, as in part of the, as in this is outside a stripper explicitly saying, I am going to be your girlfriend or I am going to date you, that is outside the realm of the performance?
Yes.
Okay, I think I would agree with that, but then I think I'm curious how Kay would answer. As in, given the current structure system of stripping, would you agree or disagree that a stripper should not explicitly say that they will date their client or customer?
That they're not planning on dating.
Yeah.
He said you, Katie.
Yeah, I don't think so. You guys, I don't know if you guys made the distinction. I think that, again, all this revolves around how to make men not have unreasonable thoughts, which is frustrating.
True.
Which is frustrating in the context that they are literally acquiring someone's body and attention and persona and all of those things. Whatever.
That means you'll fall for them, though. Of course.
Yeah.
No, they'll fall for you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I do think there's a difference.
You got him,
between...
Lloyd.
Grammar, English. Sorry, go ahead.
Katie, go ahead.
I do think there's a difference between saying, "Oh, you're a lovely person to date," versus "I would date you." Right?
I agree.
I would agree.
I don't think strippers should be telling people that they're dating them. I mean, there could be a situation where it'd be like, if I wasn't taken, I would date you. That's not necessary. They might mean it, but generally, do I think that needs to be said? No. But I'm also not a stripper. Maybe it's how they make most of their money. Do I think it's a nice thing to do? No. I think it's pretty unimportant in the grand context of things. If I was a stripper, I would not tell men that I would be their girlfriend.
Great.
There you go.
You're one of the good ones, Katie. All right, so
one of my other stripper friends calls their clients the boyfriends. She's like, "Oh, my boyfriend here," but also as Black people, we act different personally in general.
True. Exactly.
But
yeah.
But she's like, "Hey, it's my boyfriend. My boyfriend came to see me."
So, what was the difference? And then again, going back then, what was the big difference? What was there some sort of transition here, Corey? Right? Like,
no, there was a difference, but I clarified it with the examples that we like. I think we probably could have settled this like 2 hours ago, which is the example you just went through.
Oh, okay.
The difference was that she's saying, like, I will not date you, which means that you understand that even if she says that, it's part of the performance, right?
Yes, exactly.
I think the problem was that Corey didn't understand that in the first instance, it's not like you thought that there's an over 50% chance that if you were like, you can shoot your shot, I doubt that it will work. It's most likely a performance. So
yeah,
I think there was just some crossed wires there.
Okay, yeah, I agree. Okay. You got it.
All right. Well, then that's it. Then I'll ask one question to Lactoid, and then I'll ask a question involving BAM, and then we can wrap things up if you guys want to. Okay. So for Lactoid.
Yeah.
Very quickly, this may not be quick. I don't know. We'll see. Right. Lactoid, what do you think is fantasy building? Right. So I think I've come to consensus. Hopefully, I truly hope I came to consensus with Katie. Right.
He's going to say libertarianism. That's fantasy.
Yeah. But because Katie made a good point. She said, I have different expectations of what stripping is to Ali. We've had our friction here. And then with you. In you specifically, I know you have, just like I have a wide definition about what sex work is, you have a wide definition of what manipulation is, right? You think even makeup is manipulation to a certain extent, right?
Yes, it is.
Do you think you having a beard is manipulation?
No, that's natural.
Is it? We don't know that for sure.
Comes out of my chin.
We don't know that for sure.
I didn't paint it on there. If I painted that on there to trick women into thinking I had a beard, that'd be pretty manipulative. Don't you agree?
So you think women shaving is manipulative?
No, that's It's still part of them that's visible.
I mean,
Sorry, what?
Boy, is clothing manipulative?
It can be.
Okay, hold on. If you're, but Katie's saying if you shave the beard, right, and you have the beard, right, if otherwise without shaving it, you like a woman would have a beard, right?
Yeah.
Would that manipulative to shave it?
I don't.
Yes,
Again, no,
it's not
because you're
natural.
still. It is. Hold on. What's being shown is natural.
It bakes in like bad intentions. I think it's influential. Would that be a better word?
But no. But Lactoid likes the word manipulative. That's what he uses.
He uses
Yeah, but I don't think he would use it in every context of every situation.
Yeah, he will use it for what's convenient for him to emotionally manipulate people. That's the point.
That he thinks has negative intent.
I use manipulation in a context that's convenient to emotionally manipulate people. Aren't you using manipulation pretty conveniently in that sentence when you accuse me of emotionally manipulating people? Okay, well then let's ask. In what ways do I emotionally manipulate people?
So
go ahead.
I'm in my natural state. I have almost a unibrow because I haven't shaved.
Your hair is pink.
While.
You're not in your natural state.
Okay, my eyebrows. Yes. So me taking the unibrow out. Guys, this is why I needed the resolution of Hunter. Okay, look, I didn't fix here. See this? You see?
Yeah.
Can you
got good thick brows?
Yeah, we got it.
What is happening right now?
Look at that massive imperfection.
Brows.
Okay, so
oh my God.
You know how your beard is natural. So would you shaving your beard be manipulative because how you naturally are is without your beard?
He does shave his beard, to be perfectly clear.
No, so what you're missing.
Sometimes.
What you're missing is that when you shave your beard, the skin underneath is still natural. It's part of you. The natural you can change while still remaining natural. Things become unnatural when you use artificial things to alter your appearance.
Okay. When you say artificial things to alter your appearance, that includes like shaving razors. But you mean specifically alter your skin, right? So like tanning.
Or a foundation.
Well, a spray tan could be.
Or
your beard, Lactoid.
SPF.
Getting your beard lined up.
To protect your skin because you're preventing it from naturally tanning.
No, I don't think wearing sunscreen is not.
But it's not natural. It will.
No. What about a lineup, Lactoid? That's not natural either.
Hold on. You're misunderstanding the point. Like, you can use technology, right? That's fine. I'm not saying that, like, yes, planes are not natural or whatever. That's not what I have a problem with. You can use SPF to avoid skin cancer or sunburns without, like, that's, I don't think that's manipulative. What I'm talking about is when you use artificial means specifically to mask, hide, manipulate what the natural, I don't know, image of what you are is. So I am and
your hair.
That's closer. That's closer than shaving.
Cool.
That's potentially closer than than shaving, because if I shave, I'm displaying nothing but natural DNA, lactoid DNA.
Let's focus because we're gonna go. It's a long thing with lactoid. It's a whole nother discussion.
Does combing count?
You can answer that question.
Probably not. I mean, if it is, it'd be some like absurdly minute kind of scale we're talking about here, because I mean, like you can touch yourself and like it's still your natural beard, just simply taking that shape, or your hair taking that shape.
This will drive us to. I didn't want to go down this road.
This will be next week. Too bad, Hunter.
No. I got to make it up to Hunter next week. But no. So okay. All I wanted to ask is that since you have a very expansive definition of manipulation, and like I have the expansive definition of sex work that most people don't agree with, which is fine, right? They can be wrong. But Lactoid, then what do you think is fantasy building in the context of legitimate fantasy building in the context of being a stripper?
It would have to really come down to intent and reasonable extrapolation of that intent. So if the stripper has reason to believe that the client in this case is looking to fantasy build and is engaging in such behavior and then plays into it, I'm not judging this person as like a manipulative person. even if she misreads that, by the way, she could be wrong and unintentionally manipulating somebody, but I wouldn't put that against her personality because that's not what she's intending to do, right? She's intending to fantasy kind of role play with this person. So if she finds out like, oh my God, this guy thinks I'm serious, and then like takes steps to remediate, then she says, oh, I'm so sorry, just so you know, like a big part of what we do here is like fantasy role playing. I really didn't mean to like make you feel bad or lead you on or anything. Like, she's fine. I think at that point she's probably demonstrated that she's probably not a very manipulative person, much at all, at least compared to, you know, we were looking at the context of the industry that she's in. But if the intent is, I'm going to get this guy to fall for me, I'm going to get this guy to want me to an extent of, emotionally, I'm going to want this person to pine for me, and if I can get him to do that, then I can get more money out of him. To me, that's when things start crossing into the more like this is a manipulative person kind of threshold. In the same way that I think we would hold this standard.
What if she wants him just to like her enough for him to come back?
Well, again, if the intention is,
I hope he had a good time, so he comes back again to spend more money on me.
Sure, right. Like if the product I think there's a difference between like I'm going to do, because I know this is your big issue because you're saying like, well, isn't this part of the overall service that's being sold? That's where I think that really the disagreement is because, and what Prime is asking for, which is where's the delineation here between what the stripper is supposed to be doing, which is, I guess, some level of fantasy building, and what they're not supposed to be doing, which is leading people along. And so, yeah, if her intent is, I just want to make this guy have a good time, and I don't really want him to catch feelings for me, and I'm going to do what I can to like perform in my role for a stripper while trying to avoid the second element, then I'm not going to hold that against her. But if she is trying to emotionally rope this person in order to extract money from him, then I would consider that manipulative, just like I would in any other social context. If I have a friend who has a girlfriend who I think is just like using him for money or whatever, or like trying to get him to go along with her for money, I would say that's manipulative, and vice versa. If a guy is leading a woman on just for either money or sex, right? Like, oh, like, maybe I'll date you. It's kind of up in the air. Maybe if you sleep with me every, blah, 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 so many times, this is kind of like a manipulative asshole, right? So, I feel like I'm applying it evenly to both genders. And by the way, if in that case, the guy is like, well, I thought she was, looking for the fantasy of maybe the potential to date me. If I believe that from him, well, then maybe he's not a manipulative asshole. But if he's
still being dumb shit, yeah.
Maybe he's being dumb or whatever. Sure, maybe, but that'd be a different judgment. But I know guys like this where they will, just like fuck with a woman's emotional state just to get in her pants. This is common. Yeah. This is manipulation.
And we wouldn't say, hey, you met this guy at the bar, and so you should expect this is what you
should have known. This is what guys are like, even if it is the case. Like, it's still fucked.
Yeah. So I want to let Katie respond to that, but I want to
not that it should be illegal either. Just to be clear.
I'm coming to you, Bam. Don't worry, Bam. I'm coming to you. Just chill. I'll come to you. But go ahead, Katie. You can respond to that. Does everyone? Yeah, go ahead.
It's not much of a response, but when I said earlier that movies are manipulative, you said no. So I would say that, for example, consumption of art is quote unquote non-manipulative in the sense that fantasy building and stripping isn't manipulative because that is the treaty that we all enter to. But in the same way, you could say the opposite, that we know that we are entering into a space that is intended to cause an effect on you, right? So in that context, without like the negative connotation of manipulation as like a form of harm, because you giggled when I said that, and I was a bit surprised. For me, it's very obvious that art or cinematography or whatever is obviously manipulative in the most technical sense of what manipulation is. Do you disagree with that?
I do, and I think this is very consistent with my prior answer that I just gave, which is in the same way that the stripper who genuinely believes that she's engaged in fantasy building is probably not manipulative. In the same way that the movie is genuinely trying to engage with fantasy building. If a movie stops trying to do that and starts trying to like actually convince like their viewers of a falsehood, now it's no longer just like a fun movie. Now it's like a disinformation campaign.
But what I'm saying, for example, a movie tells you, hey, this is a child and he's 8, but the actor is 12. that is a manipulation in the technical sense, is what I mean.
But listen to
what movies are intended to cause feelings out of you by storytelling, right?
But listen to what I just said. The stripper who engages in fantasy building is not necessarily manipulative, right? As long as that's her intent. If she believes that the person the client in this case, knows that it's not real, that it's just a fantasy, and she's engaging with it, that's fine. The same thing goes for the movie maker. If he's making this as a fantasy with the intent of these are just little hobbits that are going to take the ring to Mordor, and obviously nobody knows Middle-earth is a thing, this is just fantasy building, then that's fine. That's not necessarily manipulative. But if you're making a movie that has the intent of tricking people into believing things that's not true anymore,
a documentary that has a lot of false claims,
now this is no longer just a silly movie. Now it's a disinformation campaign. Now it is manipulative, right? This is the difference between propaganda and news.
For some people. Yeah, so I do think that because Prime misled me. He said that your definition of manipulation is very broad, and I actually think it's very specific and has to do with intent.
He manipulated you.
You haven't had
typical Prime.
I don't think you have had the
another meltdown coming our way.
He built a fantasy in my head, and I went and
you thought it was real.
He
intentionally misled you.
I'm curious if you thought
that's disgusting.
If Lactoid gives a full accounting of all the things
this industry is exploited.
Okay, all right. I'm curious if you had the same thoughts. Okay, all right. So let's move on past. I want to get. There's two more things I want to say. Right. One to our friend Lactoid, then one to Bam.
Go ahead.
So Lactoid, you gave a good example, and I wanted you to expand on this because Katie wasn't here when you said it previously, right? And I thought it was interesting, and I actually don't know the answer to this. But maybe Katie will have an answer to this. But you said something along the lines of is scamming providing a service or something. Could you ask that to Katie, whatever that was again?
Well, yeah, it was like a question as to try to suss out like what her which we may have done since then. But the question was like sussing out what really can a service be inherently manipulative. And so, like, if I run a call center where I'm like trying to convince old people that some prince in Nigeria died and is like going to give them money, and like they feel immediately like, oh, they feel joy, like, oh my God, I'm rich now. Am I providing them a service, or like am I scamming them?
Well, I would say that providing a service requires the consensual agreement of the person acquiring the service. I actually have a real example of this. My grandma, when she was getting older, she would get calls all the time from like salespeople. And she was very lonely. My father's family was not very attached to her. And so she would buy a lot of things. And they got so upset with her that they ended up using legal means to take her ability to, charge her credit card. And I was really mad at them about that, actually, because I thought they were like taking the little bit of attention that she was getting. They weren't giving it to her, my uncles. At least, like, it's her money. She can spend it. I don't think it's my inheritance deserves but that's a personal thing. I do think in terms of like scammers versus, I don't think they were giving her a service. They were absolutely scamming her, right? I think
But the line here is kind of shaky, right? Like there's plenty of salespeople who will seek out elderly people and sell them a, legitimate service.
You'll get a product, yeah.
You'll get a product, but the service is like,
Okay, first of all, there's a difference between acquiring a product and like a service in that sense. So I do make a slight distinction there. Like getting a massage is not the same as buying a massage object.
I wonder what a scam massage feels like.
I disagree with that completely.
So
I understand, and we have to discuss. But just very quickly to finish my point, so you can talk to Bam. I do think that in terms of acquiring a service, and I do make a distinction, Lactoid, it needs to be consensual. So you have to. It's like. If a dominatrix like kicks you in the balls, she's harming you. If you paid her to do it and you consented to do it, she's giving you a service.
But don't I also need to consent to buy a product?
What?
I should also need to consent to buy a product, right? Like if somebody just pulls money to my bank account and I
get
a dildo on my front door, I'd be pretty pissed.
I thought the delineation that you're making was about like, well, I made them happy, so isn't that a service? And
no. It's not about making them happy. It's not about making them happy. The question is like, there are plenty of like daytime television, fucking jewelry TV. Like South Park did a fucking episode on this, how these like jewelry TV shows.
Almost there,
like,
Bam. Almost there.
Yeah, these jewelry TV shows will like sell to old people, like and they're selling them jewelry. They are selling them a product. The old people are consensually buying it, but like.
But even more to the point, right? So just one other thing that I want to ask you, Katie, and then I want to move on to Bam. Okay. So like
Bam.
one other
thing.
thing.
You can ask me later after.
This is racist.
But no, because it involves this. Okay.
You're letting the two white people talk first.
Exactly, of course.
The front of the conversation, huh?
The natural order of things. Okay, quickly. But like if there is a service, right? Like, hey, I'm going to sell you a service, right? But I know it's a bad service. You will get that service, but I know that like what you're getting is a bad deal, right? It is what people will call a scam, right? Something will come in the mail, or they'll do a thing for you, right? But they're targeting these group of people because they're elderly, right? I just saw one thing about like people like going to like Florida homes where a lot of elderly individuals, right? Trying to sell them solar panels, but these solar panels were like a bad deal for them, right?
Yes.
So like, is that a service or is that a scam? Like,
I think it's a scam. I explain what I think the difference is. If I want to go to a chiropractor, I go and seek out a chiropractor, and then I buy their service of a chiropractor. They might not be they might not be a
bad example. Chiropractors are a scam.
Can you guys shut up? Sorry. They might not be a good chiropractor, but that is something that you sought out. If someone comes to my house and tells me, hey, you could really use a chiropractor, I might consent to that, but you also know that you're selling a scam, and that's slightly different.
Okay, let's go to
my chiropractors believe in their chiropractic, okay? They have good intent when they kill you.
Okay. All right, so you just have to believe that they're trying to provide a good service to you, even if they aren't necessarily doing so.
Well,
okay, that's fine.
Ask Bam.
Okay, Bam, right? So you talked about I thought this was a good point that you made, but like it was kind of like thrown off. And I want you to be here to expand on this. There was a point towards Katie, right? You were talking about camming, right? You were saying, hey, like there are whales in camming, right? And there are individuals who are going to spend, right? Like should people like cut these individuals off? Now I've seen that happen. Like people have actually done that. Like even within
the smart ones do. Like, they were like, this is getting like you're here every day. You're first person here. Like take a break. Like you need that knowledge just for your safety. Like hey, take a break. I appreciate
in Twitch, right? Like I've seen people like do the same thing. It was like, oh, like I appreciate the love, right? But maybe like just hold off on that, right? So like you're saying, hey, should they have responsibility to cut them off? You put this towards Katie, and Katie seemed to imply that this was different than cutting a person off from drinking. And what
at my bar, I'm supposed to sell liquor as much as possible. That's my goal.
Exactly. So what is the difference here? Katie, if you can expand on that, and if you guys can have that back and forth, I think it's important.
Yeah, for me in that case, it's just about a certain contention with social conventions and some of the laws that we had. So, Bam, if I had it my way, you wouldn't be allowed to sell people alcohol, okay? Because for me, I don't.
Free alcohol for everyone.
Not to sell people alcohol. For me, I think that once you drink, you shouldn't be allowed to buy shit. You shouldn't be allowed to do shit. Once you're drunk, I think you should be refused all services, not just drinking, right? So if you ask me what my ideal world would look like, right? Because I think it's ridiculous. For example, we have laws that say that sometimes you have sex when intoxicated and turns out you're raping someone, right? But you can go and buy a fucking car when you're drunk. And you're legally allowed to do that. That is insane.
There was an actual lawsuit on this, by the way. A guy got drunk, went to a strip club, and blew like $20,000 or something. He sued. Next day, I think he didn't. I don't even think he had to sue, but he threatened litigation, and he got all of his money back.
Really?
Yeah.
Cool. So apparently there's some laws about it. But
there's some.
I'm going to do that next time. Ball in the budget. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Simply the distinction that I made is that there are certain social conventions and some laws that we have, and I just want consistency on it. So generally, there are rules, and not everywhere you have to stop selling someone after a certain point. And I just think there needs to be consistent on whether we do it and whether we don't, and it needs to apply to a broad variety of things. I don't think we can just pick and choose whatever we want. That's my autistic brain. Okay, so
I mean, I don't think there has to be a one size fit all for everything. I think we can look at industries and decide, like, oh, is there something here that makes you want to like hold off? Like, I don't think it's a bad thing that we decide when you're buying a gun, you need to come back tomorrow. Like you say, like, oh, if you're gonna make people maybe come back tomorrow to buy a toothbrush, well, no, it's a different thing.
I agree. I wasn't really talking about toothbrushes. I was mainly talking about things that we might want to wait to see that someone is of a sound mind or has the capabilities or whatever the fuck. And it's just, I agree that it's not necessarily one size fits all. The problem is that the people who get to pick the different nuances have their own biases. So I'm less worried about, I want a logical through point, and sometimes the logical through point is just something crazy like, well, strippers are trying to make you fall for them, so strippers is different than alcohol.
Well, I mean, I would also, I'm glad Prime brought up Twitch. I think that there should be a limit of cutting off someone. Like, you can watch, but I think that, like, you can decide at a certain point, like, yeah, you should probably cut off somebody who's just giving you money.
I think it's the industry's responsibility to curb exploitation.
Nah. Yeah, I mean, yes. No, I blame the industry as well, but like, I'm not going to infantilize the people, the people doing it. I'm not going to say that they don't have any obligation.
You're infantilizing the people spending the money, but not the people getting the money.
No, because I think giving any of the money is not very smart, and I've done it. Like, I give money to Prime because Prime's my friend, not because I think it's a good financial investment.
It's the best financial investment you could ever make.
Yeah, right.
Ali, I'm giving you financial advice here. You should donate to Prime.
Maybe Prime's not even my friend. Maybe Prime is like working me. Maybe I'm in a parasocial relationship.
Stripper, yeah.
With Prime right now. Who knows? But like I said, I'm part of the system. But like I said, but yeah, I wouldn't say that. Yeah, so that's where I feel about it from a general perspective. But it's yeah, I put a video in chat. Again, I feel unfortunate because nobody in chat can actually see what I put, but it's of a girl who's having to confront with the person who she allowed to donate her hundreds of thousands of dollars, and now she's uncomfortable.
I saw you link that. Yeah, makes sense that she's uncomfortable.
Like, and she's like, he needs to leave. Why does he need to leave?
Why does he?
Because he gave her too much money. She didn't have to take.
Is that why?
Yes, she was uncomfortable because he knew that, like, oh crap, I gave this guy hundreds of thousands of dollars. Like, I don't want to have to deal face to face with that. It's not like he hurt her. It's not like he attacked her.
Okay.
She knows.
Was it part of the obligation of the transition of money that she owes him face to face time?
No, he just, like I said, she agreed to do an interview with people, and they invited him on.
Her top spenders, yeah.
Okay.
This guy shows up and he's awkward as fuck.
Who could have guessed?
And then she didn't want to deal with it. I don't see the issue. I don't see the issue there, Bam.
I think there is. I think if someone gives you hundreds of thousands of dollars and you see it day after day after day after day, you're taking this money. Like, I'm sure there's text messages. I'm sure, like, all these things. If you eventually catch on to a hint of, like, oh, this is someone that, like, this person might be a danger to themselves. This person might be a danger.
Well, I asked you a question in the Discord. I was like, either you get them a handler, you ban OnlyFans, or you put a spending limit or a profit limit. And then
I was
on a spending limit.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
but it's not going to be one size fits all. It's going to be based on your income.
Yeah, you're going to have to do that for every industry. Then that's just not going to.
I want to let Corey get his thing in. Then we're done. After that, we're done. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I'll try to be as quick as possible. So
go ahead.
Two questions locked away. So obviously I would never do this or advocate for this, but let's say I chain you and lock you into a strip club. Right in there. Okay. And, for the next 2 hours, you're just stuck, in that recliner, just locked in the strip club. Okay?
Awful.
They were not a recliner?
Whatever. I don't know.
It's a recliner?
I don't, whatever it is. That's
your wife.
You're distracting. You're distracting. Okay. Stay focused. Shut up.
I'm following.
Okay. So I'm curious. Do you think there's anything that a stripper can say or do that would get you to fall for them?
You slipped and fell in it.
With enough time, yes.
Okay, well, let's say within 2 hours, 6 hours.
No.
Interesting. Okay, and then also to curiosity.
But just to be clear, I naturally distrust women, and I'm not even kidding about that. So
no,
we know you're not.
Wait a minute. Wearing makeup.
I'm going to stay focused. I'm not done. I'm not done. Okay. So, and yeah, your answers now and how you frame things is interesting, given some past answer that you give it. If I'm tracking things right, as in, out of curiosity, okay. Let's say, okay, you or someone takes a woman out on a date, okay, let's say 5, 6, 7 dates, and then they sleep together. Should either party assume that they're in a romantic monogamous relationship?
5 and 6 dates, yeah.
Yeah, it depends on the culture.
Which by the way, is far more of a commitment and far of different social expectations than being
I think Katie sees where the problem lies.
Than being chained in a strip club for 6 hours.
5 or 6 dates and you're monogamous? Like the assumption is you're monogamous without a conversation?
If you go on 5 or 6 dates with a woman and
I think I've highlighted
that you are absolutely monogamous. What are you talking about?
I'm about to say, I bet in Muslims, is that not true for Muslims?
5 or 6 dates with the same person?
Not in the yeah. I think it's going to be culturally dependent. I think that like
no. In America, if you go on 6 dates with a woman, if you go on 6 dates with a woman, and you've slept with her twice, right? Like you're not in a monogamous relationship.
I bet you are.
You're a whore. Jesus Christ, bro. This is crazy. The fuck?
Lactoid, I gotta have a one-on-one conversation with you just about life, man.
This is why Lactoid thinks men can fall for strippers
I gotta figure you out. I think
no, stop.
I think I have to figure it out, and then you say some crazy shit like this.
Stop. Hold on. I have to address something. I very specifically answered no to the stripper thing because that, again, totally different context. I don't trust strippers, and I'm chained. With enough time, I probably would fall for the stripper. With enough time, if I'm chained there for long enough, okay. And with enough of her evil witchcraft tricks and shit. But if we're talking about
wearing makeup the entire time?
even if she commits such a horrible offense. Probably not. But then when it comes to like going on 5 or 6 dates with the same woman, right? With the with the understanding of like what culturally dates mean, when you're going on this like with the same woman 5 or 6 dates, bro, that is a monogamous relationship at that point. And if you start like sleeping around hold on, you're telling me that if you went on a date with like 6 times with the same woman and then you find out that she was fucking another guy, you wouldn't be miffed?
Once again, did we have a conversation of like?
I would need the
conversation. There has to have there has to be a conversation.
I would be miffed,
bro.
I'm coming to you. I actually
go ahead, Bim.
I think I see what you're saying now. So I would say this.
Go ahead.
Whether you think you're in a relationship or not, I wouldn't even say like her sleeping with another guy. Like if you went on 6 dates with a girl and y'all are sleeping together, and you just out on a random Sunday and she catches you out with another girl, it's gonna be an issue.
Yeah,
much is fair. She doesn't think
it's going to be an issue because it's monogamous. Because the expectation is monogamous.
That much is fair. I'll give you that.
Thank you.
Hold on. No. I think that people will feel
absolutely going to be an issue.
What I feel
it's going to be an issue, but not because the expectation is monogamous. It's going to be an issue because people are jealous and possessive. Those are two different things.
Yeah,
they possessive because they think you're mine because we're dating.
Because you're monogamous.
No,
the basis of monogamy is jealousy and possessive-ness.
Well, maybe.
You can be jealous of someone you're not monogamous with.
I'm not going to argue at that point. No, I think that like.
Just someone you're not even in a relationship
set within your mind, right?
Within every
hold on, 1 second.
Sorry.
No problem. Like I think, like yes, it's within your mind, right? But an expectation has not been set within the context of this relationship, right? That would require communication. Like our friend Ali said, right? You should say, "Hey, are we exclusive now?" Right? You see that on TV all the time. You know that moment like, we gotta have a talk, right? Hey, are we exclusive?
What?
Is this a
you determine a relationship?
Are we a couple? Bro. Yeah, you define the relationship. Now, like
it's cultures.
It's fine if you guys both separately, uniquely, like come to the same conclusion and simply like act that way. But if you don't make an explicit expectation, you shouldn't expect the other person to be on that same level. Absolutely not.
Only in Gen Z progressive world, that's absolutely true. But like in lactoid Midwestern Canada world, like if you date
Canada,
6 times,
no. First of all,
in Canada,
offensive. Second of all, this is not just like a fucking hick thing. This is like a. If what you're telling me truly, if you're genuinely telling me that these coastal elites, like they'll go on like 6 dates with a woman and then go sleep around with a different woman, just terrible people. Elites. Now I have been like absolutely vindicated in knowing that the red states are indeed morally superior and should run the country. Actually, if that's actually the difference, what's going on here? This is ridiculous.
Go ahead, Katie.
By the way, and just be clear, I would never, if I went on a date with like a woman, like if I went on 3 consecutive dates with a woman, I would not date any other woman. I wouldn't go see any other woman. I wouldn't go fuck any other woman. I wouldn't do that unless it was clear, unless we made it explicit that was the kind of thing that we were going to do, that we were going to go fuck other people.
One quick question. Quick question. Like 2 scenarios, right? One in which like you have the number of dates and you don't talk, right? And then one you have a number of dates and you do have that talk and you make things explicit. Between these 2, right, scenarios, which one is more likely to have the best outcomes? One when you are explicit about like the expectations by you asking about it, or the one where you just assume?
Yeah, ultimately, like the more clear you can make things, the better. I'm not going to disagree with that. But much of everything that we do runs off of implicit consent and like general understandings. Like if
be more explicit.
But general understanding of.
But sometimes. So I'm married for 20 years. What? I'm going to wake up my wife before I lean over and kiss her on the cheek? No, she's asleep. I'm going to kiss her on the cheek and then go to sleep. That's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to wake her up.
This will be useful for next week, actually. Like,
6 dates. No. It's still a lot. That's still long enough to not go fuck somebody else.
This will be useful next week. All right, Katie, go ahead.
Bam is the only person here other than me with traditional family values. He is the only other.
He's from the South,
which is cultural. I think that's part of it. It probably
we're just better people. Like God hasn't forsaken us.
But I think if you're like pink, like when Katie, I'm about to say the pink, blue haired, like Twitch. I'm just saying that like there's a culture of like the sexual openness, whatever.
Yeah. Okay.
I think that the problem, Lactoid, and why Corey got you so good is that you don't
think he
realize...
got me with something?
Yeah.
So good.
I'm confident Katie recognizes it.
So it's not the problem that you're a God-fearing man and are superior to all of us, right? The issue is that you don't realize... Shush. The issue is that you don't realize that there's a shit ton of people who operate very different from you. And so when you superimpose your weird Southern shenanigans, it doesn't click.
Canadian shenanigans.
Yeah,
he's very Northern.
Now I'm gonna build the bridge, right? So there was a guy, we went on like 2 dates and we were really into each other. Obviously, I'm not Southern, so we were fucking, right? That's fine.
2 dates that's fine to be fucking. I don't care. It's whatever.
We fucked the first time.
You gave him.
First time I met the mama, she was a one-nighter. Like, one night.
You mean you established a monogamous relationship. That's what you
mean. You were
2 dates now. 2 dates now.
But they were having sex.
So I told him, look, I really like you. I'm not gonna date anyone else. I'm not saying that we're exclusive. I'm just saying I'm not gonna bother. And he's like, yeah, I really like you. I don't think I'll be pursuing anyone else. And he at that point, and neither of us at that point still considered us monogamous. Okay. In fact, the reason why we stopped dating was because he wouldn't sext with me because he didn't want to try. And I said, okay, then I'm going to start dating other people because what the fuck? And he was like, well, we're not monogamous, but I'm not okay with you not dating other people anymore. And I was like, you're not okay with me dating other people, even though we're not exclusive?
So then he's monogamous.
Yeah, he was monogamous. Like I said, as soon as he said, okay, you're not dating anybody, I'm not dating anybody, y'all were in a relationship. He might not say
you're doing the thing where it's like, this is clearly what this means, and you're just like, well, we're not going to put a label on it.
You guys, I'm going to be real with you.
Oh no.
I was like, hey, so we're boyfriend girlfriend, and he said no and refused to introduce me to his friends.
Yeah, he doesn't like the label,
that's
but
like
he likes
to have
the
cake,
title.
eat your.
That's different.
Yeah, he wants to have his cake and eat it too.
Yeah, he wanted to have his cake and eat it too. That's fine. But the point is that it is possible to talk about things without being monogamous, apparently, and then being upset that you're not monogamous.
He wanted the loyalty without the expectation.
No, stop. No. Monogamous dating. So monogamous dating comes before the official title of boyfriend girlfriend. Absolutely.
Monogamous.
Absolutely.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah,
now
it
you're
does. Yes,
now
it
you're
does.
wrong.
Yes, it does.
Wait,
Yes,
let me
it does.
explain
Yes,
this
it
to
does.
Let me, young man. Let me put you on game.
Young man.
Young
What
man.
do
We
you
used to have-
do
Put
not
you on
whoa.
game. Let him put you on
Bro.
game real quick.
Listen, boy.
You
Listen,
think
boy.
broed you?
I gotta put you on.
No.
You little bro, you just got a little.
You gotta,
bro nicely.
you gotta
We used
chill
to
on
have
that.
this thing. We used to have this thing called dating. That's what like now we do talking stages. That's what all the young whippersnappers, they call it the talking stage. But we used to have this thing called dating, and whenever you decided you were exclusive, it was called going steady. That's boyfriend girlfriend. There's no other in between.
That's not necessarily boyfriend girlfriend.
What going steady has always been boyfriend girlfriend. That's exactly
Yeah,
that's
going
always
steady
been the
with
case.
this person.
100%
That's what
the
you're
case.
doing.
That's exactly what that
You're
meant.
steady with this person.
Because boyfriend girlfriend, that means there's like more social expectations beyond just not fucking other people. Now you got to remember their fucking birthday. Now you got to buy them flowers for Valentine's Day. Now there's all this other shit.
If you're going steady, you have to do all that stuff.
No. Now you got to do all this other shit for them, right? You know, you pretend to care about their cat or whatever the fuck. You have to do all this shit for them once you're actually in a relationship with like a boyfriend girlfriend relationship.
In 2026 logic, yeah.
Never forget that Katie thought Lactoid was married. Never forget that.
I'll tell you what.
Apparently, me and Bam are the only ones not all over the fucking town like the rest of you. Apparently, that's what's going on right now.
I'm the only one that is married.
Bam's more of a slut than you think. Go ahead.
Bam.
I'm a good man. But
don't say it so.
I'm just gonna say that like there's yes, in 2026 we changed dating dynamics where guys can say like if a girl asks me like, oh yeah, are you talking to other people? That's a bomb. That's a trick question. We know not to step on that one. So we say like, no, I'm not talking to anybody. You talking to anybody? No, I'm not talking to anybody. Great. She said that. We've said that. So like we're in a relationship
and
now.
It's true, right?
The guy's gonna say no because he doesn't want the things that you.
It's true, right?
Expectations.
You can just tell the truth to that question. Like you're not talking to anybody, right? You could just say no, I'm not. You can just say that, right?
Sure.
No, you could just say it.
To anybody else.
Yeah. Well, after how many dates?
Ever. It doesn't matter. I've never spoken to anyone else. You're never talking to anyone else.
Oh, hold on.
You never.
No. This is manipulation. No.
This is manipulation.
This is manipulation right here. Bam, you are a manipulator. Okay, you are playing. You are playing with these women.
That's the game. I'm just telling you that you.
That's the game. That's the game. The audacity.
That is the game,
If you're talking to other people, the answer is never supposed to be yes.
No. If you are talking to other women, then you say yes. Fuck it, you man up and you say, yeah, like this is our first date. I'm talking to some other women. You say that.
No.
Get him, Lactoid.
This is now coming out,
Lactoid. Now, if it's been like 3 or so dates and like I am talking to other women, then this isn't going anywhere. Then it needs to stop. Unless I tell her straight up, like, hey, you're good at fucking, but I'm still want to see other people. Like, are you cool with that?
Is this
like
how white people do it?
No, just Lactoid.
This is how white people do, not cheat. Yeah.
No, I'm talking about
one wife, Ali. One wife.
You have to cheat. You don't have to be a cheater.
I don't
understand in the talking stage that you guys call it now. That like, yeah, you just like, oh yeah, you talking about it? No, I'm not talking. Because the thing is, I'm in a happy, healthy, committed relationship, and we found out.
Are you talking to other people?
Are you talking to other people?
No. The answer is always no.
But how can we trust that? The answer is always no.
The answer is always no.
It is always
Damn,
no.
I like that. Good. He went to no right away.
Oh, can we really know?
It's always
that's the flaw. That's the flaw.
But when after we actually like in relationship dating, like she asked, I was like, oh yeah, when you stop talking to people? Like it just came up, and then we were honest, like, oh yeah, I stopped talking to people like maybe like so many days in. Like, oh, you still talking?
How many days?
I would
It was probably like 5.
if they changed their answer.
Hold on, 5 days in to start your date.
No,
somebody
dates.
Dates.
5 dates in? How many months? How many like days? Days? Do you know? Roughly?
I don't know. It was probably like 3 months.
You were dating somebody for 3 months and still talking to other people?
But she was too.
And she was too.
You're so flabbergasted.
No, I'm about to say. Do you now? This is something. This is something I'm going to tell you that may actually hurt you. No, if a woman ever tells you she's not talking to anybody, like, oh yeah, my phone's dry. There's no, I'm not. There's somebody in those DM. There's somebody's in lying.
No, you're saying that because that's you. No, that's why.
They all lie, Lactoids. They are manipulative liars, those bitches.
Just like those strippers. Just like those strippers.
Lactoid. If you're interested in a girl, she's cool and she's pretty and she's smart. You think you're the only person interested in her?
I can be. Hold on. The problem is not other people interested in this person. The problem is this person.
Right?
This person. If I'm going on date 6 with this person.
Yeah,
I should be the only person going on dates with this person, and it is more than reasonable for them to expect the same from me.
Probably about 6. I think you probably are. You probably weed through. But I'm saying when you
6 is the high end. Again, for me, it's 3.
When you first meet a girl, you talk to her, you've been talking to her a couple weeks. Do not assume that you were the only guy that she's talking to. Like in the first month.
No, but okay, here's the problem. Here's the problem, though, Bam. Here's the problem, and here's why you're destroying my soul right now. Because you're saying just don't assume that you're the only person she's talking to, and then the question would be like, oh, so then I just ask her if she's talking to anybody else. But you said that the answer to that question is always no.
Yeah,
so
she's gonna lie to you.
You're basically telling me that they're all trifling, is what you're saying. Yeah, that all these women, you just can't trust them.
No, good relationships are built on mistrust.
Okay, I don't know why I vouch for you.
Strong relies a great foundation.
Okay, I'll end things here.
Wait, can you imagine that at the beginning of the panel, I asked Lactoid if he was married, and I was gonna ask him if he's ever been in a long-term relationship, and I would be like, that would be too rude. That would be too weird to ask, and that would feel, and I regret not asking.
I'll answer. My longest term relationship was 6 years. We lived together for 5 of those.
How long did you date while deciding that you were monogamous without deciding that you were monogamous?
Before I even asked her out on the first date, I ended the prior thing I was in. I specifically ended it just so I could ask her out.
That doesn't double dip.
I literally I jumped out on a fucking limb. Like I literally leap of faith. And then I started dating this woman.
You were hypergamous.
6 years.
You were monkey branching, right? Like the typical woman.
If you had different opinions, you would be the greatest guy.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Katie, told you. Katie, Lactoid are coming soon.
All right, I'll
matchmaking.
No. I will end it here.
No.
Prime,
thanks all for being here. I'm going to raid a woman.
Wait, Prime, before you raid, I'm about to give you money.
Oh, okay. Sure. All right. I'll wait on that.
Hold on for that one.
I'm gonna raid someone who has Findom in their tags, right? And as we've all agreed, there will be no manipulation involved. Okay, right? This will be all wholesome, and all of you will know. We're just play acting here. Okay, all right.
I love my Dami Mommy in the chat. I love my Dami Mommy in the chat.
We're just waiting on our friend Bam.
1 second.
For his investment. We're just waiting on his investment.
It's your moral responsibility to deny him.
It is your moral responsibility, Prime.
This is financial advice. You can take it to the bank, right? That you should invest in Prime, all right? You should drop your money here.
This is stripper behavior right now.
This is exactly. I will shake it for you. I will love you.
We're all falling for Prime as we speak.
I'll actually do a lot of things.
He'll actually date you.
Actually, I possibly. Like if you're cute enough. But first we have to give the money. And then I decide if you're cute enough. All right, that's how that works.
And your cuteness is correlated to the amount that you give.
It will help.
This is true. It'll help.
Actually, if you drop $1 million,
it's like beer goggles, you know.
Let's put it right. If you drop $1 million in chat, I'm attracted to you. You're the hottest fucking thing I've ever seen, right? I'll do something.
That's what the girl said. That Bam linked her TikTok, and then she was uncomfortable. You're that girl. You're the TikTok girl.
Prom, you're gonna be uncomfortable in front of me when it's time to pay what you owe.
No, he's gonna be personable, and he's gonna be nice. And he's gonna attend to her needs.
He's gonna build a fantasy. He's gonna
he's gonna live a fantasy. He's gonna make it a reality.
I think Bam's a handsome guy. I think I'll be fine paying up. Did you do it yet, Bam?
I'm trying to. Where's the money button?
Where's the money
You're looking for just a button that says money because you're gonna be looking for a long time.
It does a button that says money on YouTube, doesn't it?
It's it looks like a.
I don't think it says money.
You're on Twitch or YouTube.
I'm trying to do it on YouTube because I want to say words.
It's a voice command. Just yell
I found it.
you have money
Well,
now.
actually,
when was the last time you asked someone out?
Who?
Lactoid.
Oh, it's been a long time.
Are you going too soon? I want you to have a girlfriend. It should take 3 dates.
Listen.
That's like 2 weeks, maybe a week.
Wait, Lactoid. Is it because of your previous relationship?
No, we're not gonna psychoanalyze me, but fucking therapist style. No.
You have to strip for that, Ali. Corey ties him down. You strip. Let's go.
I already rated. But thank you for the $5 on super chat. But like, that's a separate thing. But anyway, thank you. And they say $5 super chat. I couldn't say it out loud. Oh, did you want me to not put this on?
No, I did want you to say it, but that.
Okay, sorry.
He did put it as a super chat.
I couldn't say it out loud, but I am actually proposing to my beautiful girlfriend in 2 weeks. Y'all wish me luck. Hashtag Black Man Don't Cheat.
Beautiful.
That's amazing.
Black men have never cheated historically.
Congratulations. Forget all that stuff. Forget all that stuff I said about divorce.
Welcome to the club. Welcome to the club, brother.
And then he called you a slut several times.
Yeah, I really hope it works out for you, friend.
Well, I am a slut. That much is true.
Okay.
I wasn't wrong about that. I know him. I know Bam. But apparently his slut ways are changing.
How long have you been together? How long have you been together for?
About 3 years.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
I think
you stopped being a slut before that.